Chapter 896. The coachman fell off his horse, and so did the knights in front. The two horses that were pulling the carriage lost their master's command and stopped abruptly. They shook off the rainwater on their manes and snorted. When the man in green riding the donkey came over, he had already seen clearly that the first carriage was occupied by Yang Fan and his wife. Their two children were also in the carriage. The second carriage was occupied by Yang Fan's wife, Tin Ano. They also knew that Yang Fan and his wife, as well as Madame Rue, were all skilled in martial arts. According to their plan, they would first sweep the coachman off his horse and hinder the knights from rushing to the rescue. Then, they would quickly approach the carriage. At the same time, the other accomplices lying in ambush would restrain Yang Fan's entourage and Tin Ano. It would be best if they could take her down. Even if they could not, it would be fine as long as they could prevent her from rushing to the rescue. It was said that although Yang Fan's wife was skilled in martial arts, she was already pregnant, so she would not be much of a threat. The two of them had the highest martial arts, so they were responsible for restraining Yang Fan, his wife, and their children. There were two more people on the opposite side of the road who were responsible for supporting them. Although Yang Fan and his wife were skilled in martial arts, they were in such a small space with their children. They would not be able to use their skills to their full potential. Master Zhao had already instructed that it would be best if they could capture him alive. If not, they could take his life. It would be more difficult to capture Yang Fan directly. If they could control his children, it would be no different from capturing him directly. When the two of them leaped into the air, they expected that their accomplices would follow suit and intercept Yang Fan's guards, servants, and the two carriages in front and behind him. However, it seemed that the heavy rain had affected their coordination. Yi Xiaoyou's shout did not have the desired effect. When Ding Laoshi was thrown into the air and the two guards were swept off their horses, the other ambushers on both sides of the road did not appear. Lung Aoyu had no time to think. He rushed to the side of the carriage in a few strides and punched the carriage with both his fists. He was well trained in martial arts and wore iron gloves on his hands. With one punch, the car made of hardwood would immediately break into pieces. Unexpectedly, when his fist landed, there was only a kong sound. Lung Aoyu seemed to have suffered a huge shock, and he took 3 steps back. His wrist was in pain, but the car only shook slightly, and there was not even a crack on it. How could this be? Lung Aoyu turned pale with fright, but he immediately reacted. This carriage must be made of iron. He didn't have time to think too much, and immediately leaped into the air, fiercely punching the window again. With a loud clang, the bamboo curtain hanging from the window was shattered by his fist, and rain fell down. Surprisingly, there was also a piece of iron plate inside. It was just that the iron plate covering the window was obviously not as thick as the iron plate covering the body of the car, and a slight dent was left behind by his punch. However, how powerful was Lung Aoyu's iron fists? This all-out attack only left a dent on the iron plate. The thickness of the iron plate was enough to defend against any attack from any weapon in this era. Perhaps even a big iron hammer used to break a city would need 2 or 3 hits to break the window. Almost at the same time, Yi Xiaoyu rushed to the shaft of the carriage and reached out to pull the door. Lung Aoyu reacted quickly and immediately shouted, "Not good! We've fallen into a trap." What? Yi Xiaoyou's hand had already gripped the door tightly. He pulled hard, but it didn't move at all. When he heard Lung Aoyu's shout, he was stunned. He wanted to turn over and jump off the shaft of the carriage, but a large net had already opened above his head and quickly fell on him. Yi Xiaoyu jumped and rushed out, and the entire net wrapped around his body. Before he could release his body, he fell head first into the rain, rolled a few times, and rolled into the roadside drainage ditch. Lung Aoyu made a prompt decision, turned around, and fled. He used the 8 steps chasing cicada technique and ran as fast as he could. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With 3 strides, Lung Aoyu arrived at the edge of the reed pond like a ghost. He leaned his body forward and leaped with all his might, leaping into the reed thicket like an arrow. As long as he escaped into the reed pond, not to mention an ambush, even an army wouldn't be able to catch him. At this moment, someone in the distance suddenly threw a short stick with 2 small round balls tied to its 2 ends. As soon as it touched his ankle, the straight stick suddenly bent like a snake. It turned out that it was actually a rope with 2 heavy ball-shaped objects tied to its 2 ends. It firmly tied his 2 legs together. The person who threw the rope raised his head slightly. Under the straw raincoat, his eyebrows were as thick as ink, and his face was square. It was the Goof family's old man. Lung Aoyu was in the middle of running when his legs were suddenly tied up. With an "ah" sound, he fell forward. Not good. Lung Aoyu hurriedly stretched out his hands to support himself, but before his hands touched the ground, a big foot suddenly appeared in front of him. With a puff sound, Lung Aoyu's vision turned black, and he fell heavily to the ground, a fishy taste in his mouth and nose. 2 burly men rushed out of the reed bush, shook open a cloth bag, and neatly put Lung Aoyu inside, and dragged him away. In the rain, a line of water was plowed on the ground. The window slowly rose, and Yang Fan and Xiao Man slowly let go of the palms that were covering their children's ears, and looked outside calmly. Yang Nianzu's eyes widened, and his face was full of excitement. His little but arched, wanting to jump out to watch the show. It seemed that he treated this as a fun game. Yang Fan thought to himself, although there is silk cotton in the carriage, this window does not have the effect of reducing the sound, and it is too ear-piercing when it is hit. I should get the Ghost Axe Division to improve it later. The convoy continued to move forward in the rain, as if nothing had happened. Yi Xiaoyu, who was covered in mud and rain, was tightly wrapped in a fish net like a loach, and was thrown into the 3rd carriage, unable to struggle. The carriage was filled with cloth curtains, a few tables, cooking utensils, cups, and plates. These were all things that Yang Fan had brought with him on today's trip. Lung Aoyu was lying next to him, with only his feet sticking out of the sack. At first, Lung Aoyu struggled a little, but after a heavy blow to the head from the guard, he stopped moving. It was unknown whether he was knocked unconscious or a wise man who knew what was good for him. The convoy continued to move forward for about 1.5 miles, and then turned into a side road, which led to Niu village. Old butler Niu's family was in Niu village. His eldest son farmed, his 2nd son farmed, and his old man worked as a butler in the Yang family. They were considered a wealthy family in the village. At this time, the vegetable garden of Niu Er's family had become Yang Fan's torture hall. The rain was still falling, drenching the vegetable leaves green and shiny, appearing abnormally fresh and verdant. The backyard of the Niu family was connected to the eaves of the roof, which must be a place for the family to cool off in summer. The rain hit the wooden roof, making a plop sound like boiling water falling to the ground. Xiao Man and Nu stayed in the front yard with their children. This was the advantage of rural people. Although the house was dilapidated, the yard was very big. There were a few rooms in the front yard for the children and grandchildren, and the row of rooms in the back belonged to Niu Erliang and his wife. Niu Er was now almost 40 years old, and he was already a grandfather of 4 children. There were chickens, ducks, and geese in the Niu family's yard. Yang Nianzu and his sister Si Rong didn't often see these things in the mansion. They usually saw poultry and meat cooked and served on the table, so Yang Nianzu was very happy. He held a broken ladle in his hand, filled with some shriveled grains, and happily fed the chickens under the eaves in the rain. Yang Fan came to the shed in the backyard with Rin Wei and several other bodyguards. He sat down on a bench and saw the one-armed old man Gu standing respectfully to the side. He said politely, "Old man Gu, please sit." Old man Gu hurriedly said with a smile, "This old man is used to standing. Ah Lang can sit." As he said this, he sighed softly in his heart. Ever since he knew that he had been happy for nothing, and that the respected head of the illustrious clan didn't like his daughter, the old man had been depressed for a long time. Yang Fan stared blankly at the vegetables that looked even more fresh and juicy after being watered by the rain, for a while. He sighed softly and said, "Bring them here." Yi Xiaoyu and Lung Aoyu were dragged over with their hands tied behind their backs. The one who tied people up was an expert. Their arms were tied tightly, so there was no way they could break free. The two were brought in front of Yang Fan and pressed to the ground, but they didn't want to kneel down. Yang Fan's bodyguards were just about to take action, but Yang Fan waved his hand and asked them to step back. He looked at the two and said lightly, "Uncivilized people are just uncivilized people. They only know how to use the tricks of Jianghu people." Yi Xiaoyu heard the disdain in his words, so he puffed out his chest and said loudly, "Don't be too proud. We are here under Master Zhao's order. Young Master Shen doesn't know about it. Humph. If we really want to use the people around young Master, even if you hide yourself in a turtle shell, you may not be able to keep your life." Yang Fan frowned slightly and said, "Master Zhao? Zhao Yu? Hee. It's rare that he has a few capable people around him." Zhao Yu had come to Luoyang under Shen Mu's order to develop. He had once been very close to Yang Fan. Afterward, when Yang Fan became the overlord of the hidden sect, Zhao Yu had disappeared without a trace. Yang Fan had once sent people to look for him, but there were no traces of him in the few hidden sect locations that he knew of. Yang Fan knew that after he became the overlord of the hidden sect, he would naturally become a competitor of the hidden sect. Zhao Yu would definitely be on guard against him, and the few hidden sect locations that he knew of would definitely be changed. Thus, he gave up on trying to contact Zhao Yu. In fact, Yang Fan just wanted to understand Shen Mu's situation in Xinluo through Zhao Yu. Yang Fan was already suspicious. Why would Shen Mu come up with such a bad plan? It was simple and crude, but it wouldn't affect the overall situation. It wasn't something that a wise person would do. Now that he had confirmed that it wasn't Shen Mu's idea, Yang Fan's slightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Although Yang Fan wasn't afraid of the hidden sect's provocation and knew that there would definitely be a battle between the two parties, he hoped that it would be a battle between the two parties' combined strength. They weren't an army, and if they were to assassinate the other party's leader with brute force, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Just like the hidden sect's young Master Jiang. When young Master Jiang collapsed, the 7 sects and 5 families immediately pushed him up, and the hidden sect's strength wasn't affected at all. It was the same for the hidden sect. The hidden sect might have relied on Shen Mu's individual ability to stand out step by step and develop from a small organization that was subordinate to the hidden sect to a stage where they could compete with the hidden sect, but it was still under the control of the old foxes of the 7 sects and 5 families. If Shen Mu died, the 7 sects and 5 families could elect another representative at any time. That person wouldn't have Shen Mu's prestige and control over the hidden sect, and that person might be more suitable for those old foxes. Therefore, even if they were to become opponents, Yang Fan didn't wish for Shen Mu to be blinded by greed. He wasn't willing to see Shen Mu being so cold-blooded towards himself. Now that he heard that this action wasn't considered brilliant and that the objective wasn't Shen Mu's idea, Yang Fan suddenly felt indescribably comfortable. Chapter 897. Yang Fan relaxed his brows and pondered for a moment before saying, "Since it was Zhao Yu's idea to assassinate me, then what is Shen Mu's plan?" Yi Xiaoyu glanced at him coldly and said, I don't know. Our young master's wisdom is as deep as the ocean and is not something we can guess. Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, All right, you don't know what he is planning, but you should know what he has been doing since he returned to the Central Plains in secret, right? Yi Xiaoyu raised his head and sneered. Do you think I will tell you? Lung, Aoyu said, There is nothing that cannot be said. 2 years ago, we fought with the obvious sect and suffered great losses. After returning for a year, young master has been recovering our strength and making up for some of the problems in the past. He did not do anything against the hidden sect. Yang Fan laughed involuntarily and said, According to what you said, how do you explain your actions today? Lung, Aoyu retorted, You have to ask yourself, why did you suddenly move the succession hall to Luoyang? Why did the obvious sects people suddenly start searching for information about us? Yang Fan mocked. So, Yang, am the one at fault for starting a war? His eyes swept across the two and said, Shenmu has been back for a year without any news. As a member of the succession hall, I know nothing about it. Does this count as having no ill intentions? That's right. He did not do anything against us during this year. He was just recovering his strength and making up for the loopholes. But what happened after that? Yang Fan's eyes gradually turned sharp as he said, after he made up for the loopholes and set up his defenses, what does he intend to do? He is already sharpening his blade. And you blame me for making the first move? Kiki, Yi Xiaoyu and Lung Aoyu were instantly speechless, looking at the mocking smile in Yang Fan's eyes. Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but say, We are just unconvinced. Why should the hidden sect submit to the obvious sect and listen to your orders? Yang Fan said, It seems that after the battle in Chang, and the situation has changed. Right now, doesn't your hidden sect have the same status as us? Yi Xiaoyu said, So what? Facts have proven that we are stronger than you. Whatever you can do, we can also do. What you can't do, we can still do. If it wasn't for the fact that your Xian clan had taken the top position in these years, if it was our master, the succession hall wouldn't be like it is today. Yang Fan helplessly shook his head and sighed. That's it. All dissatisfaction was just an excuse. In the end, it was just a battle of interests. You think this way, but the people of Xian sect also think this way. Of course, this battle could not be avoided. I believe that even if Shen Mu and I don't want to fight, you will create all kinds of conflicts and force us to fight, right? After confirming that this operation was not initiated by Shen Mu, and from what these two people said, it was very likely that they only knew about the existence of the succession hall, but did not know that there were 7 sects and 5 families behind the succession hall. Yang Fan suddenly felt dispirited. It was impossible to get any useful information from these two people. Lung Aoyu, who had always been cold and silent, suddenly asked, Where are our people? Yang Fan, who was in deep thought, paused for a moment and immediately understood. He replied indifferently, Them? They are forever left in the reed shrubs. When Yi Xiaoyu heard this, his eyes couldn't help but turn bloodshot as he shouted, I will kill you. Unfortunately, just as he was about to pounce, Ren Wei ruthlessly kicked him in the knee socket, causing him to kneel on the ground with a thud. Lung, Aoyu angrily said, Who betrayed us? Yang Fan raised his eyes and looked at him with some amusement. Yi Xiaoyu suddenly came to a realization. He gritted his teeth and said, Who is it who betrayed us? Yang Fan shook his head and said, No one betrayed you. Yi Xiaoyu angrily said, T. If no one betrayed us, how did you know that we would be lying in ambush? How did you arrange for an expert to eliminate our people without anyone knowing? Yang Fan unhurriedly said, Because young Master Jiang once had an incredible expert under him. That senior's surname was Liu, but even this expert and young Master Jiang had suffered a huge loss in the hands of your hidden sect. When I was fighting with young Master Jiang, I was already facing a formidable enemy. Now that I am facing the two of you, who had once made young Master Jiang suffer a huge loss, how can I not be extra careful? Yi Xiaoyu and Lung Aoyu's faces were ashen, and they couldn't say another word. Jiang Yi didn't have a traitor, but they had suffered a crushing defeat. With such a huge disparity, what else was there to say? To them, who had always been conceited, this outcome was even worse than death. Yang Fan slowly stood up. It was unknown when the rain had stopped, but there were two rainbows in the sky. It was a double rainbow, but they weren't parallel. Instead, they were like two rainbow bridges that were connected. The rainbow-colored light emitted a blurred beauty. Under the eaves, the rainwater was dripping incessantly, creating new ripples in the puddles that were gradually calming down. Yang Fan brushed his sleeves, turned around, and walked into his room. Under the canopy, he left behind his final words. "You didn't have to die, but you shouldn't have had designs on my family." Swish! The snow-white blade light flashed in the air, and the water that flowed to the vegetable field quickly turned blood red. Perhaps the vegetables in this field would grow exceptionally luscious. The rain stopped, and the carriages left the Ox Clan Manor and drove towards Luoyang City. This time, Yang Fan sat in a news carriage. Because the two little fellows were sleepy, they were sleeping soundly on their mother's left and right, occupying all the seats. Anu gently caressed her bulging tummy and asked gently, "You didn't receive any useful information?" Yang Fan nodded and shook his head. "I didn't receive any information, but I did." Anu raised her pretty eyebrows. "Oh," Yang Fan said, "today's lame assassination attempt, I originally suspected that it wasn't Shenmu's doing. Sure enough, it was Zhao Yu who thought himself clever. Zhao Yu is Shenmu's confidant, but he didn't know what countermeasures Shenmu had against me, so he had no choice but to use this plan to share his master's burden. This means—" Yang Fan glanced at Anu, and Anu suddenly understood. "I understand. This means that Shenmu wasn't lured here by you because Lang Jun moved the succession hall to Luoyang. He didn't regard Luoyang as your main battlefield, so he didn't deploy any troops here." Yang Fan nodded. "Yes, but also wrong. Here, he doesn't have the right time, the right place, or the right people. Of course, he won't be led by the nose by me so easily, but he still had to come here sooner or later because I have the initiative." Yang Fan thought for a while and explained, "He is in Chang and I am in Luoyang. Both of us have arranged our troops and are in a stalemate, just like two armies facing each other. Under such circumstances, unless one side runs out of provisions or reveals a flaw, or the three armies request to fight, the stalemate will continue. But I am now intercepting his provisions. How can he not come out?" Yang Fan smiled and said resolutely, "Even if he doesn't want to send troops, he has to do it now." In Chang, and Shan Mu paced with his hands behind his back with an ugly expression. He said slowly, "Imperial Messenger Shi went to investigate Danzhou, and Censor who went to investigate Feng. Yang Fan really has a backup plan." Another advisor under Shenmu, Lan Jinhai, anxiously clutched his wrist and said, "Brother Zhang has already gathered provisions and gone to Taiyuan. How about we immediately send someone to ask him to change his route to Danzhou?" Shenmu shook his head. "It's too late. Yang Fan is really good at planning his second move after half a month. He knows that if I make a move, it will be too late for him to react. Moreover, even if the matter in Danzhou is settled, what about the one in Feng? Robbing Peter to pay Paul, we have been led by the nose by him. We will be defeated sooner or later." Shenmu slowly paced around the room and stopped. He said, "Let's take it step by step. Siyu is about to reach Danzhou, but Hu Yuanli is still on his way. Let's deal with Censor Shi first. Humph, you have Zhang Liang's plan, and I have a ladder to climb over the wall. We may not lose to you." In the alley, Ku Zhao and Deacon Ku walked dejectedly, wondering who else they could borrow money from. When he gambled with the dice that day, not only did he lose all his family's money, but he also lost his house to someone else. But his father was not dead yet, so he could not make the decision. When he went home and leaked the news, his father picked up his walking stick and chased after him on the street. He was so scared that he did not even dare to return home. His wife was originally an extremely virtuous and docile woman. Because of his addiction to gambling, a good family had long been ruined by him, and she never had any complaints. However, this time, he really lost too much. After crying loudly, his wife wanted to hang herself. Fortunately, she was saved by someone. When his wife's family heard the news, a few of his elder brothers-in-law came together and took his wife back to her family. His father was also deeply grieved. He knew that his son was not a good person and had let down his wife, so he asked his father-in-law to find another son-in-law so that he would not be cheated by his scoundrel son. Because of this, a few of his elder brothers-in-law stopped him once and gave him a beating. They only stopped when he wrote the divorce papers. Ku Zhao did not care about his wife's divorce, but he could not ignore the creditors. The money on the IOU could be delayed, but if he did not hand over the house, the creditors would not do it. He did not know where that foreigner found a group of debt collectors, but each one was incomparably fierce. Ku Zhao had no choice but to borrow money from everywhere. However, those friends of his were now avoiding him. Just now, he went to borrow money from his good friend, Zhao Tsongjian's family. Zhao Tsongjian grunted for a long time and did not say a word. Instead, Zhao Tsongjian's wife insinuated that he was chased out. Now he was really at his wit's end. Ku Zhao was walking dejectedly when suddenly a person came toward him. Ku Zhao used to be a very arrogant person, but now he was poor and had no ambition, so he was too lazy to pay attention to him. He dodged to the side, but unexpectedly, that person took a step forward and blocked in front of him. Ku Huangshi angrily raised his head and saw a big man in front of him. The man was a head taller than him, with his arms crossed and a sneer on his face. Ku Huangshi could not help but turn pale. He staggered 2 steps and said with a trembling voice, What are you doing?" Before his voice died away, he felt his shoulders tighten. He looked to his left and right and saw another 2 big men with unkind expressions. The one in front of him said, "Ku Jianshi, how many days has it been since you owe money? You should at least give an explanation to the creditors." Ku Jianshi smiled and said, "Aren't I trying to think of a way? Please give me a few more days." The other said, "Us brothers are only doing things for money. Whether we give you a few more days is not up to us. You should talk to the creditors. Take him away." Ku Zhao had no choice but to leave with them. In his opinion, if the other party wanted to collect the debt, they could not do anything to him. But once they left, Ku Jianshi would disappear. There were rumors in the streets that Ku Jianshi owed too many debts and was abandoned by his family, so he fled to a foreign land. Even the officials of Pang Prefecture, such as Pangling, Pangcheng, and Pangshi, thought the same. Therefore, the disappearance of a small, unranked official, Ku Jianshi, did not even raise a bubble in the Feng Prefecture. Chapter 898. On the Shirwang River, a small boat was slowly moving forward. 2 rows of undulating mountain ranges, the 2 banks of the river, were covered in layers of peaks. It was a beautiful sight to behold. A scribe in a green robe stood at the bow of the boat. His hair was tied up in a bun and tied with a cloth ribbon. The ribbon fluttered in the breeze on the water and then fell back down again. The boatman walked over barefoot on the deck. He crossed his arms and bowed to the handsome scribes. "Langjun, the end of the water is the mouth of the kettle." The river waters suddenly converged and poured down like the roar of 10,000 drums. It was a spectacular sight. The water vapor soared into the sky and covered the sun. Rainbows could be seen. It was beautiful. Lang Jun, do you want to go take a look? No need. The scribes in a green robe smiled. No need. I am going to Danzhou. I have important matters to attend to and cannot be delayed. Yes. The boatman saw that he had an extraordinary bearing and that his entourage followed the rules carefully. He knew that his employer was not an ordinary person, so he was respectful and did not dare to act rashly. The scribes in a green robe looked forward again with a quiet smile. This scribes in a green robe was the current imperial censor Shiryu. When the imperial censor Shiryu received the court's order, he immediately rushed to Danzhou. During the Tang dynasty, Danzhou was later known as Ichuan. Although the imperial censor Shiryu did not have Yang Fan's guidance like Hu Yuanli, he was not careless in the slightest. He started out as a nobody and later became a scholar. He was also favored by the Minister of Appointments at the time and was recruited as a son-in-law. Step by step, he entered the center of the court and became a noble imperial censor. He was very familiar with the affairs of the lower ranks. He did not think that the court had ordered him to review the case this time because there was a problem with the statistics. He knew about the existence of the hamsters and even knew some of their tricks. He had once impeached a provincial government official because he had tampered with the grain and ended up in prison. That time, the officials embezzled grain money. Not only did they inflate the price of grain higher than the market value, but they also added bran to the grain harvested from the barnyard, mixed it with warm water, and pretended to be the best rice. They were simply devoid of conscience. Most of these cases couldn't be completed by one or two people. Usually, the relevant officials, brokers, and grain merchants colluded to cheat. But that time, he investigated openly and secretly and finally found solid evidence, bringing the group of corrupt officials to justice. With the experience from last time, he believed that if there was a problem in the Danzhou government, he would be able to find solid evidence. The position of the right deputy imperial censor has been vacant for a long time. If I can solve this big case, the position of the right deputy imperial censor will definitely be mine. The censor shook his small fan, but his heart was even more excited. Shirwang River, this river's name is so auspicious. If I can be promoted to imperial censor, sister-in-law will be happy for me. Thinking of this, Censor Shir was inexplicably excited, and his eyes became slightly moist. At that time, the censor was born in a poor family. His elder brother had passed away when he was young. At that time, the family was in dire straits. According to his father's wishes, he was supposed to drop out of school and become a farmer. It was his sister-in-law who fully supported him. She paid for his tuition, bought him school supplies, and encouraged him to continue his studies. Ever since he was a child, he had grown up step by step under the care of his sister-in-law. In his heart, his sister-in-law's kindness was heavier than a mountain, but he had nothing to repay his sister-in-law. He could only work hard in his career and use his achievements to bring honor to his ancestors, so that his sister-in-law, who had endured hardships to help him become successful, would be happy. Crack! Suddenly, a boat floated down from upstream at high speed. Although the river could not be considered narrow, it had not been raining recently, so the space suitable for boats was not very wide. The boat was a little too close. The two boats collided slightly, and the boat shook. The imperial censor lost his balance. He staggered a few steps and almost fell down. I'm really sorry. Someone on the opposite boat lightly called out. Slightly annoyed, the imperial censor looked up and saw the green bamboo curtain was rolled up high. In the opposite cabin sat a young married woman in a light green robe. Her robe was long and winding, and her collar revealed a lush green cheekbone, slowly covering a trace of snow white. Her black hair was lightly tied up, and only a sandalwood hairpin was inserted. Her temperament was like an orchid. Actually, if one were to talk about appearance, this young married woman could not be considered very beautiful. However, she was 60 to 70% good-looking. She was dressed appropriately, had an elegant temperament, and held a book in her hand. That kind of scholarly and elegant temperament was far more attractive to the heart of a scholar like the imperial censor than a greasy nose and enchanting beauty. The young married woman covered her mouth with the book, but she only covered half of it. Her mouth was slightly open, revealing half of her white teeth. She looked apologetically at the imperial censor, but before she could say another word, the boat floated down. When the imperial censor saw this elegant young married woman, his annoyance was immediately swept away. He straightened his body and shook his clothes. Looking at the light boat that was quickly pulling away from his boat, he smiled slightly. Although the scenery on both sides of the river was beautiful, it was not as pleasing to the eyes as such a beautiful woman. This chance encounter caused ripples to ripple in his heart. It was a pleasant surprise in the midst of all the hardships along the way. The imperial censor was determined not to have any dealings with the local officials on this trip to Danzhou. He wanted to make a private visit incognito and secretly make some inquiries. This was to prevent the officials of Danzhou from hiding each other. Therefore, with the identity of a traveling scholar, when he arrived in Danzhou, he first ordered someone to rent a quiet and secluded building. Having just moved in, his body was tired. The imperial censor did not intend to go to the common people to make inquiries today. He first took a bath, changed his clothes, and rested. Just as he finished bathing and changed into light clothes, he heard the sound of a zither. The sound of the zither was at times as slow as a flowing spring, at times as fast as a waterfall, at times as clear as a pearl falling on a jade plate, and at times as low as a murmur. The winding sound flowed slowly straight to the heart. The imperial censor felt as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. The imperial censor knew that this row of houses was built by the local rich merchants. They were specially rented to guests traveling from south to north. There was only a short fence between them and the tenants of other people's houses. But he was also a person who loved the zither. Hearing such high-level zither skills, he couldn't help but feel excited. They were all travelers. What harm was there in seeing them? The imperial censor had the spirit of a scholar. Having made up his mind, he took out a small fan and followed the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither came from the forest behind the house. The imperial censor plucked the flowers and grass as he walked. The melodious sound of the zither gradually became clearer, and a slender figure appeared in the emerald green forest. The person's eyes were lowered as she played the zither. The corners of her lips slightly curled up. Black jade-like hair draped over her shoulders, and her cheeks were pink. It was obvious that she had just taken a bath. The lines of her beautiful neck and clearly visible collarbone were faintly discernible. She was elegant and otherworldly, like a solitary flower in the forest admiring itself. It was the young woman he had met by chance on the Shirwang River. It turned out to be a woman. If Shiryu took the liberty to approach her, it would be impolite. But if he retreated, it would be suspected of peeping. A gentleman is magnanimous, upright, and upright. Why should he be so scrupulous? As Shiryu was thinking, the young woman with the scent of books had already raised her head. Seeing him, she was surprised and stopped playing the zither. She stood up gracefully and smiled. So, it's Lang Jun on the boat. It is fate that brought us together. Greetings. In Chang, and in the middle of a rustling bamboo forest, Shan Mu stood with his hands behind his back. Listening to the sound of the zither, he said, Will this plan work? Lan Jinhai, who was standing to the side, said confidently, I am 80% sure. At that time, the imperial censor had been raised by his sister-in-law. His sister-in-law was born in a scholarly family and was virtuous and virtuous. The imperial censor's achievements today were all thanks to his sister-in-law. At this time, after the imperial censor passed the imperial examinations and became an official, he treated his sister-in-law with utmost sincerity and filial piety. At that time, the imperial censor was upright, honest, and self-disciplined. It was said that the reason why he agreed to be the son-in-law of the Minister of Personnel was not because he wanted to curry favor with the rich and powerful. It was because the minister's young daughter looked very similar to his sister-in-law. Furthermore, our men also found out that the imperial censor had been in brothels with his colleagues and friends. Other people only asked for young, beautiful, and coquettish girls to serve them. The imperial censor's choice was definitely a woman from a good family, and most of them were older than him. From this, I can deduce that the imperial censor must have fallen in love with his sister-in-law from respect. However, he would definitely not dare to reveal any of these thoughts to a person who revered him like a god. All of these were actually the feelings he had entrusted to him. The girl that I chose, her expression, temperament, and ability are all to his liking. Moreover, she has many tricks up her sleeves. I am not afraid that he will not fall for her. Shenmu sighed and said with a smile, In that case, I have harmed a good official and hurt an infatuated person. Lan Jinhai laughed along with him and said, What about Fengzhou? The newly appointed provincial governor of Fengzhou is the current Juanma Pei Sun. He is not one of us. If imperial censor, who arrives and cooperates with him, it will be difficult for Fengzhou. Shenmu frowned and said, The problem for Fengzhou is that no matter how capable we are, it is impossible for us to produce so much food out of thin air. Fengzhou. Just as he said this, there was a rustling sound in the bamboo forest. A strong man in a gray robe suddenly appeared in front of him. Slightly out of breath, he said, Young master, it has just been delivered from Luoyang. Shenmu took a small bamboo tube and unplugged it. He took out a roll of paper from inside and unfolded it for a moment. Suddenly, he clenched the letter tightly in his hand. Lan Jinhai asked anxiously, Young master, what is it? Shenmu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Xiao Yu acted on his own and angered Yang Fan. I am afraid that the conflict between the obvious and hidden sects will become more and more difficult to resolve. North of Luoyang City, 1,000 cavalry barracks. Yang Fan looked at the soldiers who were training seriously on the drill ground and listened to the heaven-shaking battle cries. He said to Renwei, Imperial Censor is intelligent, capable, and has good conduct. He might be able to achieve something in Danzhou, but my focus has always been on Fengzhou. We cannot place all our hopes on Imperial Censor. We cannot underestimate the hidden sect's capability, and we cannot underestimate Shenmu even more. As long as we give him enough time, he will definitely have a way to prevent us from finding any flaws. In my opinion, if we want to deal with a person like Shenmu, he will definitely seize the initiative. The Heaven Observation Division's method is too stable, and it isn't feasible. Renwei said, Then sect patriarch means Yang Fan said, We have to be quick. We are not prepared, and Shenmu is definitely not prepared either. However, we are the investigating party, and they are the ones being investigated. This is our advantage. Send an order to Lady Gu. When Imperial Censor who arrives, immediately contact Provincial Governor Pei. Only by messing around can we kill Shenmu, this old master. Chapter 899. It was early autumn, and Luoyang was still hot and stuffy, but Danzhou was already in the midst of autumn. Almost half of Dan Province's territory was made up of mountains. Everywhere, the shade was like a canopy. Even during the hottest days of summer, it was not unbearably hot, much less early autumn. Therefore, even when the imperial censor closed the windows, the room did not feel stuffy. The room was not stuffy, but imperial censor Shur's cheeks were flushed as if he was drunk, and his forehead was slick with sweat. Lying beneath him was the young woman he had met by chance on the river. This young woman's surname was Xia, and her maiden name was Rudian. She was a merchant's wife, and her husband was doing business in the north. Now that the north was not doing well, she had to return to her hometown. Her husband stayed behind to take care of the aftermath, so she was the first to wait for her husband's arrival. After becoming familiar with imperial censor Shur, they began to chat, such as how her family was infertile, how her husband doted on several concubines, and how he treated her coldly. Imperial censor Shur sympathized with her. Xia Rudian also repeatedly displayed her talents in the four arts, all of which tickled imperial censor Shur's itch. Imperial censor Shur liked her dignified appearance and elegant temperament. He also pitied her for her outstanding talent and knowledge, but she was a beautiful woman with a short life. Under her tenderness, in just a few days, the two of them became lovers and secretly communicated with each other. All that was left was the last layer of window paper that had not been poked through. These days, imperial censor Shur did not neglect his official duties. He sent his family members to the surrounding villages to do temporary work, harvest the early ripening crops, and take the opportunity to chat with the villagers. Imperial censor Shur knew that many things could not be hidden from the higher-ups. If the higher-ups wanted to investigate, they might not be able to find out anything, but the people below them already knew. However, if you really wanted to investigate, those people would definitely not tell you, even if they were the ones who had suffered from it. You would have to leave, but they would have to live here for generations. Those heartless families were not rebelling, and you could punish one, but not the whole family. They would rather suffer some hardship than offend the powerful people in the villages. Through this method, he was able to find out the truth. He also transformed himself into a grain merchant and visited several grain stores in the city. Gradually, he gained their trust and more or less understood the situation. Yesterday, the imperial censor had obtained a piece of conclusive evidence. In his great joy, he drank 2 more cups of wine and was momentarily unable to control himself. This young woman also had the intention to flatter him, so the two of them rolled around in a ball like a pair of dewy mandarin ducks. Once this layer of window paper was pierced through, the dry firewood and raging fire would be unstoppable. At this time, imperial censor Shur saw that the little matron under him was charming and dignified, reserved and shy, giving off an indescribable feeling of beauty. He couldn't help but be aroused and bent down to hold her hot little face, sucking on her cherry lips and giving it a solid kiss. Unknowingly, the imperial censor kicked off his underpants and tore off her undergarments, wanting to be the guest behind the curtain. Xia Rudian's soft, jade-like arms supported his chest and said, "The sky is not completely dark yet. It's so embarrassing. What should I do?" The imperial censor panted and said, "Little Miss is so beautiful. I really can't wait any longer. Now the arrow is already on the bowstring. I have no choice but to release it. Miss, please look." As he said this, he straightened his lower body and pushed hard against the little matron's soft belly. The matron let out a cry and shyly covered her face, not saying anything more. The imperial censor was delighted and put the shining white thighs on his shoulder. Looking at the thin red seam, he shook his head and sighed. The fragrant grass is desolate, but it's also enchanting. It cuts one's bones, eats one's soul. He exerted all his strength to push forward, and with 2 grunts, the clouds parted and the rain raged. While they were in the heat of the moment, they heard a loud noise from the other side of the door, as the door was forcibly smashed open. Many people wearing black clothes and little hats rushed in with lanterns and torches in their hands. They heard one of them shouted, "What a lowly servant! No wonder I couldn't find you in your room. Turns out you're having an illicit affair with someone." As soon as that person shouted, the imperial censor was so scared that his legs went limp. He hurriedly got down from the woman's body and saw two family members rushing in with lanterns. The one in the middle had 3 locks of long beard. His appearance was dignified. He was wearing a round neck robe with big sleeves and a soft horn cap on his head. He had an imposing manner and was really out of the ordinary. The imperial censor thought that the woman's husband, who was doing business in the north, had come today. He was so embarrassed that his face turned red to his ears. He was too ashamed to show his face and could only grab a thin veil to cover his face. The woman rolled down the bed naked and knelt in front of the man dressed as a scholar. With tears in her eyes, she begged, "Alang, please forgive me. It's not that I don't follow the ways of a woman, but he forced me to do it. I had no choice but to obey him." When the imperial censor heard this, he was startled and a thought flashed through his mind. Immortal leap! The imperial censor was furious and said, "Good, good. Turns out you and your wife are experts in the art of immortal leap. You want to extort money from me? Do you know my identity? Do you believe that I won't punish you for extortion and framing an official and exile you to 3,000 miles away?" The scholar with 3 locks of long beard was shocked and said, "You are an official? What kind of official are you? Since you've come to our prefecture, why don't you stay in a hotel but rent a room here? I'm the dignified governor of a prefecture. Why would I do something like extortion and framing an official?" The imperial censor was shocked and said in a daze, "Governor of a prefecture? You are." The scholar with 3 locks of long beard said, "I am the provincial governor of Danzhou, Li Junfeng." The imperial censor turned pale with fright and pointed at the woman who was kneeling naked on the floor and said her surname was Xia and her name was Fengdian. Then who is she?" The scholar with 3 locks of long beard said, "That's my concubine, because of my old wife's jealousy. She lives outside the prefecture." "Why?" The imperial censor looked at Provincial Governor Li and then at the woman with the surname Xia. The thin veil in his hand quietly slid down on the same night at the Peng prefecture. It was the same clear wind and clear moon, poetic and picturesque. However, a few figures quietly snuck into the Peng prefecture's granary, as if they were doing some shady business. The ones who snuck into the Peng prefecture's granary were Miss Gu Zhuting and her 3 elder brothers. They had already found out the situation of the Peng prefecture's granary from Ku Zhao. Currently, Ku Zhao was under their protection and served as an important witness. After walking around the Peng prefecture for the past few days and verifying what Yang Fan had said before, Gu Zhuting finally understood why Yang Fan said grain was so important to a country. She also understood how these aristocratic families controlled or influenced the country's policies through grain. They used their great wealth to buy grain during a good harvest year and sold it during a bad harvest year. This was only the simplest method to make a huge profit. Buying grain from an area with an abundance of grain and transporting it to an affected area where there was a food shortage to sell it could very well influence the anxious local authorities to make all kinds of decisions that were beneficial to them. Transporting grain was easy to say, but other than the authorities, only they had the manpower and resources to do it. Even if the authorities did not shirk responsibility or engage in corruption, their procedures were not as simple as the aristocratic families, and their efficiency was not as fast. Therefore, the only people the local authorities could rely on were the aristocratic families. and they would always be the only ones. This put them in an invincible position. As long as they did not want to rebel, the authorities could not take it by force. Everything had to be settled within the rules permitted by the country's laws. In this way, how could the local authorities not compromise? The commoners who had no food to eat would rise up in revolt, and the consequences were more serious than anything else. Therefore, the aristocratic families who controlled the grain, to a certain extent, had the right to speak. Furthermore, some areas mainly opened mines and set up factories, some mainly cultivated mulberry and silkworms, some mainly cultivated rapeseed, and some mainly cultivated fruits and vegetables, cane sugar, winemaking, porcelain making, or fish and animal husbandry. These places had a large population, but their agriculture was not developed, and they relied heavily on imports of grain from other places. Therefore, the aristocratic families who controlled the purchase, transportation, and sale of grain from upstream could control the price of grain. Every increase or decrease in the price of grain would directly affect the local standard of living and indirectly affect the prices of the local industries. Those who produced minerals would have to raise the price of minerals, those who produced oil would have to raise the price of edible oil, and those who produced fruits and vegetables, cane sugar, wine making, porcelain making, or fish and animal husbandry would have to raise their prices accordingly. And if the price of clothing, accommodation, food, and trade all rose in price, then the price of the farmers selling grain and the laborers transporting grain would naturally rise as well. Therefore, the price of grain itself would rise again. The price of grain would rise again, stimulating the prices of other industries to continue to rise. This vicious cycle would eventually get out of hand. All of these changes were related to the national economy and the people's livelihood, and related to the stability of the world. How could the rulers turn a deaf ear to them? The rulers who turned a deaf ear to these problems, or the rulers who could not solve these problems, would eventually become an important cause of all kinds of social conflicts, and even lead to destruction. In any aspect, if the decisions of the imperial court seriously affected the interests of the aristocratic families who controlled the economic lifeline of the country, and the agents they supported in the government could not stop the implementation of these decrees, they could use these economic means. There was no obvious operator behind all of this, and its effect was real. This was what Li Taigong said. The elephant is invisible, and the great sound is silent. It's there, but no one feels it. It's working, but no one thinks it's the result. And this was only one of the means the aristocratic families used to influence the imperial court. They supported the agents in politics, controlled the public opinion and culture, and controlled all kinds of industries closely related to the country's economy. Any one of these could have an impact on the imperial court. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many talented and bold reformers were ultimately defeated, and their reputations were tarnished. It was all because of this kind of power. Of course, a powerful government could also use its political power to regulate and regulate when this kind of power came into play. But in the end, no matter who won or lost, the winner would also suffer a great loss. This was a double-edged sword. Therefore, in the face of all kinds of conflicts, the whole society would mostly move forward through compromise, and rarely would it develop to the point of life and death. Even so, one could see how powerful this kind of power was. Lang has this kind of power. Thinking of this, Gu Zhuding's heart surged. Of course, she didn't understand that this kind of power would never be determined by one or two people. In the past, for example, when the reform of Emperor Yang of Sui affected the interests of the entire aristocratic families, there was no organization like the Hall of Succession at that time. It was the same choice of interests that made those aristocratic families choose the same means. In the end, this became an important factor in the destruction of the Great Sui. In this world, the existence of the Hall of Succession made the first-class aristocratic families have a closer relationship. They could communicate and discuss many things, and this kind of power was stronger than before. but to make them reach an agreement, it was not something that could be decided by one or two people. But there was no doubt that Yang Fan would be the one to unleash this demonic power if there was a need to do so at this moment. This was enough to make Gu Zhuting have the impulse to worship him. That was such a powerful force, and she was beside the man who controlled this power. Unfortunately, that man is stingy to give me a little love. Leaping over the high wall like a leopard cat, Gu Zhuting lightly landed on the ground. Her heart was slightly sour. Gu didn't know what his little sister was thinking about. He vigilantly crouched on the ground, carefully observed for a moment, and pointed out the granary that Kuzhao said might have a problem is over there. Gu Zhuting calmly glanced over and said, "Let's check the third granary from the left first." Since there could be a problem with all the granaries there, why should they start from the third granary from the left? The Gu brothers didn't ask. They knew that their little sister was vigilant, and they couldn't compare to her in terms of intelligence. Since she said so, there must be a reason. So they gestured to each other, and the few of them turned into a few wisps of smoke and slowly swept towards the granary. Chapter 900. There were a total of 247 granaries and 26 grain kilns in Pengzhou. Millet could be stored for 9 years and rice for 5 years. It was a large granary in Guanyi Road. The kilns were cylinder-shaped with a large mouth and a small bottom. They were 4 feet in diameter and 3 feet deep. The granaries were cone-shaped with rammed earth as the walls. There was a ventilation tower on the roof and a herringbone roof with gray tiles on top. The interior had 4 beams and 8 pillars and was very sturdy. There were no nails or rivets at the joints of the beams and the pillars. The wood was connected by yin and yang tenons. Before the founding of the Tang dynasty, this was an important granary for the Great Sui. A major corruption case had occurred here. Emperor Yang of Sui sent people to investigate, and the imperial envoy was very capable. He quickly solved the case. However, this imperial envoy was chasing thieves and arresting corrupt officials at the same time. He also embezzled a large portion of the stolen goods. At that time, the Great Sui was already in a precarious situation. There were many internal factions fighting each other. The matter was quickly grasped by a rival faction and was reported to the emperor. Emperor Yang of Sui was furious and sent people to investigate him from among the officials of that faction. In the end, when the next imperial envoy was chasing the previous imperial envoy's stolen money, he also embezzled a large amount of gold and silver from the previous imperial envoy. Not only that, he also took one of the previous imperial envoy's beautiful concubines as his own. Thus, there were people who were watching him and reported him again. In the end, the heads of the imperial envoy and his entourage hung on the walls of Pengzhou were no less than the number of corrupt local officials. Corruption is your corruption. Corruption is your corruption. When a country was about to fall, there would be evildoers. Some people thought about rebelling, and some people madly amassed wealth. Since then, there had not been such a major corruption case in Pengzhou's granaries. But now, Gu Zhuting and her 3 brothers were playing the role of anti-corruption righteous people. The hooks were thrown to the top of the granary and hooked onto the roof. The 4 siblings quickly climbed up like agile apes. Grain piled together would produce heat, and in serious cases, it could even spontaneously combust. Although the ancients did not know the principle, they knew this phenomenon. Thus, the ventilation tower built on top of the granary was connected to the granary below. The 4 of them went up to the roof and saw that it was dark below. They did not dare to jump down rashly. Gu Zhuting used the rope to go down first. After walking for less than 10 feet, her feet touched the grain pile. She felt relieved and said, "Come down, it's only 10 feet high." When the 3 brothers heard the sound, they judged the height and position of the tree and jumped down one by one. One of them took out a match and lit it. Then from his bosom, he took out a large butter candle and lit it. The other opened a folded white silk lampshade and placed the candle under it. The bright and soft light immediately shone out. The light did not reach more than 10 feet, and they could not see the granary walls. It was still dark. The four people felt as if they were in the stomach of a. Gu Zhuting looked around and frowned. The granary is full. It looks like there are no problems. Gu of gu of her. Gu of gu of gu of people of the granaries of the granary of the granaries of. The eldest brother of the Gu family muttered, Dianshirku is only a lowly official. He doesn't know how these corrupt officials embezzled and misappropriated the provisions. He just followed along and opened the door for convenience, taking a small advantage. However, he insisted that the granaries here did not have enough grain, and there was evidence. He knows how much grain should be stored in each of these granaries, but the fact that less than half of the grain that should be stored in the granaries has already filled up the granaries is a strange thing in itself. The second son of the Gu clan said, Perhaps this granary is fine? Should we check the other warehouses? Gu Zhuting thought for a moment and said, You guys wait here, I'll go take a look. She pulled the rope and nimbly climbed up, disappearing in a flash. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the rope swayed, and Gu Zhuting returned to the warehouse. The Gu brothers were sitting on a pile of grain, and as soon as they saw her, they immediately stood up. Without waiting for her brothers to ask, Gu Zhuting shook her head and said, All of them are the same, full of rations. The eldest brother of the Gu family said doubtfully, Could it be that Dianshirku is lying? Gu Zhuting said, He doesn't look like a loyal and righteous person to me. The third son of the Gu clan thought for a moment and said, Every year, the Ministry of Revenue and the Imperial Censorate check the grain. If they could see the shortage at a glance, they wouldn't have been safe for so many years. There must be something strange about this. We should check this granary. Old Gu stared at him and said, How? Old Gu pointed to the wooden shovels stuck in the grain pile and said, Dig them down. Old Gu cried out, There's so much grain. Dig them down? You're really stupid. Before he could finish, Gu Zhuting's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said happily, This is a good idea. Sometimes using smart people's methods to deal with smart people is not the right way. Stupid people's stupid methods are more effective against smart people. This was what Yang Fan had said. Gu Zhuting had an inexplicable faith in Yang Fan. Now that she repeated Lang's words, her heart was filled with sweetness, and she smiled like a blooming flower. Old Gu Sen touched his nose and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Youngest sister, I don't even know if you're praising me or insulting me. Gu Zhuting made a face at him, for wooden shovels flew up and down. Fortunately, the granary was spacious. Otherwise, the grains would be loose and the grain piled up on the walls would collapse at any time, and they wouldn't be able to keep digging in the middle. However, the granary was very spacious, and the 4 of them were skilled in martial arts, so their digging speed was very fast. The 4 of them dug to a depth of nearly 10 feet. Old Gu San was secretly disappointed and was about to tell the siblings to stop when Gu Zhuting's shovel hit something hard. The 4 of them stopped at the same time, looked at each other, and immediately sped up. After a while, as they cleaned up, the wooden floor gradually appeared under their feet. Gu Zhuting used her hand to knock on the floor, and there was a clank sound. Gu Zhuting said in a deep voice, This is empty. Old Gu Sen said, These corrupt officials really use all kinds of strange methods. Even this kind of method exists. Gu Zhuting said, To do something like this in the granary, it means that they have been embezzling the grain for a long time, and there can't be just 1 or 2 people involved. Otherwise, how could they build such a big thing, in the granary, without anyone knowing. I'm afraid they did it from top to bottom. Even the state officials and the granary officials are involved. Old Goosen thought for a moment and said, the granary can be tampered with, the accounts can also be tampered with, but when the Ministry of Revenue and the censorate inspected the grain, how could they be so perfunctory? Could it be that they bribed all the officials? The Ministry of Revenue inspection that Lang gave us requires us to open the granary. There is no grain down there. How can they fool people? Gu Zhuting's eyes flashed. She suddenly picked up the wooden shovel and dug along the wooden floor. Very soon, she reached the edge, about 10 feet away from the granary wall. From the edge, she could see that the wooden floor below was probably a round barrel. Gu Zhuting was enlightened. I understand now. This is a granary within a granary, a round granary filled with round columns, with grain around it and grain on top. The regulations that Lang gave us said that when the Ministry of Revenue inspected the grain, they would insert a 1.5-foot wooden tube into the grain pile to check if the grain inside was damaged, moldy, or shoddy. This wooden tube is at least 7 to 8 feet away from the granary wall. There is no problem at all. The four of them looked at each other and smiled. Old Goose said, they must have used more than one method. Do we still need to inspect the other granaries? Gu Zhuting stood up gracefully, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. She smiled lightly. There's no need. It would be bad if people found out. This is enough evidence. Put the grain back when censor who arrives. We will expose their conspiracy to the world. Danzhou, Hukou Waterfall. The deafening roar lasted for tens of thousands of years. Imperial censor sure looked at the softest water in the world, fiercely smashing down the cliff, roaring, surging, splashing water mist that covered the sky and covered the earth. The rapids swirled rapidly, giving him the urge to dive in head first and be crushed into pieces by the torrent. Provincial Governor Li stood at the side, stroking his beard. He leisurely said, such a magnificent sight. Censor Sure, do you have the mood to compose a poem? Imperial Censor Sure's face was ashen. He turned around without saying a word. Provincial Governor Li smiled happily and said, Miss Jian is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. There is nothing she isn't proficient in. Her romance on the bed is even more memorable. If the Imperial Censor likes it, I will give her to you. What do you think? Shiryu was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He suddenly turned around and glared at Li Junfeng. Envoy Li, don't go too far. Provincial Governor Li also didn't want to ridicule him too much. It would be bad if he really provoked this person to the point that he didn't care about the consequences. So he only laughed. After that scandal, Imperial Censor Sure could no longer put on the image of an upright and unyielding Imperial Censor in front of Provincial Governor Li. He didn't dare to ask about the suspicious point of the grain storage in Danzhou anymore. Right now, he could only wait for time, waiting to report to the Imperial Court that there was no evidence. Every time he thought about how he couldn't control himself and fell into someone else's trap, Imperial Censor Sure felt like a knife was twisting in his heart, but he was afraid that if the scandal spread, his clean reputation would be destroyed, afraid that he would be removed from his post, making his sister-in-law, who had always been proud of him, sad and disappointed. Hearing the dragon-like roar of the waterfall, Imperial Censor Sure really wanted to shout, but the only thing he could do was to raise his head, tears falling like rain. It was raining heavily in Luoyang. Since the Tang dynasty, there were 3 capitals in the country. Xijingchang, and was often dry. Beijing, Taiyuan was near the border, and Dongjing, Luoyang was prone to floods. Luo, Baijian, Gu, and many other rivers all flowed through Luoyang. So when Luoyang and its surrounding areas received a lot of rain, Luoyang would have a flood. Luoyang would have a large-scale flood once every 10 years. And the specific time would be during the summer and autumn when the monsoon was affected. Ever since Yang Fan arrived at Luoyang, he hadn't encountered a continuous rainstorm, but this year there was unusually much rain, something he had never encountered before. Most of the areas in Luoyang had already turned into a vast ocean. Although the water wasn't deep, it was extremely difficult to traverse, and it was inconvenient to enter and exit. Many shops in the market had closed, and the price of food and vegetables had started to gradually rise. The originally scheduled autumn examination had also been postponed indefinitely. Yang Fan was in the palace, so all the news from all over the world was sent here, so he was the most aware of the severity of the water situation. This year, there was too much rain, so the embankments were being strengthened everywhere, and the water level had also increased. The river water surged, and day and night it was like the roar of a bull. The power of heaven, and earth couldn't help but change the expression of people. A large boat had even been prepared by the moat to the north of the palace, in case something happened to the emperor, the crown prince, and the others to avoid the flood. However, if the embankments really collapsed, the boat would be completely useless. Yang Fan was worried about his family, so he stole some free time to come back and told his family to prepare enough food and temporarily go to the Dragon's Gate to avoid the flood. But coincidentally, he hadn't even said a few words when Cui Lin of Qinghe braved the heavy rain to stop him. Chapter 9:01. Unfortunately, I have to rush back to the palace city today. Younger brother, speak quickly if you have something to say. As Yang Fan spoke, he looked worriedly at the gloomy sky. The curtain of rain was boundless, and the eaves had become a water curtain cave. The servants had used sandbags to block all the courtyard doors, but the water in the courtyard was still very deep. Cui Lin twisted the hem of his wet robe and smiled. Younger brother knows that today is not the right time, but the matter is urgent, and I had to come. Yang Fan looked back at him and asked, "Is it because of the conflict between the obvious and hidden sects?" Cui Lin sighed after hearing this and said, "It is best that older brother knows. We hope that the obvious and hidden sects can unite and cooperate sincerely and not undermine each other or even go against each other." Yang Fan obviously knew who the we he was talking about was. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Younger brother and I may not have known each other for long, but we feel like old friends at first sight. There are some things that I do not need to hide, and will say to you directly. Isn't the situation today the result of their connivance? Shenmu has been back for more than a year. Do they not know?" Cui Lin smiled bitterly and said, "Perhaps we have estimated wrongly on this matter. Although the obvious sect suffered a great loss last time and lost their foundation in Chang, and their strength is still above the hidden sect. The elders were worried that the obvious sect would be overbearing, but who knew that Shenmu was also very ambitious and showed weakness everywhere, crying that he was poor. In reality, his strength far exceeded our expectations." Yang Fan recalled the strength that Shenmu had displayed to him when he was in the western regions and faintly felt that the 7 sects and 5 families' evaluation of Shenmu's strength was still on the low side. The hidden sect was gradually developed by Shenmu with a group of people from the succession hall. Although there were disciples that directly belonged to the 7 sects and 5 families, there wouldn't be as many as the obvious sect. Based on Shenmu's methods, as long as he didn't allow these people to come into contact with the core information, they wouldn't be able to fully grasp how much power the hidden sect had. It was probably because young Master Jiang had underestimated the power that Shenmu could unleash, which resulted in Chang and's crushing defeat and forced them to retreat to Luoyang. However, Yang Fan did not mention this matter. If he did, although he had no evidence, the 7 sects and 5 families might not have completely disbelieved him. Even if only 1 or 2 of them were to raise their vigilance and investigate Shenmu's background, it would still cause a certain amount of trouble for Shenmu. If Shun Mu had to split his attention to deal with the 7 sects and 5 families, it would be even more difficult for him to deal with Yang Fan. But from the bottom of his heart, Yang Fan had no intention of revealing it at all. The hidden sect might be his strongest enemy, but the 7 sects and 5 families were like a sharp sword hanging above his head. No matter if it was the obvious sect or the hidden sect, no matter how powerful they were, no matter how much they jumped around, the 7 sects and 5 families were like a high and mighty god that smiled as they jumped around in his palm. This feeling made Yang Fan feel very uncomfortable. Compared to the 7 aristocratic clans that controlled them, he preferred the hidden sect more. Even if the hidden sect was his enemy, they were at least a visible force that he could touch, and they weren't invincible. However, the 7 sects and 5 families were different. Yang Fan said to Cui Lin, "Whether or not there was a misjudgment, it is a fact that the hidden sect is trying to balance my obvious sect. This matter did not only harm me, but also the entire obvious sect." Cui Lin was silent. Of course, he understood what Yang Fan meant. Although the succession hall was created by the 7 sects and 5 families, and most of the founders were from the 7 sects and 5 families, it had absorbed many people from other clans over the years. Even the descendants of the 7 aristocratic clans now had their own small interest groups. They were naturally dissatisfied that the 7 sects and 5 families were siding with the hidden sect. However, what needed to be said still had to be said. Cui Lin was silent for a moment and said, "No matter what, we do not wish for you to have another conflict, especially since you used the power of the officials this time. Since the establishment of the succession hall, such a thing has never happened. Once the officials get involved, some things will no longer be up to us." Yang Fan slowly walked to the door, which was also piled with sandbags. The muddy rainwater that was above his knees swayed in the courtyard, and there would be rainwater splashing into the hall from time to time. Yang Fan said, "Sometimes things develop naturally. Just like the water in front of this hall, the more you block it, the higher it will be. I can start this war because I followed the will of the people, and it is impossible for me to stop it." Cui Lin frowned and said, "Could it be that Brother Yang wishes for the elders to personally intervene?" Yang Fan turned his head and smiled. "This matter has already been handled by the officials. Su Yugong is in Taiyuan, Siyu is in Danzhou, and Hu Yuanli is in Fuzhou. Even if the elders personally intervene, they will not be able to stop the development of the matter. In my opinion, it is best for the elders to stay out of this matter." Cui Lin's expression darkened. "Once the officials get involved, the consequences will be unthinkable. You should have thought of this long ago." Yang Fan said, "If it wasn't for the connivance of the elders, this matter would not have happened in the first place. Right now, I can only do my best to minimize the losses. There is nothing else I can do." Cui Lin said, "If you insist on doing things your own way, we will withdraw the disciples of the main branch of the aristocratic families. Otherwise, once the situation goes out of control, even if the aristocratic families do not get involved, these elite disciples will suffer heavy losses." No matter if it was the obvious clan or the hidden clan, there were some of these aristocratic families' disciples, and the obvious clan had the most. Young Master Jiang was from an aristocratic family, and he had always been proud. Naturally, the people who were important to him were mostly from aristocratic families. At this critical juncture, if the aristocratic families exerted their influence and withdrew these disciples who held important positions, it would obviously affect both the obvious and hidden clans, especially the obvious clan. However, Yang Fan did not panic at all. He smiled and said, "That's fine. I don't want anything to happen to them. After the dust settles, it won't be too late for them to return." Cui Lin's brow furrowed, and he said, Brother Yang still doesn't seem to understand what I'm saying. If these disciples withdraw the support that the 7 aristocratic families have for you, Yang Fan slowly turned around and looked outside the hall. He replied indifferently, "No matter what, we have to decide who is the winner first." Crack, crack. A bolt of purple lightning suddenly lit up the hall, and then a clap of thunder shook the window frames and made them tremble. When the lightning lit up, Yang Fan, who was standing with his hands behind his back, seemed to be plated with a layer of gold. Chui Lin looked at his proud and unmoving figure and sighed in his heart. His grandfather and the elders of the aristocratic families had indulged Shun Mu in hopes of achieving a balance in the succession hall. In the end, it caused the succession hall, which had a huge amount of wealth and resources, to have internal strife again and again after the division. The internal friction was shocking, and those who played with fire would burn themselves. Now, he only hoped that the obvious and hidden clans would not follow in the footsteps of those elders. If the situation went out of control and the imperial court took the initiative, it would be a nightmare for the obvious clan, the hidden clan, and the 7 clans and 5 families behind them. Dong, dong, the melodious sound of a bell echoed in the sky above the ancient city. This was the sound of the Baosher Temple's bell. The Baosher Temple of the Feng province was built before the Sui dynasty. In the 3rd year of Zhengguan, some kind men and women donated money to cast a bronze bell. It was cast with flying heavens, chain flowers, vermilion birds, green dragons, and there were also inscriptions in the sun. It became the treasure of the Baosher Temple. When the bronze bell rang, the sound could be heard for dozens of miles. It was like a scene in the Feng province. Hu Yuanli stopped all activities when he arrived in the Feng province. At the same time, like the imperial censors, he wanted to investigate the Feng province first by going incognito. This was not because Hu Yuanli and Shi Yu had a telepathic connection. It was because the imperial censors and imperial censors were born to play the role of opposing other officials. Every time they went to a place, even if it was not to investigate the local officials would be on high alert. This kind of situation was too common. Therefore, when the imperial censors went to investigate a case, almost without exception, they would choose to go incognito first. Although the information they obtained from the side could be considered hearsay and could not be used as conclusive evidence, it was still more objective than just listening to the local officials' reports and explanations. This could be considered as a way of listening to both sides. Hu Yuanli disguised himself as a merchant and quietly moved into the Baosher Temple. He donated a sum of money for sesame oil, and the group settled down. Hu Yuanli happily took a bath and got rid of the dust from the journey. He changed into a light robe and came out. The table was already set up. There were a few light dishes, a bowl of rice porridge, and a plate of local specialties. Hu Yuanli sat down and was about to eat when he heard a thud sound. A flying knife with a red tassel hit the table. Hu Yuanli was so shocked that he fell on his back and shouted, "Guards!" 2 officials guarding the door rushed in with knives in hand. When they saw the situation in the room, they panicked. They quickly helped Hu Yuanli up and pulled out their knives to search the room. Inside the room, outside the room, on the beams and behind the windows, there was no one else. Hu Yuanli calmed down and saw that there was a letter stuck under the flying knife. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly pulled out the flying knife and took down the letter. He opened it and read it carefully. He could not help but be shocked. According to the folklore, the wanderers of Jianghu can come and go freely. Their supernatural powers are brilliant. Is there really such a thing? The messenger did not leave his name. In the letter, he only said that the officials of Peng Prefecture were colluding with each other and that there were corrupt officials everywhere. He knew that imperial censor, who was ordered by the emperor to investigate the case of the officials of Peng Prefecture being corrupt, Therefore, he acted in a righteous manner to investigate the matter of the officials of Peng Prefecture embezzling public grain. The letter not only pointed out which granary had a problem, he only needed to investigate, and he would be able to obtain the evidence. From there, he could conduct a thorough investigation of all the granaries. He also offered him a plan. He said that the officials of Peng Prefecture were corrupt and despicable. He was afraid that the officials of Peng Prefecture were their eyes and ears. If the imperial censor wanted to find out the truth, he could not give them time to hide the evidence. He should immediately contact the newly appointed provincial governor Pei and quickly obtain the evidence. This was what surprised Hu Yuanli. These Jianghu people had the ability to leap onto roofs and vault over walls. It was not strange for them to find out the truth about the granaries, but this wanderer not only knew his identity and knew that he had come to Peng Prefecture, he also knew about the background of the newly appointed provincial governor Pei. It could be said that he was brave and resourceful. It was a pity that such a highly skilled person came and went like a divine dragon. One could only see his head but not his tail. Otherwise, if he could subdue this person and work for the imperial court, wouldn't he have a capable right-hand man? However, on second thought, this kind of person used his martial arts to violate the prohibition, plus his temperament was like a leisurely cloud or a leisurely crane. Perhaps he would not be bound by the rules of the officialdom. Holding the letter in his hand, Hu Yuanli thought, is the content of this letter true or false? If it is false, I will have nothing to show. Unavoidably, people will laugh at me. But if there is really something fishy about the Peng Prefecture case, why would those corrupt officials use this kind of trick just to give me some ridicule? Isn't it too senseless? Hu Yuanli was silent for half a day. Finally, he made up his mind. Without eating, he slapped the table and stood up. He shouted at the imperial bodyguards, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. By now they had surrounded his residence so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Quickly change your official clothes, he said. We are going to the provincial governor's mansion. Chapter 902. The doors of the Feng provincial governor's residence opened, and Pei Sun slowly walked out, accompanied by a 50-year-old man. Pei Sun smiled and stopped, saying, "Prefect Li, forgive me for not seeing you off." The 50-year-old man turned around and smiled, saying, "Envoy Pei, please wait." This 50-year-old man was dressed in a moon-white robe and wore a soft-legged cloak. A jade pendant hung from his waist. He looked gentle and refined with an extraordinary bearing. This person was the previous provincial governor of Feng Province, Li Hao. The handover of a successor was very complicated. Other than the various affairs that needed to be handed over, there was also the various items in the treasury. All of these had to be checked, and a list was made. Only after both parties signed and stamped could the predecessor leave. Pei Jun Ma did not understand this at all. If he had not been accompanied by an astute advisor from the succession hall, he would have immediately stamped his signature the moment Li Hao took out the handover list. However, this advisor had been a minor official for many years and was very proficient in the details. Under his guidance, Pei Jun Ma checked everything carefully. Li Hao had no choice but to focus and check everything one by one. As a result, he was delayed until now and could not leave. Pei Jun Ma's advisor was surnamed Mu, and his name was Mu Yu. He knew the sovereign's plan, so he was naturally unwilling to let Li Hao leave. However, even though he was very careful, there weren't many accounts that needed to be verified. Under normal circumstances, in another 2 days, Governor Li would be able to leave Feng Province and take up his post in Shang Province. Although Muyo was anxious, there was nothing he could do. Pei Junma stopped and smiled, saying, "The day after tomorrow, I will hold a farewell banquet for Prefect Li. Prefect Li need not worry about leaving the residence. Everything has been prepared." When an official left his post, the local officials had to hold a farewell banquet to send him off. They also had to mobilize the local gentry to send him off. There were umbrellas for the people, tokens for the government of virtue, boots taking off. These kinds of tricks were indispensable. Regardless of whether the official was truly loved and respected by the people, this kind of etiquette was the duty of the succeeding official and his former subordinates. Li Hao smiled knowingly and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your trouble." Li Hao turned and left the provincial governor's residence. When he was about to reach the intersection, he suddenly saw a group of people rushing over from the opposite direction. Silence plate, retreat plate, official title plate. Obviously, they were the ceremonial guards of officials. Li Hao thought it was some local official who came to flatter the new provincial governor. At first, he did not pay much attention, but when the official title plate flitted across his eyes, he suddenly saw the words Jinshi GD and Imperial Censor. Li Hao was startled. He pondered for a moment, and his countenance immediately turned gloomy. The carriage moved slowly and gradually entered the long street. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the carriage and horses. Li Hao suddenly stuck his head out of the window and shouted sternly, "Stop!" He beckoned to his trusted steward, Lu Yuhuan, and waited for him to run in front of him. Suppressing his voice, he instructed, "You go and keep an eye on the provincial governor's manor. Report back immediately if there are any movements." The steward was a man he was used to working with. As soon as he heard Ao Lang's order, he immediately knew what to do. He took 2 men with him, each with a horse, and returned to the alley. Only then did Li Hao shrink back into the carriage. The carriage continued to move forward, but Li Hao's heart was trembling, unable to calm down. He knew that the imperial court had sent an imperial censor to Pengzhou, but he did not expect to run into him today. It was not strange for the supervising imperial censor to come to Pengzhou today. He calculated that the day should have arrived by now. However, judging from his conversation with that Pei Juanma, this newly appointed provincial governor Pei did not know about imperial censor, whose arrival, which was very unreasonable. If imperial censor Pei wanted to pay a private visit incognito, he should not have put on a guard of honor. Since he wanted to meet the provincial governor, he must put on a guard of honor. This was not only the dignity of an imperial envoy, it was also the etiquette of the imperial court. It was not only a respect for himself, it was also a respect for the provincial governor. But there was one thing. Since this was his first time appearing in Pengzhou, he should have sent someone to the provincial governor's mansion earlier to notify him, so that the provincial governor could lead the provincial officials to welcome him. Although the supervising imperial censor's rank was not as high as the provincial governor's, he was assigned by the imperial court. He had the status of an imperial envoy. This was the etiquette that a local official ought to perform. Even if this was the first time they had met, the next time they wanted to pay a visit, they should have sent someone to deliver an invitation first. Otherwise, when the provincial governor was busy with official business, he just happened to have left his mansion or was in the middle of handling a major case. However, judging from Pei Juanma's earlier reaction and his repeated invitation to stay for a banquet, he did not know that imperial censor who was coming, and just now, imperial censor who and his entourage had left in too much of a hurry. It would have been fine if Li Hao's heart was magnanimous, but it just so happened that he had a guilty conscience, so the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Provincial Governor Li had already stepped down from his post, and his entire family had moved out of the provincial governor's mansion. Currently, they were living in the provincial inn. Li Hao returned to the inn in Pengzhou. He had just returned to his room to take off his outer robe and sit down to drink a cup of water. He had just picked up the second cup when Steward Lu scrambled back to the inn, gasping for breath as he yelled, "Ah Lang! Ah Lang!" Provincial Governor Li hurriedly stood up and asked, "You have returned? Did something happen? Steward Lu panted heavily as he replied. Lang, that imperial censor, had only entered the provincial governor's mansion for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before Provincial Governor Pei sent someone to invite the prefectural judge to summon the 3 squads of bailiffs, Zhuang and Zhao, to the prefectural yamen. Not only that, he also sent someone to mobilize a battalion of regimental training. This lowly one recognized the person in the prefectural yamen, but that was all I asked. When I asked him what the provincial governor Darren intended to do, he did not know either. Pei Juanma suddenly mobilized 3 squads of bailiffs and bailiffs. There were probably more than 100 bailiffs in the prefectural yamen. Not only that, he also wanted to mobilize a battalion of regimental training soldiers. What did this newly appointed provincial governor want to do? Each prefecture had regimental training envoys, and most of them were held by the provincial governor. They could mobilize regimental training soldiers. But unless they wanted to suppress bandits, and the bandits were powerful, the provincial governor would rarely mobilize regimental training soldiers. Although regimental training soldiers were not the country's regular army, they were still an armed force. Once they were mobilized, they must immediately prepare a report to their superiors and explain the reason for mobilizing the soldiers. Li Hao had been the provincial governor of Peng Prefecture for 8 years, but he had only mobilized regimental training soldiers once. That time, it was to exterminate a group of 10 or so bandits. Now that Pei Juanma had just been appointed, why was he mobilizing troops? Imperial censor who had come to Peng Prefecture to investigate the grain storage case. Imperial censor who had just met with Provincial Governor Pei when Provincial Governor Pei hastily summoned all the bailiffs in the prefectural yamen. Not only that, but he also wanted to mobilize a battalion of regimental training soldiers. Following this line of thought, the answer was obvious. Provincial Governor Li's heartstrings trembled, and his hand slipped. The cup in his hand fell to the ground with a pa sound, shattering into pieces. Pei Sun rode on his horse with a heavy expression on his face. Originally, his heart full of gratitude towards the outgoing prefectural governor Li Hao for his guidance had turned into anger. Tomorrow was the day they would meet, but while he was guarding the provincial governor's mansion, he had been deceived by Li Hao to the point of being infatuated with him. The moment he signed the contract, if there was a problem with the warehouse in the future, he, as the current supervisor, would be unable to absolve himself from the blame. Pei Juanma gritted his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. In his heart, he thought, what a honey-mouthed, dagger-bellied old thief. Riding on his horse, Imperial censor, who turned his head back to look at the regimental training soldiers trailing behind him. Then he looked at the 3 squads of bailiffs in front of him, who were armed with steel blades, iron chains, shackles, and whistling sticks. He sighed inwardly. The gathering of these people is too slow. It took them more than 2 hours. However, Pei Juanma has just been appointed and doesn't know how to command the local officials, so it's not good to be too harsh on him. Although there was still a large number of former provincial governor Li's subordinates in the prefectural yamen, 2 hours was enough for them to gather information. If they had the intention to leak the secret, they would also have enough time to send out the news. However, Imperial censor, who wasn't worried, that was a granary, not a bag of rice. Even if the other party received the news and immediately reacted, it would still be too late. Hu Yuanli urged his horse closer to Pei Sun and asked, Envoy Pei, how far is the location of the grain storage from here? Pei Sun pointed forward with his horsewhip and replied, Turn left forward, and it will be at the end of the long alley. Imperial censor, who, don't be anxious, we will immediately. Just as he said this, his body suddenly shook, and he stared dumbfoundedly into the distance. He sat on his horse in a daze, unable to say a word. Hu Yuanli quickly turned his head to look and was momentarily stunned. At this time, it was dusk, and the horizon was already dark. However, as far as the eye could see, there was a faint red light that flickered. Thick smoke spurted out and slowly spread out in the sky. It was as if a terrifying giant beast was struggling to jump out of the magma. Hu Yuanli's hands and feet immediately turned cold. After a while, Hu Yuanli and Pei Sun suddenly came to their senses and shouted at the same time, "The granary is on fire! Quick! Put out the fire quickly!" Chang, and Prefecture, Shunmu's residence. Lan Jinhai quickly walked into Shunmu's study and said, "Young master, the deputy envoy of the Guanadao Prefecture, Zhao Haod has resigned due to illness. He only sent someone to inform us." Shunmu seemed to be a little surprised. After a moment of silence, he said, "That's fine. Let him stay out of this matter. If the fire between the obvious and hidden sects really starts to spread, it will not affect him." The so-called prefectural government was the official residence of the observer. The observer investigated the good and evil of the people, reported on the general situation of the country, and was in charge of everything from armors to wealth and folklore. He had great power and influence. In fact, this was the embryonic form of the Jidushi. The Guanadao had 26 prefectures under its jurisdiction, including the Dan province and the Feng province. Zhao Haod was the highest-ranking official of the hidden sect, as the deputy envoy of the Guanadao Prefecture. He was the spokesperson of the officialdom that was supported by the Ingyangzheng clan. The Ingyangzheng clan and the Longxili clan were the biggest supporters of the hidden sect. Therefore, this person supported the hidden sect. The hidden sect's rapid development in the Guanadao couldn't be separated from this person's strong support and help in the officialdom. Now that the Guanadao was on fire, the food shortage might not be suppressed. If a shocking case were to occur, a large number of heads would roll. As the deputy envoy of the Guanadao Prefecture, Zhao Haod wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, he judged the situation and decisively resigned due to illness. This move was definitely backed by the Ingyangzheng clan. These people were equivalent to the aristocratic clans borrowing manpower from the hidden sect. The ones who could truly control them were the aristocratic clans, and not the hidden sect. Those who were high-ranking officials weren't afraid of resigning. As long as they had someone in the imperial court backing them up, they could be reinstated at any time. They wouldn't have to go through so much trouble like those who had yet to step into the officialdom. The official position was a high threshold, and once one stepped into it, he would have leaped through the Dragon's Gate. When Lan Jinhai saw Shunmu's frown, he consoled. "However, our counterattack has been effective. Over at the hidden sect, Jiannan's Niu Ziyuan has returned to his hometown due to illness. Shannon's Ma Sanqin is also making arrangements for his funeral." Aristocratic clans cast their nets wide open to nurture scholarly officials, but only a few of them managed to rise to the top. Niu Ziyuan was one of them. He was from the Li clan of Zhao County, and he was currently the Jiannan salt transport envoy. Not only did he manage the salt industry in Jiannan, he also managed the wine industry in Jiannan. Shannon's Ma Sanqin was a salt merchant. He owned dozens of salt ponds and wells. In reality, he was a puppet. The one controlling him was the Zhao commandery Li family. These two people had always had a close relationship with Xianzong. With a position like theirs, it was impossible for their butts to be clean. The hidden sect had just made a move against them, and the two of them smelled the scent and decisively retreated in order to advance. In fact, it didn't matter if the two of them retired. Niu Ziyuan had been in this position for nearly 3 years. Anyone who sat in this position for too long would incur the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Otherwise, he would have changed his position. Now that he retired to avoid the limelight, it could be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for Ma Sanchin, he was a puppet that was manipulated by others, so it was not up to him to change people. But when the two of them retreated, it directly affected Xianzong. The Xianzong had a bigger business than the hidden sect, and their expenses were also higher. Suddenly losing two important sources of income was a huge loss. As Shenmu thought about it, his face slowly revealed a smile that didn't look like a smile. Erlang, what should you do now? Chapter 903. Luoyang was covered in rain. These days, there were few sunny days and more cloudy days, with rain falling incessantly. Many households along the banks of the Luo River were flooded. Autumn should have been the season for a bountiful harvest of grain and fruits and vegetables, but because of the rain, the prices of grain and vegetables had soared. Yang Fan did not know about other families, but Steward Nio's eldest son was a farmer, and his second son was a vegetable farmer. According to Steward Nio, his eldest son's crops were all submerged in the water. Regardless of whether they were fully ripe or not, the entire family was rushing to harvest and cut. They had even hired many temporary workers, and their income was half that of last year. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. As for his second son's family, their vegetable fields were all submerged in the water. Although the price of vegetables in the city was extremely high, and many rich families could only eat salted vegetables, while the smaller families could only eat dried rice, he had only managed to harvest and sell a single plot of vegetables. How could he plant seeds in a vast ocean? The sudden rise in prices was not a big deal. What was important was that the tributaries near Luoyang had gone crazy from the days of heavy rain. 5 rivers circling Luoyang became 5 rivers surrounding Luoyang. Just yesterday, a county upstream had no choice but to break a breach and allow the river to flood into the villages in order to protect Luoyang. Although there were certain arrangements made by the government to allow the people to evacuate from the flood discharge area ahead of time, so that no lives would be harmed, the loss of property to the local people was self-evident. After the flood, it would be a big problem to provide for the people's families and provide relief after the flood. The ponds in the palace that were usually used for sightseeing had long since been filled with water and had spread to the foundations of the palace. The sandbags piled up at the Black Tortoise Gate were almost as tall as a person, but the water from outside the palace was pouring in through the palace's drainage system and could not be completely stopped. Wu Zetian had the same problem as most old people. The ministers had urged her again and again, but she was unwilling to leave the palace to avoid danger. Wouldn't people laugh at the majestic emperor who had been frightened out of her wits by a few heavy rains? She felt that as long as she persisted for a few more days, the rain would stop and the floodwaters would be drained. Yang Fan had a heavy responsibility, so he could only stand guard at the Black Tortoise Gate with the Luoyang government and the Bureau of Revenue's water controller. They took shifts, constantly observing the situation so that they could respond promptly. Even under these circumstances, news from the outside world was still delivered to him through various channels. Now that a group of workers had been mobilized outside the palace to build embankments and drain the floodwaters, people came and went. Actually, if they wanted to deliver news to him, it would be much more convenient than during peaceful times. Yang Fan stood on top of the sandbag, which was as tall as a human head and as wide as 2 steps. He was wearing a straw raincoat. The muddy rainwater mixed with dead branches, and leaves washed his feet over and over again. He was standing barefoot on the sandbag, and the backs of his feet were already pale from being soaked. Wah! There was another splash, and the bubbles quickly burst. A dead rat's swollen body floated over. Yang Fan moved away in disgust. Beside him, a man wearing the same straw raincoat moved a few steps with him and continued to report, "The deputy inspector of the Guanyi Road, Zhao Haut, has resigned due to illness." However, on our side, Niu Ziyuan and Ma Sanchin had no choice but to give up the powerful salt administration power. It could be said that both sides suffered losses. Yang Fan stared at the swirling turbid stream in front of him without saying a word. That person sighed, and then said, "If the two sides continue to be at a stalemate like this, I fear that both sides will suffer great losses." Yang Fan glanced at him and said faintly, "Is this your intention or the intention of the elders in the sect?" That person hurriedly said, "It is this subordinate's personal intention." This person was called Wang Yuchun. He had become a jinshi, but he had always been a candidate official. He had waited for more than a decade. While his family had not reached a point where they had no food to eat for someone as hot-blooded as him, it was a waste of his ambition. Disheartened, he had been chosen by the Xian sect and slowly taken in. This person had entered the Xian sect 10 years ago, but he didn't know what organization he was working for. It wasn't until not long ago, when Yang Fan had read the records of the people in the sect, that he had a discerning eye and put him in the center. In 10 years, this person had completely merged with the succession hall. There was no problem with his loyalty. Yang Fan smiled and said, but you have to know, while we have lost 2 wings, these 2 wings originally had a heavy burden on them. While they can support it, they cannot fly high. In this battle, as long as we defeat the hidden sect, we will be able to remove this heavy burden. Even if these wings are injured, once they heal, they will be much more useful than they are now. Wang Yuchun bowed and said, "Yes." Yang Fan thought for a moment, and then said, "What do the people of the Heaven Observation Division think?" The seriousness on Wang Yuchun's face faded slightly, and he said, "They all support the sect head." Not just them. All the divisions of the Xian sect fully support the sect head's decision. Last time, we lost to the hidden sect in Chang, and no one is satisfied. We have long wanted to fight with them again to determine who is stronger. Yang Fan nodded, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He said, "That is good. The entire Xian sect could be said to be united against a common enemy. Even those subordinates with strong family backgrounds temporarily broke away from the influence of the families behind them, or they were outwardly in opposition to their families, but in reality, they fully supported Yang Fan's decision. They were all people of flesh and blood with their own consciousness. They had operated in the succession hall for many years and had their own circle of benefits. Right now, they were bound together with the succession hall for good and for bad. There was no reason for them to advance or retreat together. This way, Yang Fan's control over the Xian sect became stronger and stronger. In Yang Fan's heart, the Heaven Observation Division was still the most important. He felt that the Heaven Observation Division was the center of the succession hall and the soul of the entire succession hall. It was a pity that in front of young Master Zhang, who had single-handedly created the succession hall because of young Master Zhang's power and the unparalleled prestige he had, the Heaven Observation Division had never been used. Yang Fan was different. He did not believe that one person's intelligence could surpass the intelligence of a group of wise people. No matter how wise this person was, there was a limit to one person's energy. How could one person's energy not be overlooked at all? So he had already strengthened the use of the Heaven Observation Division. This time, the Xian sect and the hidden sect had drawn in the power of the government. This caused great wariness among the 7 great families. Some people who knew that they had the backing of the 7 great families were quickly retreating, erasing all traces of them in the succession hall to avoid being implicated. The power gap left by the withdrawal of these powerful people needed the people of the Heaven Observation Division to fill. These people were all people of great intelligence, but it was a pity that they only had the power to advise, and the sect master almost never accepted them. Now that they could suddenly do some specific things and truly grasp power, It would be strange if they did not wholeheartedly support Yang Fan and be loyal to Yang Fan. Yang Fan thought seriously and said, "Let them send as many troops as they want. We will just attack their weakest point. Even if we have to suffer some losses temporarily, as long as we can find a breakthrough point in the ration storage, the rest will be up to us. Go back and tell them not to mind the hidden sex provocations and attacks on us in other aspects. Just bite on their only weakness and make sure to make them suffer." "Yes." Wang Yuqin squinted her eyes and looked at the gloomy sky. She then walked away. There was a small boat docked there. It was a rare sight to see a boat in Luoyang City. He was disguised as a foreman transporting the sand and stones and couldn't leave for now. He could only leave after the small boats transporting the sand and stones were all unloaded. Just now, Yang Fan was pointing and pointing as though he was telling him which areas needed reinforcement and how much sand and stones were needed. Now that they separated, Yang Fan went to the top of the city wall and met with Commander Huang Xuchang, who was on duty at the Mystic Martial Gate today. The obvious sect and the hidden sect were fighting like wildfire. Why did the 7 influential clans only advise, threaten, and even watch them fight? Why did they only withdraw their direct descendants to prevent them from being implicated? It wasn't that they didn't want to exert their influence, but when the succession hall became independent from the hidden sect and became its own faction, young Master Zhang also started to manage his own faction in the succession hall. From then on, be it in politics, economy, or culture, the succession hall had a faction that belonged to him. From then on, the 7 influential clans might still be able to exert influence on the succession hall to a large extent, but they were no longer able to command the succession hall as though they were their own arms. They also couldn't rely on their powerful influence and economic strength to allow the succession hall to continue being trampled upon. This was like a certain empire in the future where 2 factions were competing. As the financial groups supporting them, it was impossible for them to obey their will in any policy. The factions had their own strength and interests. Sometimes, when they were powerful enough, they could even control the financial groups behind them. In the Feng province's granary, Pei Juanma's face was ashen as he looked at the few granaries that were still billowing with smoke. Fortunately, he had brought many bailiffs and regiment commanders. With the participation and supervision of these people, no one dared to slack and allow the fire to spread. However, it wasn't that easy to extinguish a fire in a granary. Currently, they were only controlling the spread of the fire and extinguishing most of the open fire. However, the hidden fire in the granary was still burning. No one could enter, and no one could extinguish it. Hu Yuanli stood there in a daze. The beard on his chin had curled up, and when he stroked it, his hand would turn black. His beard was already burnt to a crisp. The few granaries that were on fire were the granaries that the Wanderer had pointed out in the flying dagger message. He didn't expect those corrupt officials to be so daring and to grasp the timing so well. He might have come quickly, but the other party actually destroyed the evidence one step ahead of him. Lax supervision had caused the granaries to catch fire. No matter how serious this dereliction of duty was, it wasn't as serious as corruption. What he didn't know was that if it wasn't for the fact that the original provincial governor, Li Hao, had coincidentally come out of the provincial governor's food today and met him, and that Li Hao was abnormally alert due to his guilt, the other party would not have been able to react in time today. It really was the will of the heavens that things had reached this stage. As Pei Juanma's aide, Muyu did not feel the humiliation of being played around in the palm of the owner's hand. He stared at the 4 granaries that were still billowing with smoke and thought calmly for a moment. Suddenly, he took 2 steps forward and whispered something to Pei Juanma. Pei Juanma would only be cowardly in front of the domineering Yi and Junju. Everything in front of him made him not doubt Imperial Messenger, whose accusations at all. When Muyu spoke, Pei Juanma clapped his hands together and said viciously, "Fine, let's do this." Chapter 904. No one would be able to find anything from the few granaries that had been burned. Regardless of what mechanisms were in place or how much food was missing, all the crimes had been buried in the ashes by the fire. However, it was also possible that the hands and feet in those granaries were the easiest to find, so they were set on fire. However, if there was a large hamster in this Fengzhou granary, then the food that he had touched might not be limited to the few granaries that had been burned. Although they had arrived a step late, they had played a great role in controlling the fire. Many of the granaries that should have been burned were still intact. Since this was the case, they might as well pretend that there were no problems with the 4 granaries that had been burned. They would investigate the other granaries one by one. If there were any gaps, they would still be able to find clues. Although this was only one possibility, they had no other choice. Pei Juanma obeyed Advisor Mu's words and immediately ordered a regiment of soldiers to guard the Fengzhou granary. They were to seal all the account books, detain all the officials in the granary, and stop all the activities of entering and leaving the granary. In reality, this was already an act of shedding all pretense of cordiality in the officialdom. In a situation where there was no concrete evidence, this was an act of complete distrust towards the officials in Fengzhou. If they still couldn't find anything, it would be equivalent to completely breaking off relations with the local officials. No official would make such a decision easily. However, it just so happened that these 2 officials had special statuses. One of them was an imperial censor from the capital. Even if he wasn't well liked here, he could just go back to the capital. The other was a relative of the emperor. If he didn't become an official, his family would still be a Juanma. If he became an official, he would still have to return to the capital to become a Juanma after a few years. In addition, Pei Juanma came from a wealthy family and hadn't gone through any hardships since he was young. To put it nicely, he had a clear personality and was determined to forge ahead. To put it bluntly, he was a rash person who didn't care about his future. As a result, the provincial governor and the imperial censor hit it off well. Besides, the most serious measure he had taken was to detain all the officials in Fengzhou's granary. But even if these officials were not corrupt, causing such a big fire would still be considered dereliction of duty. If they were detained, there would not be any serious consequences. It was also Mu Yu's idea to use the regiments to guard the Pang province granary. In his view, the fact that the Pang province granary had been discovered so quickly meant that there were corrupt official spies in the provincial governor's manor. Moreover, the regiments were usually useless, so these corrupt officials would most likely not try to make friends with them. Even if there were spies among them, as long as the entire battalion was not filled with corrupt officials, there would not be any major mistakes if they were to supervise each other. Pei Juanma did not have any ideas, so naturally he would do whatever he was told to do. He immediately gave the order for 3 groups of bailiffs to arrest the people, including the 1st Tsongling, 2nd Tsongcheng, 4th Tsongfu, 8th Tsongshi, 5th Supervisor, 4th Jianshi, and 6th Zhonggu. Actually, according to the regulations of the Pang province granary, there should be 5 Dianshi. It was just that Dianshi, Kuzhao, had already fled to avoid debts and escaped this calamity. Soon after, Pei Juanma exercised his authority as the provincial governor and ordered the regiments to be stationed at the Pang province granary. Everyone, including the night watchman, and the minor officials in charge of daily affairs, were all expelled from the Pang province granary. Before the investigation of the case was completed, not a single person was allowed to enter. Only this Lord Pei Juanma, who treated being an official as a holiday, could have such boldness. Inside the inn, Li Hao could not sleep at all. All kinds of information flowed in like a stream. Hearing about the various measures taken by Pei Juanma, provincial governor Li was secretly shocked. He did not expect that the seemingly inexperienced Pei Juanma would actually have such ruthless and meticulous methods. Seeing Ah Lang's restless appearance, Steward Lu said, "Ah Lang need not worry. The granaries have already been burned. What else can they find out?" Li Hao shook his head lightly and said, "The tricky thing is, we do not know how much of the food deficit is. In total, only 4 granaries were burned. If they were to become ruthless and investigate all the granaries, there would still be a large amount of food deficit that could not be matched. In the end, they would not be able to solve the problem. However, this Tseng Yutian was arrested and sent to prison." Tseng Yutian was the granary commander of Pang Province, a secondary class, rank 7 official. An ordinary county official would only be a rank 7 official. If it was not for the fact that he was in charge of such a large granary base, his official position would not be so high. From this, one could see the importance of Pang Province's granaries. Steward Lu thought for a moment and said, "How about this lowly one go and make some inquiries?" Li Hao remained silent. Steward Lu said, "Ah Lang need not worry. Which part of Pang Province doesn't have our men? That imperial censor who cannot interfere in the affairs of the prefecture. And Pei Juanma is a newcomer. We can only keep an eye on them. They won't be able to discover us." Provincial Governor Li finally nodded and said, "Be careful, don't give yourself away." Steward Lu said, "This lowly one understands." After he finished speaking, he quickly retreated. Provincial Governor Li sat down dejectedly. After feeling melancholic for a long time, he let out a long sigh. Actually, there was no need for him to make inquiries. He also knew that the food deficit was definitely not small. Pang Province's granaries were built during the Sui dynasty. When the Sui dynasty was destroyed and the dynasty changed, the granaries that were full of food didn't even have time to be used. After the Tang dynasty was founded, Pang Province's granaries continued to be used as a strategic reserve for the imperial court. However, ever since the founding of the country, this granaries had never been used, not even during the Great Drought in Guangzhou. That was because although the distance from here to Guangzhou was relatively short, transporting food from here to Guangzhou could only be done by land. It might not even be as efficient as transporting food from the Central Plains. On one hand, the granaries stored here were used to guard against disasters in the local area and the surrounding areas. On the other hand, the granaries were used as rations for the border army. When the granaries reached the upper limit of their storage period, they would report it to the imperial court and sell it at a low price. Then, they would buy new grain at the market price and continue to store it. This cycle would gradually breed their greed. If they waited until the grain reached the upper limit of their storage period before selling it, then the price wouldn't be high. But what if they sold it earlier? What if they sold it at 80% of the new grain? In any case, the imperial court never had any use for the reserves here. They could sell the new grain in advance and wait until the storage period was up before reporting to the imperial court to ask for it to be sold. In reality, the grain would have been sold by then. They would only need to go through the accounts, and they would be able to make a lot of money from the price difference. Thus, they reached out to Pang Province's granaries, conspiring from top to bottom to corrupt the entire province. Unexpectedly, they would meet a tiger after climbing the mountain. Li Hao suddenly thought of the Guangzhou grain merchant surnamed Shen and couldn't help but shiver inwardly. Perhaps because there were more and more people participating and more grain being sold, this matter gradually became less of a secret. At the end of the autumn of the year before last, the merchant surnamed Shen suddenly came to his door and threatened him with conclusive evidence to borrow grain. If this matter was leaked, it would be a crime of beheading. Due to the laws of the imperial court, Li Hao had no choice but to comply. He could only take 150,000 dan from the granaries that were already in great deficit and lend it to the grain merchant surnamed Shen. The grain merchant surnamed Shen had said that he would repay the loan in full the next year, but he kept delaying it until today. He had thought that it would be the autumn harvest soon this year, and this deficit could be made up. Who knew that the imperial court would suddenly send someone to check the accounts? Looking at their posture, it was clear that they were suspicious of Pang Province's granaries. The more Li Hao thought, the more afraid he became. Could it be, my luck has come to an end? In the Feng Prefecture's prison, the lights were as small as a bean. The dim prison cell was already packed with people. The prison door opened with a bang. A person walked in with a large wooden bucket. He used a rice ladle to knock on the edge of the bucket and said, "Time to eat, time to eat." The person carried the wooden bucket and scooped out rice porridge like he was pouring pig feed. He walked to the innermost cell. When the short and fat middle-aged man with a mustache walked weakly to the bars, the person giving out porridge suddenly raised his head and called out in a low voice, "Songling." This distressed middle-aged man was the Pang Province's Yutian. When he saw the face of the person giving out porridge outside, Songling's body trembled. He cried out involuntarily, "Steward Lu!" Lu Yuhuan put a finger to his lips. Yutian immediately closed his mouth in alarm. He lowered his voice and said anxiously, "We've already lit the fire according to the prefect's orders. Now that we're all locked up in prison, what should we do?" Steward Lu said in a low voice, "Fire due to negligence. At most, you'll be exiled for 3,000. Li, don't worry. As long as our Lang is here, how can we not think of a way to save you? Once the sentence is out, you'll be sent to wherever you go, with a letter from our Lang, who won't give you face. You just need to grit your teeth." Songling also knew what was more important. He could only grit his teeth and nod heavily. He asked, "Then what are you doing here?" Steward Lu said, "Can these 4 warehouses cover up all the deficits? It looks like Page Yuanma is going to check every warehouse. If there's still a deficit that can't be covered up, we'll have to think of another way. Otherwise, they'll have something on us." Songling said with a bitter expression, "How can those 4 warehouses cover up all the deficits? We'll have to burn 1 warehouse and 2 warehouses. I was going to be ruthless and light 10 warehouses at once. Who knew they'd come so quickly and cut off the source of the fire?" Steward Lu said impatiently, "You only said how much is left." Songling rolled his eyes and estimated for a while. He said dejectedly, "My mind is in a mess right now. I can't think of anything right now." He grabbed the wooden fence and looked left and right. He lowered his voice and said to Steward Lu, "There's an account book hidden in my house. There's an exact number on it. Go to my house and tell my concubine, ask her to bring it to you." Steward Lu nodded and filled a bowl with porridge for him. Then he took the bucket and slowly left. Songling's house wasn't far from Peng Prefecture's granary. Although he was a secondary 7th-rank official, his house wasn't very big, but it was very exquisite. In the spring of the year before last, Songling's wife died of illness. After that, he didn't remarry. He only bought a maid from Peng Chun brothel to serve him as a concubine. The news that all the officials in Peng Prefecture's granary had been captured in one fell swoop naturally reached the Sung family. Everyone in the Sung family was alarmed when they heard it. Madame Ru cried loudly as if the sky had collapsed. The family tossed and turned until late at night. Just then, Steward Lu quietly came to visit. Madame Ru knew everything about her Lang Jun. When she heard that the former prefect, Li's steward, had come to visit, she quickly asked someone to invite him into the study. She wiped her tears and rushed to the study to meet him. When she saw Steward Liu in the study, Madame Rue's tears, which had just stopped, couldn't help but flow down again. She pleaded, "Steward Liu, my Langjun has always worked hard for Prefect Li and is willing to be his dog. Now that he's in trouble, please put in a good word for him in front of the prefect. You must save him." Chapter 9:05. Steward Liu often interacted with Tseng Tsongling, so he often saw Madame Ru. However, his tone was not as polite as usual. Even if Tseng Tsongling only charged him with negligence, he would not be able to keep his position. Why would Steward Liu still care about his wife? Seeing the woman crying, Steward Liu frowned and said impatiently, "Miss Tseng, now is not the time to cry. Quickly go and get your Longjuan's account book. If you want to save his life, you have to do it here." The woman was stunned for a moment and quickly agreed. She quickly turned around and ran to the back of the house. Tseng Tsongling's account book was usually kept by her, so it was hidden well. The woman took the account book and quickly put it in her pocket before returning to the study room. Steward Liu was pacing around in the study room. The woman hurriedly came in and closed the door. Just as she took out the account book, Steward Liu snatched it away. Liu Yuhuan was a steward in the prefecture chief's residence, so he was naturally proficient in accounting. He flipped open the account book and understood Sun Youqian's way of keeping accounts. Steward Liu read 10 lines at a time and quickly skimmed through. When he flipped to the last page, he pinched his fingers and calculated. He had a rough idea and thought to himself, about 100,000 stone grains, and we still need such a large amount. Where can we find the money in such a short time? I'll let Ao Lang worry about this. The woman saw that he was mumbling to himself and did not dare to disturb him. She only looked at him anxiously. Only then did she timidly ask, "Steward Liu, my Langjun is detained in the prison. Does the prefecture chief have any ideas?" Steward Liu glanced at her in annoyance. Suddenly, he had an idea. The woman was small and exquisite. She was about 26 or 27 years old, but her figure was as petite as a young girl. The caller had just taken out the account book from inside, but in his panic, he forgot to cover it up, revealing a lush green bra. It was as smooth as milk, and it was as white and smooth as milk. Her cleavage was deep and even more alluring. Steward Liu did not understand simple adjectives like a child's complexion and large breasts, but he could tell at a glance. Coupled with the fact that she had just cried, her eyes were slightly red, and her hair was messy. That kind of charm was even more lovable. This young woman was originally from a brothel. She had the nickname Little Jean Do. She and another young lady with the nickname Fragrant Fan Peng were equally famous in Pengzhou. Both of them were known for their dainty, petite, round, and moist appearance. Although Steward Liu was a member of the governor's household, he could not afford to visit a first-class brothel. He had never tasted such an enchanting woman before. Later on, although he and Tseng Tsongling called each other brothers, in fact, Tseng Tsongling was an official of the imperial court. He respected him because he was the steward of Li Taishou's mansion. Although Little Jean Do was only Tseng Tsongling's wife, he did not dare to look her in the eye, let alone have any fantasies. But now it was different. Even if Tseng Yutian could keep his life, he was doomed to fail, and the calamity of imprisonment was unavoidable. The little girl in front of him was only Tseng Youqian's concubine and could not make any decisions. Even if the Tseng family's property was not confiscated, when Tseng Youqian's family came to dispose of the property, he did not know where this little girl would end up. Thinking of this, Steward Liu suddenly had evil thoughts. He sneered and threatened her, "Don't hold too much hope. Tseng Yutian will most likely be beheaded. At that time, his property will be confiscated, and a woman like you will be treated as an official's slave. From then on, you will be a slave or a maid, and you will never be able to rise again. Little Jean Doer's vision darkened. Her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground. She cried out involuntarily, "How could this be? How could this be?" Suddenly, she came to her senses. She hurriedly crawled 2 steps forward and hugged Steward Lu's thigh. She pleaded bitterly, "My Lang works for the governor." At this critical moment, the governor can't just stand by and do nothing. If the imperial court really finds out the truth, the governor can't escape either. Steward Lu said in a carefree manner, "Are you threatening me? The saying that a prince who breaks the law is the same as a commoner is just a bluff. Haven't you heard that a doctor can't be punished? My Lang is a governor. Even if the truth is found out, the worst that can happen is that he will lose his position and be dismissed. But your Langjun is the seal officer of Songzheng in Feng province. If we don't kill him, how can we restore justice to the world?" Little Jean Doer was a woman. She only learned poetry and songs in the brothel. She had never dabbled in the law of litigation. As soon as she heard these words, she was so frightened that her heart felt like it was going to explode. She couldn't help but cry and kowtow, saying, "My Langjun works for the governor. Governor, you can't abandon my husband. Steward Lu, I beg you, you are a good person. Please put in a good word for my Langjun in front of the governor." The woman was petite and had a small waist. When she bent down to kneel, her buttocks were like the moon. Steward Lu's eyes burned with lust. He smiled and bent down to help her up. He smiled hypocritically and said, "I am the governor's confidant. If I put in a good word for you, I can ask for the governor's help. But how are you going to thank me?" Little Jean Doer looked up and saw the smile on Steward Lu's face. Her heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously covered her chest. Her voice trembled as she stepped back. What are you doing?" The light on the window frame lit up. A figure could be seen pouncing forward like a gray wolf. There was a delicate cry, followed by the sound of ripping cloth. Not long after, the silhouette on the window frame became clear. Under the light, a delicate and timid little person could be seen kneeling on the table like a kitten. Behind her, there was a person with his shirt unbuttoned. She kept crying out when he bumped into her. And Shenmu held the news in his hand. He tapped the table with his fingers and did not speak for a long time. Lan Jinhai paced around him. He wanted to say something, but stopped. After a while, Shenmu suddenly slammed the table heavily. He stood up and said, "Forget it. So what if I go to Luoyang? I'll go to Luoyang and meet this Beta Persei boy." Lan Jinhai turned pale with fright. He hurriedly advised, "Sect Master, you can't. Sect Master, you must not lose your sense of propriety. That provincial governor of Feng province is not one of us. At worst, we'll just cut off all contact with him. Sect Master, why do you have to put yourself in danger? We don't know what that Yang fan has prepared in Luoyang. That place is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den." Shenmu said calmly, "This contest is between the obvious and hidden sects. To make them submit, we have to defeat them fair and square. Murder, assassination, and killing their leaders won't solve any problems. It will only deepen the hatred between the two sides. I won't do such a thing, and he won't do it either. Now that Yang fan is using the power of the Guan family to bully me, I'm far away in Chang, and every piece of news has to be sent here. Before we can come up with a countermeasure, the other side has already made changes. In this way, we're falling behind in every aspect. How can we not be at a disadvantage? I'll go to Luoyang and fight it out with him face to face." Shenmu paused, then asked, "Has Zhao Yu been summoned back?" Lan Jinhai nodded. "Yes. He'll probably arrive in Chang, and in 2 or 3 days. Shenmu's face darkened. He doesn't need to come to Chang, and send him directly to Longyu to work for Zhang Yi. He doesn't need to return to the Central Plains ever again. Lan Jinhai hurriedly said, "Sect Master, Zhao Yu did it out of his loyalty to you. Although he acted on his own," Shenmu said coldly, "if I don't punish him, doesn't that mean that everyone can act on their own in the future as long as they pretend to be loyal to me? I'm not being fair in this matter. I'm only fair in this matter. He did something wrong, so he must be punished," Lan Jinhai said. "But it's too harsh to never return to the Central Plains. Sect Master, do you want to reconsider?" Shenmu said, "There's no need to reconsider. It's decided." Lan Jinhai had no choice but to agree. "Then, I'll make arrangements as soon as possible." Shenmu nodded and said, "Although Li Hao isn't one of us, we still have to protect him if we can. Now that Zhao Hao has resigned from his position as the deputy observer of the Guanyi circuit, our power in the bureaucracy is too weak. If we can protect Li Hao, we will have another weakness in our hands. When he becomes the provincial governor of the Shangzhou province, it will be of great help to us." All these years, Shenmu had been developing his power in secret. However, because his initial strength was far inferior to the obvious sect, many things could only be carried out in secret. In addition, he had only been rising for a short period of time, and the investment period to support a spokesperson in the bureaucracy was too long. Therefore, the hidden sect's power in the bureaucracy was actually very limited. Currently, other than the deputy observer of the Guanyi circuit, Zhao Hao, who had temporarily retired to avoid the limelight, the only notable figure in the hidden sect's bureaucracy was the Yenzhou prefecture's chief clerk, Yi Luoyu. Zhao Hao had the backing of the Xinjiang Zheng clan, while Yi Luoyu had the backing of the Longxili clan. The Longxili clan supported the hidden sect because there were too few Longxili clan members in the obvious sect, and their influence was limited. Therefore, the Longxili clan and the Xinjiang Zheng clan supported the hidden sect vigorously. Even so, in the eyes of these two clans, the hidden sect was just a tool for them to expand their power and influence. Naturally, they wouldn't hand over all the official powers that they controlled to the hidden sect. The Xinjiang Zheng clan only handed over Zhao Hao, while the Longxili clan handed over Yi Luoyu. Shenmu pondered for a moment and said, "Let's do it this way. Ask Yi Luoyu to get a batch of rations from Yenzhou. Now that the early maturing crops have started to be harvested, we can buy it at a high price. We can even buy it from the wealthy landlords in Yenzhou. In short, we have to gather 100,000 dong and help Li Hao fill up this deficit. Originally, this is what I owe him." Lan Jinhai frowned and said, "Yenzhou has prepared a warehouse for Wu Chang and 100,000 dong of rations. Where can he gather it in such a short time?" Shenmu smiled and said, "Don't worry, he has a way." Lan Jinhai saw the situation and tactfully didn't ask any more. Shenmu laughed at himself and shook his head. "Erlang, oh Erlang, you are really amazing. You finally forced me to tear down the east wall to pay the west wall." Shenmu sighed and said to Lan Jinhai, "Be more cautious. Don't let Hu Yuanli get hold of you again. I am going to Luoyang, and my safety is not a problem. I don't intend to fight or kill with him. To me and him, the bravery of an ordinary man is not something that can be put on the stage. In this place, just the transmission of information and traveling back and forth will cause us to miss many opportunities." Lan Jinhai nodded and quietly retreated. Shenmu's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, "Erlang, I am here to see your good methods. You better not disappoint me." His eyes were deep and filled with treachery. Even those who were most familiar with him couldn't tell what he was plotting. Chapter 906. Pang Prefecture was taken over by the regimental troops, and all grain imports and exports were stopped. Pei Junma was truly ruthless. Every day, he personally went to the Pang Prefecture granaries and personally supervised the grain count. All the signs showed that the number of officials involved in the grain storage embezzlement was not small. However, under Pei Junma's direct supervision, no one could do anything. At most, they could hint to their people to slack off and stall for time. The accounts of the Pang Prefecture granaries were very messy. Even an expert auditor would have to spend a lot of effort. As for how many people were involved in the Pang Prefecture region, Pei Junma was not clear. Thus, he did not dare to give the accounts to the local government's accountant. He only sealed the copied accounts and handed them to his trusted aide from the capital for safekeeping. He also sent someone home to urgently transfer his own accountant to assist in the audit. Now, what Pei Junma did every day was to personally go to the Pang Prefecture granaries to supervise the grain count. At night, he would seal the granaries and leave behind a few servants to guard the granaries. Once all the grain was accounted for, if there was any discrepancy, then he would make trouble. During this period of time, Pei Junma also took the time to interrogate the granaries. These people naturally insisted that there was no mistake in the grain storage and that it was an accidental fire. These people all had the status of officials. Pei Junma did not have the imperial edict. Even if he brazenly detained them, it would be somewhat excessive, and he could not use torture to extort a confession. The next day, Governor Li pretended to be muddle-headed and came to the provincial governor's residence to hand over the grain. Pei Junma's temper flared up, and he did not give him a good expression. Now, even an idiot would understand that this matter most likely had something to do with him. Otherwise, under his watch, no one in the Pang Prefecture granaries would be able to commit such a big crime. The prefectural officials had full authority over the local granaries. If Pei Junma did not sign, Governor Li could not leave and could only resentfully return to his residence. However, although he pretended to be angry and humiliated, he was actually extremely frightened. That night, Steward Liu had already retrieved the account books. Even if the 4 granaries that had been burned were counted as full, there would still be a difference of 100,000 dong. Such a large sum could not be made up by falsifying the accounts or using the reason that the storage records were lagging behind. Governor Li was shocked and afraid. He secretly dispersed his relatives, hid his property, and even began to prepare for his funeral. Who would have thought that the demon in his heart would suddenly turn into a bodhisattva and descend from the sky? The Shun grain merchant from Guangzhou had sent someone to bring him a piece of great news. The owed grain would be returned immediately. However, Shun Mu could return the grain to him. Right now, Pengzhou's warehouse was under Pei Junma's watch. It was unreasonable for the grain to be placed outside. How could he transport it into the warehouse under the watchful eyes of everyone? This was something that Governor Li had to think about. However, Governor Li was not worried about this. What he was most worried about was not being able to produce 100,000 dong of grain out of thin air. As for entering the warehouse, there would always be a way. These days, more and more Pengzhou officials came and went from Governor Li's residence. Some came under the guise of seeing off the old governor. Others came to complain on behalf of the old governor. And there were also those who felt that they were not trusted by the new assassination envoy and came to complain to their old superiors. Pei Junma saw all of this, but did not pay any attention to them. He simply did not consider that he had offended so many people. If the case could not be solved, he would lose the cooperation of his subordinates as Pengzhou's provincial governor. Once a decree left the residence, it would be like a piece of waste paper. How could he continue doing this? There was no place for idiots in officialdom, but there would occasionally be an idiot with a backer, who would cause others to worry about him before he left. During these days, Hu Yuanli did not wait for the mysterious wandering hero to send him a warning letter. As a result, he took the initiative to search for clues related to the Pengzhou granary case. If there really was a problem with the Pengzhou granary, the officials involved would not just be the direct supervisor of the Pengzhou granary. If he mistakenly found an official related to the case to cooperate with the investigation, it would be tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Thus, like Pei Juanma, he cast aside the Pengzhou officials and worked alone. Pei Juanma sealed the accounts of the Pengzhou granary and counted the grain. He then traveled to the 4 villages to find the local evidence. In this era, the main form of tax paid by the commoners was grain. The taxes of the villages were collected by the Lizhang, and the commoners handed the grain to the Lizhang. The Lizhang would then gather the grain in the counties. The counties would then be counted by the county clerk and county lieutenant, and then sent to the state granary. The state granary would then, according to the amount approved by the Ministry of Revenue, be kept in the prefecture, transported to the capital, or stored in the warehouse. Although there were many prefectures and counties in the world, they all used this method. As of now, Pei Juanma was investigating in the prefecture to verify the accounts. The imperial censor, who was investigating from the prefecture capital downwards, following the prefecture, the county, the village, and the people who paid in grain. If the prefectural granary had done a flawless job on the accounting books, he would be able to find clues through the layers of detailed accounts below. In the past few days, Gu Zhuting and her brothers were also using their own methods to investigate this case. They were Jianghu people who came and went from high places to high places. Their martial arts skills were naturally extraordinary, but when it came to investigating cases and finding clues, they were far inferior to imperial censor, who was an expert. What they could do was to use their expertise to monitor the mansions of some local officials who had a bad reputation. They also had to send people to monitor the Pengzhou granary to prevent anyone from tampering. After a few days of secret surveillance, Gu Zhuting and her 3 brothers actually managed to eavesdrop on a few officials who were involved in the case. Unfortunately, the conversations they eavesdropped on could not be used as evidence in court. They were also not naive enough to think that they could use it as evidence. It was simply impossible for the court to arrest an official just by randomly popping out a few righteous men or wanderers and saying that they had overheard someone say something. If they revealed their true identity and said that they were sent by Yang Fan, then the first person to fall into trouble would definitely be Yang Fan. Greed for grain reserves, no matter how vile, would not be more serious than a court official secretly sending people to spy on other court officials. But at least with this clue, they could focus on these officials who were involved in the case. At this critical juncture, how could they not think of a way to save themselves? With this stare, they really found a problem. Wu Zetian stubbornly believed that the flood could not destroy the palace. Even if the civil and military officials, the members of the imperial family, repeatedly urged them to leave, and Princess Taiping and the crown prince knelt on the ground and begged, they were still unwilling to leave Luoyang. The civil and military officials in the court complained incessantly, but if the emperor did not leave, they naturally could not leave either. However, there were countless people like Yang Fan who first sent their wives, concubines, children, and grandchildren out of the city. The emperor did not leave, and the officials responsible for controlling the flood upstream and in the Luoyang area were even more worried and stressed. These days, it was no longer a problem for the prices of goods to rise. Every day, the news the palace received was about where there were landslides, where there were mudslides, where bridges had been washed away, and where soldiers and civilians had been drowned. Every day, there was no good news. A temple by the Luoshui River had been washed away, the water transport channels had completely lost their function, and the boats that operated were completely useless in the surging flood. Fortunately, The Tianjin Bridge had just been rebuilt the year before, and the stone bridge frame and bridge were very sturdy. Otherwise, the bridge would probably have been washed away. In Luoyang, although the officials reported to the imperial palace every day, in reality, the imperial court and the various government offices were all paralyzed. It was impossible to carry out official business under these circumstances. Every day, the officials came to the palace on small boats or in the water. Their wretched state was hard to describe. They had come to persuade the emperor to leave the capital, but the emperor continued to do as he pleased. This situation only began to change when the Chongqing Gate collapsed and the women's hospital became a dangerous building. The imminent danger finally made the stubborn emperor realize that the flood was like a ferocious beast that could not be caged and was right next to her. Thus, under the urging of the civil and military officials, Wu Zetian finally agreed to move to the Three-Yang Palace. The Three-Yang Palace had been built for Wu Zetian at the foot of Mount Song when Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi were fighting for favor. It was within the borders of Songyang County. The emperor agreed to move, and all the civil and military officials of the imperial court breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, the emperor, the crown prince, the court officials, the imperial family, and several thousand people, under the escort of tens of thousands of soldiers and horses, majestically headed straight for Songyang. The Three-Yang Palace was built on the banks of the Shirtsong River. It had a circumference of 20 li, and its walls were 8 zhang high. Inside, there were halls, pavilions, palaces, and corridors. There were strange rocks, clear springs, and flowing water. It was a secret garden of the Li Palace, a paradise of its own. With the emperor moving to the Three-Yang Palace, the Featherwood Guard was the main force of the retinue, and all 1,000 cavalry were dispatched. Within the circumference of 20 li of the Three-Yang Palace, the 1,000 cavalry was the only armed force stationed there. Wu Yuyi's Featherwood Guard was stationed outside the palace. Yang Fan trudged all the way, shouldering the most arduous task of surrounding and protecting the emperor. The arrangement of living quarters was Wanner's responsibility. The emperor, the crown prince, the princes, and the princesses lived in the Three-Yang Palace. The prime ministers, ministers, and assistant ministers also had their own living quarters. Many of the attendants and ordinary officials could only settle in the residences, monasteries, and temporary tents outside the Three-Yang Palace. Wanner very easily arranged for Yang Fan to live near her residence. This was not the palace, so there was not much to avoid in a temporary residence. Furthermore, Yang Fan was responsible for the defense of the Three-Yang Palace, while she was responsible for the internal affairs of the Three-Yang Palace. Living closer would also make it easier for them to communicate and arrange various matters so that no one would suspect anything. In such an elegant and beautiful place, there were trees and strange rocks between the palaces, flying springs, and flowing waterfalls. It should have been the perfect place for lovers to meet, but Yang Fan had just arrived in a muddy haze, and he had to continuously arrange the defense. He felt unbearably tired, so even though he knew that Wanner was nearby, he first returned to his own residence. At this time, the emperor probably did not have time to boil hot water, so Yang Fan did not have a supply of hot water. However, the weather in early autumn was not cold. Yang Fan carried a few buckets of clear spring water from the back of the house. He took a bath and freshened up, changed into clean clothes, and lay down on the bed to rest for half an hour. Only then did his energy recover. Only now did Yang Fan remember that Wanner's residence was on the slope behind his house, very close to him. His heart couldn't help but move. He quickly got up from the bed, tied his hat, and tidied up his clothes. He stepped out of the room and walked along a grassy path along the mountain wall toward the slope. Yang Fan walked up the slope and saw a red flying Eve in the thick green shade. He was about to walk over when a shout suddenly came from behind him. "General!" Yang Fan turned around. Ren Wei hurried to his side and quietly handed over a wax-sealed bamboo tube. In an urgent voice, he said, "General, urgent news from Fengzhou." Chapter 907. Yang Fan took the bamboo tube in his hand and was about to return to his quarters when he heard a tender call from behind him, "General Yang." Yang Fan turned his head and saw one wearing a moon-white, round-collared robe and a soft-legged headgear. Like a jade tree, she stood next to a cluster of blooming flowers and looked at him with a faint smile on her face. The flowers were bright purple and bright red, each flower the size of a bowl. He didn't know what species it was. Presumably, it was a rare flower that Wu Sanxi had people transplant from other places. But when the flowers bloomed and competed with each other, they couldn't compare to one in men's clothing, charming and enchanting. Yang Fan smiled and waved his hand at Ren Wei. He walked toward Wan waited for him to come closer and turned around. She calmly said, "The Emperor has just arrived at the Summer Palace. Wan has something to discuss with General Yang. Please come into the room to talk." Walking along the pebbled path among the flowers, 2 or 3 palace maids slowly walked by. On the way, they met Wan and quickly retreated to the side of the road. Bowing to her, Wan walked straight ahead, only nodding her head slightly in acknowledgement. Yang Fan followed behind Wan and watched her slender waist swaying gracefully. Although she was dressed in men's clothing, it still couldn't hide the full moon's beauty. He suddenly remembered the time when he was caught by Wan carrying a stack of memorials to the historian's library. He couldn't help but smile knowingly. Wan walked gracefully, not dignified, but she seemed to know that Yang Fan was watching her from behind. She walked to the front of a quiet little pavilion with the words "Orchid Fragrance Pavilion" written on it. Suddenly, she held the door with one hand and looked back with a smile. Then, like a butterfly, she flashed in. Only this glance back, that limitless beauty and allure, was really something that a mature and charming woman could not do. Yang Fan's heart warmed, and he quickly followed in. As soon as Yang Fan entered the room, he closed the door. As expected, as soon as the door was closed, Wan who was hiding behind the door, threw herself into his arms. Her fiery red lips covered his mouth. Yang Fan held Wan's slender waist. As he kissed her, he half carried, half dragged her into the bedroom. Only then did Wan let go of Yang Fan's lips that were like magnets. She panted slightly and said, "You are a bad person. I was walking next to you the whole time, but I couldn't even look at you. Now that we are at the Three Yang Palace, you still haven't come to see me." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Aren't I here now?" He gently pinched her cheeks. The jelly-like texture felt soft and smooth to the touch. This kind of skin had the elasticity and vitality of a young girl, but it also had a kind of softness that a young girl did not have. Although it was partly because she had just taken a bath, it was also because she had taken good care of herself. Wana rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "If I didn't call out to you, wouldn't you have slipped away again?" Yang Fan said, "Of course not. I just received a secret letter, and I wanted to go back and read it first. I know that you are tired, and I don't want you to worry anymore." As he spoke, Yang Fan pulled out the stopper of the bamboo tube in front of her. Yang Fan naturally wouldn't hide anything from Wan. Furthermore, in this battle with the hidden sect, Luoyang's side would need the Shangguan clan's help. As the Shangguan clan's clan head, even if Yang Fan wanted to hide it from her, he wouldn't be able to. Yang Fan sat on the couch while Wan's soft arms wrapped around his neck. Her perfectly round buttocks were sitting on his lap, and she looked very comfortable as she accompanied him to read the letter. The letter was written by Gu Zhuting, and the words were very small and neat. It could be seen that Gu Zhuting wrote it very seriously. Although the words weren't nice to look at, it was especially so for the lady sitting on Yang Fan's lap. She was an expert in poetry, painting, and calligraphy. In her eyes, the words weren't even worth mentioning. However, every stroke of the words revealed her thoughts. In the letter, Gu Shuting described in detail to Yang Fan what they did and the problems they discovered after they arrived at the Feng province. Especially after the Feng province's granaries caught fire, she gave a detailed description. In the letter, it said that after the Feng province's granaries caught fire, Prince Pei decisively detained Songling, Songcheng, and all the granaries in the Feng province. He also sealed up the granaries and checked the grains one by one, hoping to find conclusive evidence. However, because the granaries in the Feng province were guarded by the granaries, the local grain merchants always bought their goods locally. Once the Feng province's granaries were sealed up, the few grain stores in the city were sold out in less than 2 days. Subsequently, the prices of the grains rose. When the news spread out, the grain merchants from Yan province, Feng province, and other places all rushed here. They took the opportunity to raise the prices of the grains, causing the people to be filled with resentment. At this moment, there were some counties and prefectures under the Feng province that used early ripening autumn grains to pay taxes that arrived at the Feng province. However, because the grains were paid taxes and hadn't been accepted into the treasury, they couldn't be sold. However, because Prince Pei had sealed up the granaries, the grains couldn't enter the treasury. The citizens who transported the grains to the Feng province stayed in the prefecture city and were responsible for their own food and lodging expenses. They were also anxious to return to their hometown to participate in the autumn harvest. Therefore, there were many complaints. Not long after, someone enticed the people to go to the inn to petition the outgoing provincial governor, Li Hao. Li Hao generously accepted the people's petition. He led the officials of his prefecture, the gentry of Feng province, and the petitioners to the provincial governor's mansion to plead on behalf of the people. Prince Pei left the mansion to answer, but unexpectedly, a quarrel broke out, almost inciting a revolt. Prince Pei was chased, beaten, and cursed by the people. In a panic, he retreated into his mansion and didn't dare to come out again. In order to appease the people, the Feng province's chief prefect, Bi Qi, and the other assistant and chief officials immediately ordered the Feng province's granaries to be reopened. Everything in and out of the granaries was carried out as usual. They also sent a report to the Taoist observer inside the pass. In 1 day and 1 night, the Feng province's granaries received no less than 100,000 don of grain. Gu Zhuting accidentally learned from the local people's discussions that the person who delivered the grains didn't speak like the people of Feng province. Instead, he had a slight Yenzhou accent. Suspicious, she secretly investigated his whereabouts. Sure enough, he was a person from Yenzhou. A farmer said that Yenzhou had abundant rain and a good harvest every year, so it had a lot of grain stored. From this, it could be seen that the corrupt officials, in order to avoid punishment, bought a large amount of grain from Yenzhou to make up for the deficit. But Yenzhou didn't have a regular granary, so it couldn't have been embezzled from the government. If the grain came from thousands of households, it would be difficult to distinguish right from wrong. In the end, Gu Zhuting said that now it could be concluded that the so-called foreign grain merchants who drove up the prices were actually in cahoots with the local corrupt officials, and they were here to create momentum. As for the so-called taxpayers, they were actually not the people of Feng province. However, the officials of the Feng province's granaries were all in prison, and the matters of the granaries were controlled by the chief prefect, Bi Qi, and other officials, so there was no evidence to investigate. Now, the deficit in the Feng province's granaries had probably been replenished. If they wanted to investigate again, there would be no evidence. Gu Zhuting had failed the sect leader's trust and felt ashamed. She didn't know what to do, and so on. Gu Zhuting only described the course of events, without any embellishments. But Yang Fan could imagine how the officials of Feng province colluded with each other, plotting day and night. They also took advantage of Pei Juanma's newly appointed position, and the local government was still full of their eyes and ears connections and teeth. They controlled the grain merchants, drove up the prices, incited the people, and secretly bought large amounts of grain from outside. Later, Li Hao thought that the people were petitioning to see Pei Juanma. Under the pressure of the people, it was too easy to create some trouble to provoke the people. When the people rebelled, these corrupt officials would stand up and respond to the will of the people. They broke through the blockade of the regimental troops and took advantage of the fact that the warehouse officials were all in prison to casually enter and exit the granaries. There was almost no accounting, and it was impossible to calculate how much grain was coming in and going out. They took this opportunity to make up for the deficit, and no one would be able to find any evidence. And even if this matter was reported to the imperial court, they were acting in an emergency to appease the people and calm the situation. Not only were they not at fault, they were also meritorious. After thinking through the entire matter, Yang Fan couldn't help but be shocked. These things were easy to say, but to complete this matter, how many officials were needed? Was everyone in the Feng province not greedy? Their deficit was definitely not a small amount, and they were able to make up for it just like that. How much wealth, resources, and power did they have? The obvious sect could naturally gather so much grain, but it was impossible to do it in such a short period of time. Was the hidden sect so powerful? They asked the grain merchants to not sell the grain, and they sent the grain merchants from outside to drive up the prices to increase their influence. They successfully organized such a large movement, and in the end, created a situation that was filled with flaws but had no weak points. How much power did the hidden sect have? How much organization and control did they have? This had far exceeded Yang Fan's estimation. Yang Fan's expression changed. He originally thought that with his advantage in officialdom and that he was the one who initiated the attack, he would be able to find a flaw in the hidden sect and would definitely be able to put the hidden sect in a passive position. However, the power that the hidden sect displayed through this matter had shocked Yang Fan, and he didn't dare to have any thoughts of getting lucky. One read 10 lines at a glance, and she read even faster than Yang Fan. Before Yang Fan finished reading, she had already finished reading. She immediately understood that Long Juan's painstaking plan to deal a fatal blow to the hidden sect had already failed. The hidden sect had already made up for their only flaw, and Lang Jun could only passively defend. From the strength that the hidden sect had displayed in this contest, Lang Jun might very well. Wanna looked at Yang Fan with worry. Yang Fan's expression was gloomy, and after a long time, he slowly tightened his grip on the letter in his hand. Wanner lightly leaned into his embrace and faintly said, "Erlang." Yang Fan patted her soft and powerful waist and smiled faintly, but his eyes didn't have a trace of a smile. I underestimated the hidden sect's ability. Now that my greatest support has disappeared, I might follow in young Master Zhang's footsteps in this battle. Wanner lightly rested her pretty face on his shoulder and said softly, "It is still too early to say who will win and who will lose. Erlang, just fight with all your strength. It is good if you win, but if you really lose, then you lose. So what if you don't become the Xian sect patriarch? So what if you don't become an official? Also, we are not at the end of the line yet." Yang Fan said, "I am just afraid that this is not just my matter. I am afraid that all the effort that I have put in these days will be wasted. I am afraid that I will let down people like the Dugu family and your family who have given their all to support me. If I lose, all the effort that they have put in will probably be greatly damaged, and they might not be able to recover from this setback. Do you know how many people's success or failure, honor or disgrace are connected to the backing of an enormous family? I am afraid that when I face Renwei and those people who have risked their lives for me, they will not receive anything in return for everything that they have put in. I, alone, carry the hopes of so many people on my shoulders. One gently hugged him. She didn't know how to comfort her Lang Jun. She just wanted to use this hug to tell him that no matter if he was rich or poor, in life or death, she would be with him. Yang Fan said, "There are no other storehouses near Feng Prefecture. I really didn't think that they would be able to gather grain from the people near Feng Prefecture. 1 bucket at a time, 1 liter at a time. From thousands of families, they were able to gather 100,000 stone grains in an instant. Good move. So powerful. Shun Mu was a formidable person, and I am not as good as him. Yanzhou?" When this name entered her ears again, Wan suddenly furrowed her curved eyebrows. She seemed to have thought of something, but she couldn't recall it at the moment. Chapter 908. Yang Fan knitted his brows tightly and didn't even have the time to savor the soft and fragrant feeling of Wanner sitting on his lap. Naturally, he didn't notice Wanner's slightly knitted brows. He muttered for a moment and shook his head. "I originally thought that we would be able to defeat the hidden sect in a single move by using the rations. Therefore, we have been attacking with all our strength and didn't have any defensive strategies. It won't work now. I have to go back and ponder on how to deal with their counterattack." "Wait for a moment, Lang Jun." Wanner stood up and paced back and forth in the room. She knitted her brows and seemed to be in deep thoughts. The emperor might not visit the 3 Yang Palace often, but the furnishings were all there. The house that Wanner chose was called the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion. The front window had bamboo, and the back window had flowing water. Orchids were planted beside the flowing water. Even though the windows were closed, a delicate fragrance still seeped in and filled the room with fragrance. The bamboo shadows were dancing outside the window, creating a beautiful scene. Such a gentle and fragrant environment, and such a charming and beautiful woman complemented each other perfectly. Yang Fan didn't have the mood to appreciate it. Seeing that she was in deep thoughts, he didn't want to disturb her thoughts. After waiting for a long time, Wanner still remained silent. Yang Fan couldn't help but ask, "Wanner, what exactly happened?" Wanner shook her head lightly and said, "This servant suddenly thought of something. It seems to be related to Yen Province, but I can't confirm if I remembered it wrongly." Wanner suddenly said to Yang Fan, "Lang Jun, please wait here. Wanner will be back soon." Finishing her statement, Wanner didn't wait for Yang Fan's reply and left in a hurry. Yang Fan didn't know what Wanner was going to do. When he saw her leaving in a hurry, he got up from the bed and slowly walked to the hall in front to sit down and ponder quietly, using the rations as a breakthrough point to deal a fatal blow to the hidden sect. From the looks of it, only Yang Fan was busy. Yang Fan had used the official forces to submit a memorial. He first made a feint to attract the hidden sect's attention to the Grand Plains storehouse, drawing out the resources that the hidden sect possessed to replenish the Grand Plains storehouse's deficit. He then immediately made a move on the Dan province and the Feng province. In this process, other than a trusted aide sent by Yang Fan, there were only 2 imperial censors from the imperial court. Other than giving Yang Fan ideas, the entire Xian sect didn't do anything else. Actually, that was not the case. How did Yang Fan accurately locate his targets at Taiyuan Warehouse, Danzhou Warehouse, and Fuzhou Warehouse? To determine where they would attack, Xianzong had used large amounts of manpower and resources. The Battle of Chang happened 2 years ago. Back then, other than the many grain merchants with the backing of the obvious and hidden sects, there were also many ordinary grain merchants who heard the news and saw the profits. This served as a great cover for the grain merchants with the backing of the hidden sects. Now, they were investigating them, one by one, according to the few remaining clues. If it were the imperial court, even if they sent all the officials of the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the censorate to investigate publicly, they would not be able to find out everything in a short time. The Cien sect had to eliminate the ordinary grain merchants from the intermittent clues and find the people with the backing of the hidden sects. Then they had to analyze if the grain they used that day was their own grain, or if they borrowed it. If they borrowed it, then they must have colluded with the local warehouse officials. Next, they had to investigate if the deficit had been made up, for all of these steps weren't easy to accomplish. Especially during the investigation, they had to pay attention to concealment and not let the hidden sects find out what they were investigating. The effort needed was even greater, and if it wasn't the Cien sect, no one else could do it, because they had already put in so much effort. When they decided to start the operation, they would put in all their effort and wanted to accomplish everything in one go. But now, the fake target Taiyuan warehouse was no longer a problem. Imperial censorship, who originally had high hopes for the Dan province, didn't have any progress. Now that the autumn harvest had begun, even if there were any problems at the Dan province, the alerted hidden sects would use this year's autumn harvest to purchase the surplus grain from the farmers to make up for the deficit. As the main target, Feng province was no longer a problem. All Yang Fan could do was to quickly return to defend and prevent the hidden sects from counterattacking. As Yang Fan pondered with a heavy heart, Shanghai Wanner hurried to the guardian room. Originally, the emperor didn't need to bring documents and pass memorials to the Li Palace. But this time, he left Luoyang because of the threat of the flood. No one knew if the flood could drown the palace. Therefore, all the important documents were transported out. Just these things alone took up to 10 carts. In less than 15 minutes after Wanner arrived at the guardian room, a large group of literate palace maids and eunuchs came. The palace doors were already opened, and in the guardian room there were mountains of secret books and documents from the palace, including all the memorials for the past 10 years. Wanner ordered in a deep voice, "Everyone start searching immediately. As long as it's a memorial from Yanzhou, pick it out." These palace maids and eunuchs didn't know what Shangguan Daizhao wanted to do. Some of them, because their positions were too low, usually only stood far away and saluted when they saw this Minister of Internal Affairs. They didn't even hear her say a word. Now that Shangguan Daizhao personally ordered them to do something, all of them were in fear and trepidation and worked extremely hard. For a moment, in the spacious hall of the guardian room, countless palace maids and eunuchs were busy. A close maid brought over a 10,000 character knot and a brocade stool. One sat down leisurely. Someone brought over a cup of almond cheese that was as white as milk. One took it in her hands and sipped on it, quietly waiting for news. During the Tang dynasty, there were seasonal drinks for all 4 seasons. For example, in spring, there was fragrant drink and peach blossom drink. In summer, there was black plum drink and sugar drink. In autumn, there was lotus house drink and fragrant grass drink. In winter, there was wolfberry drink and ginseng drink. In the palace, there were also ice chips and sesame drink and other high-grade drinks. One loved the apricot drink made from almonds. Her close maids knew what she liked and naturally fawned over her. To be made, this servant found a copy here. A palace maid found a memorial to the imperial court from the Yanzhou prefecture and happily handed it to Wan quickly took it and flipped through it. This was submitted to the imperial court in the first year of proving holiness by the Yanzhou prefecture. However, by the time the imperial court received the memorial, the year had already been changed to the first year of 10,000 years of heavenly book. Wu Zetian, who liked to change year names, had changed her year name twice in this year. Because of this, the time on the cover of the memorial was changed. It was a bit conspicuous and was noticed by the Lucky Palace maid. This was the year when Huai burned down Mingtang, and heaven, Wu Zetian ordered them to rebuild Mingtang and cast the 9 cauldrons. The Yenzhou prefecture received the news and submitted a memorial to the imperial court. In reality, it was to show off its merits to the emperor. Shanghai Wan-er saw that it had nothing to do with what she wanted, so she casually put it aside. After a while, another eunuch found a memorial to the Yenzhou prefecture and hurriedly presented it to Wan-er as if he was presenting a treasure. Wan-er opened it and read it, her eyebrows raised in delight. She gracefully stood up and said, "You all continue to search. Put the Yenzhou prefecture's memorials together and wait for me to read them." Finishing her statement, Wan-er held on to the memorial and left quickly. She headed straight for her residence. Yang Fan sat in the front hall and pondered repeatedly. His mind gradually outlined some concrete steps to prevent the hidden sect from retaliating. When he came back to his senses, he realized that Wan-er had been gone for a long time and hadn't returned. Yang Fan saw that the sun was setting and it was nearing dusk. He wanted to leave first and get Renwei to pass on the information. The earlier he made preparations, the lesser the losses, right? Just as he stood up, Wan-er hurriedly walked in. Her footsteps were hurried, but her shoulders didn't sway and her sleeves didn't sway. She was like the floating clouds and flowing water. "Erlang, look at this." Wan-er smiled like a flower as she handed the memorial to Yang Fan. How could a memorial be read by just anyone? However, there were only the 2 of them now, and Yang Fan didn't have any reservations. Although he was curious, he didn't ask and immediately flipped open the memorial to read it carefully, requesting Yenzhou to exempt money and provide relief. When he saw the title, Yang Fan was startled. He looked at the date and saw that it was the first year of the San calendar, which was 2 years ago. Yang Fan continued to read. This was a memorial from the Yenzhou provincial governor, Xie Yubin, to the imperial court. The memorial said, "The jurisdiction of Yenzhou is different from the interior. There are frequent wars at the borders, and it has harmed Yenzhou. There are endless natural disasters and years of drought. As a result, the land is bitterly cold and barren. People have to sell their children, and the people have no way to make a living." The memorial also said, "This official has been in office for 7 years. I have tried all means to mediate, enrich the household, and pacify the borders. However, I am only barely able to provide food and clothing for the people. I am truly ashamed of the imperial court's great expectations of the emperor. This year, there has been a great drought, and it hasn't rained for months. There is no hope for farming, and there are no products to be produced. There are no merchants, and I am afraid that the people will have no way to make a living again." In the Tang dynasty, the transfer of provincial governors was not frequent, and the transfer of provincial governors in the northern regions was even less frequent. It was common for a provincial governor to be in office for 8 to 10 years. Because the local area was poor, and there were frequent foreign invasions, if the local governor was transferred too frequently, he would be transferred before he could familiarize himself with the area. It would be difficult for him to manage the area well. Therefore, it was not unusual for the Yenzhou provincial governor to be in office for 7 years. Looking at this memorial, it was voluminous and full of pleas for the people. Provincial Governor Xie was doing his utmost to plead for the imperial court to exempt money and grain from Yenzhou and to provide relief to the victims of the disaster. Because of his own incompetence in managing the area, he frequently requested relief from the imperial court, causing him to be anxious and uneasy. The image of an honest and upright official who loved and cared for the people appeared vividly on the paper. Below the memorial, there were also the emperor's comments. As soon as Yang Fan saw the handwriting, he knew that it was written by one on behalf of the emperor. Yang Fan patted the memorial and said, "This is a memorial to the Yenzhou prefecture. Because of the years of famine, the people are poor. The imperial court is requesting for the imperial court to exempt money and grain and to provide relief." "Why do you want me to look at this?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Fan suddenly froze in place. He opened his mouth and was tongue-tied, unable to say anything. After being frozen for a long time, Yang Fan hurriedly lowered his head and looked at the memorial again. He stared at it with wide eyes for a long time. There was no mistake. It was indeed a memorial from the Yenzhou prefecture. The inscription and seal were undoubtedly from the Yenzhou prefecture. Yang Fan suddenly raised his head and looked at Wan Er. Wan Er gently nodded her head and said, "At first, I was worried that I would remember wrongly. Now that I have found this memorial, there is no doubt about it. Below, there is also the official reply that I wrote on behalf of the emperor. Yenzhou is exempted from money and grain for a year, and 80,000 dan of grain is given as relief." Yang Fan murmured, "Yenzhou has been suffering from drought for years. The people are short of food and clothing, and they often need the imperial court to provide relief." But in the blink of an eye, they were actually able to gather 100,000 dan of grain to make up for Yenzhou's deficit. Wan Er's eyes sparkled. "This time, Lang Jun, I'm afraid that you will dig out a giant rat that is even bigger than a hamster." Yang Fan said, "Not just that. I'm afraid that if we investigate this seriously, the entire bureaucracy in the Northwest will collapse." Wan Er sweetly said, "Lang Jun went to the southern border. Countless heads fell, and hundreds of officials lost their jobs. This time, will the Northwest suffer because of Lang Jun again?" Yang Fan said, "Actually, there is something I haven't told you." Wan Er's pair of beautiful eyes slightly widened. She asked, "What is it?" Yang Fan said, "When I was young, I followed my teacher out to sea. At night, I saw a large star in the sky. It was more than 2 feet long. The starry sky was a rare sight. My teacher wanted to name me Xingqi because of it." Wan Er thought about it. She also knew about this strange event. How could she not remember that Wu Zetian changed her era name? Because of it. Wan Er couldn't help but say, "What do you mean? Are you the reincarnation of a jinx?" Yang Fan said seriously, "Looking at it now, I'm afraid so." Chapter 909. We can use the secret memorials in the Imperial Censor. Taiping has contacts in the Imperial Censor. I can also. In an instant, Wan Er thought of a countermeasure, but before she could finish, Yang Fan interrupted. "No, this time, let me report it to the emperor." Yang Fan wanted to use the power of the government, but the official procedures were too complicated. Their efficiency would inevitably be affected, and no matter which yamen was involved, it was hard to say that the matter would be so secretive that it would not be discovered. So, Yang Fan decided to personally talk to the emperor. Dealing directly with the emperor would be much more efficient. Wan Er frowned. "You are a general in the army. I'm afraid it is against the rules to discuss this matter with the emperor." Yang Fan smiled. "It is not that I'm afraid it is against the rules. However, our emperor is not a person who follows the rules. What are you afraid of? In the emperor's heart, I am one of his confidants. If I talk about something that has nothing to do with me, the emperor will not think I am overstepping my authority. Instead, he will think that I only have the emperor in my heart. Besides, I will think of a way. I will not directly criticize or impeach anyone." Wan Er couldn't stop Yang Fan from saying this, but she thought about it and asked worriedly, Then what do you say? You are a general in the Imperial Army. How could you know about Yenzhou? Once the emperor finds out that you are particularly concerned about local affairs, I'm afraid he will be wary of you. Yang Fan said, What is so difficult about that? My family has more than 30 shops. Before Yang Fan could finish, Wana cried out, More than 30 shops. Xiao Man is that capable. She actually opened more than 10 shops? Yang Fan rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. That girl seems to be very interested in making money. I can't do anything about it. Wana rolled her eyes at him. Enough. You don't know how proud you are to have such a capable wife. Yang Fan laughed and put his arm around her fragrant shoulder. In a gentle voice, he said, My dear wife, not only is you a female prime minister, you are also a great scholar who can weigh the world. You are equally amazing. Wana shrugged her shoulders and coquettishly said, Go! Stop flattering me. Yang Fan's perverted hand slid down to her plump and perky buttocks. He smiled and said, Yes, I'll just touch it. Slapped his hand away. She blushed and said, You are getting more and more daring. We are in the main hall. Don't interrupt me. Tell me what you're going to say. Yang Fan said, Every year, Yenzhou reports disasters. Every year, the imperial court provides relief. Other people may not necessarily care about this matter, nor do they know about it. But the emperor must remember, right? Wanner said, That's right. So what? Yang Fan said, That's it. My family runs more than 30 shops. Among them, there is a fur shop in the north, south, and west cities. We have always purchased fur from the north and west. If my shop's employees pass by Yenzhou and have some information, they can come back and tell me. I will then find an opportunity to tell the emperor. How about it? Whether Yenzhou is rich or poor, I don't know. I only want to tell the emperor what my family has seen and heard. Yang Fan's words were a bit vague, but understood. She rolled her eyes and nodded slightly. That's a good reason. Yang Fan said proudly, Of course, I won't even mention anything about Yenzhou. Do you think Pei Juanma doesn't know how to submit a memorial to defend himself and let those corrupt officials slander him? By his side, cough, cough, although he is inexperienced, he comes from a big family. This time he is going to Yenzhou to be the provincial governor. I don't believe the Pei family won't send a few experienced advisors to assist him. In this way, when his memorial reaches the emperor, plus my words, won't the emperor be suspicious? Our emperor's paranoia has always been very serious. Wan'er glanced at Yang Fan. Her eyes, which were like dots of paint, were like a little bird tilting its head to look at people. It was very cute. Yang Fan said proudly, What do you think? Wan'er's face slowly revealed a smile that was not a smile. She said, You're so amazing, Erlang. You didn't even move your eyes, and your lie was flawless. Tell me, have you ever lied to me? Yang Fan immediately shook his head and said, No. Wanner asked doubtfully, Really? Yang Fan said, I really haven't, because everything you have is mine. Even you are mine. What else is there for me to lie to? Wanner smiled. At this time, she didn't care whether they were in the hall or not. She threw herself into his arms and opened her mouth with her pearly white teeth. She gently bit his shoulder. The two of them hugged each other. It was quiet for a long time. Wanner said softly, Accompany me for dinner tonight. Yang Fan hesitated and said, But you, Wanner said, of the people who serve me, who can't see the relationship between you and me, don't worry, no one will speak carelessly. Yang Fan agreed and gently hugged her slender waist. Took the opportunity to sit in his arms. Had just sat down when she jumped up, as if she had been pricked by a needle. She glanced at the bulging tent under his crotch. She was angry and funny at the same time. She said, Can you not be so useless? Yang Fan said innocently, How can you blame me for this? Who asked my Wan to be as beautiful as a flower? You're out of this world. Wan rolled her eyes at him again. She was very happy and very sweet. Which woman didn't like to be praised for their beauty, especially when the praise came from her man? Seeing him moved by her, she naturally felt very proud. Yang Fan looked at the sky and suddenly stood up. He grabbed Wan-er's leg and walked into the inner room. Wan-er was shocked and said, What are you doing? As they spoke, the two of them had already turned around the screen. They heard Yang Fan's voice coming from behind the screen. There was a hint of laughter in his voice. What do you think I'm doing? Of course, I'm doing what you and I love to do the most. Before his voice faded away, a jade belt was already placed on the screen, followed by a moon-white robe. Wan-er's voice was a little pleading. No, we left the palace in a hurry. I didn't bring any medicine. Yang Fan said, It's already like this. What do you think we should do? Wan-er spat at him and said, Hurry up and put away that ugly thing. Why don't I? Yang Fan said, What? I can't hear you. Wan-er said, angrily, I won't say it. You did it on purpose. Yang Fan smiled and said, Fine. But of course I have to play the flute. It's just a flute. Can it make your little Erlang submit to you wholeheartedly? Come on, my good wife. Just this once. How can there be such a coincidence? The two of them pulled and tugged, half pushing and half giving. The jade flower white silk shirt was placed on the screen. Next was the scarlet silk pants. Then it was the jade lotus red lotus cheetah. The best of the two, the best of the four. Autumn's mount song was modeled and modeled. The wind blew through the pines. In the three-young palace, the trees were dense, shading the sun. There were stones by the river. The mountain creeks were deep and long. The stone walls were sharp. Green leaves and yellow flowers covered the cliffs. The strange rocks looked like old men nodding their heads. Some looked like children clapping their hands. Some looked like eagles spreading their wings. Some looked like cows chewing their cud. They were of different sizes and shapes. Water flowed between the rocks. Although autumn was beautiful, there was a sense of desolation. This was the third day of their stay at Three-Young Palace. Wu Zetian, who was already 76 years old, was accompanied by Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong as they slowly walked through the mountains, rivers, and forests. Wu Zetian, who was intelligent by nature, skilled in politics, and ambitious as high as the heavens, could not help but feel a little depressed. In front of them, there was a dark green pond. In the pond, there was a large rock sticking out of the water. It was about 20 feet tall and 10 feet wide. A person wearing a loose robe was sitting on it. He was looking down at a piece of paper. It seemed to be a letter. The wind gently ruffled his robe. It was like he was in a painting. Ah, it's General Yang. Zhang Changzong took a look and said in surprise, This rock is very far from the shore. How did he get on it? In the blink of an eye, they saw a bamboo raft tied to the rock. Zhang Changzong laughed. You scared me. I thought General Yang could cross the water on a duckweed. Wu Zetian smiled and stopped. She asked curiously, What is he looking at? He's so engrossed. Zhang Yizhi heard and called, General Yang, the saint is here. Yang Fan seemed to be engrossed in reading on the rock. When he heard Zhang Yizhi's call, he turned his head and exclaimed. He hurriedly kept the letter and jumped onto the bamboo raft. He pushed the bamboo pole and reached the shore in no time. Dodging a few large rocks, he bowed deeply to Wu Zetian and said, Subject Yang Fan greets the saint. Now that Yang Fan is the 1,000 cavalry general and the emperor's bodyguard, he followed the people in the palace and addressed Wu Zetian as the saint. This is how the people in the palace address the emperor. Those who are not close to the emperor can only address her as Her Majesty or Emperor. Even though it is just a title, it shows the difference between them. Wu Zetian smiled. Yang Fan, you are so relaxed. What are you doing here? Yang Fan bowed and replied, Subject is reading a letter from home and did not notice the saint's arrival. I ask for the saint's forgiveness. Wu Zetian smiled and waved her hand slightly. No problem. How is your family? Yang Fan said, Thanks for the saint's concern. My family is well. When I followed the emperor to Sanyang Palace, I told my wife and children to hide at the Dragon's Gate. The letter said that there is less rain now. My wife plans to return to Luoyang after reading for 2 more days. My family is running a business. The leather goods bought from Longyu were delayed on the road due to the heavy rain. I had to brave the rain to transport them here. I'm afraid the tide has returned these days. If the water recedes, I have to quickly dry them to get rid of the moisture. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will be damaged. It is quite a big expense. If I don't look after them personally, my wife will not be at ease. It was rare for the emperor to be as long-winded as Yang Fan. Other people were afraid that they would say something wrong. The emperor would answer every question he asked, and would answer every question he asked. He would not say much, but Yang Fan seemed to be chatting with the emperor, and Wu Zetian, who had been seeking power for her entire life, liked to listen to such trivial matters. She only smiled and nodded without any impatience. That last Xiao man is quite capable. I am the one who arranged the marriage for you. How bad can she be? Wu Zetian had been a matchmaker once before. She was very proud. Someone from your family went along you to buy leather goods? How was it? Did you see any disasters along the way? Yang Fan said, No, the saint is wise, and the 4 seas are at peace. Now that there is a sudden heavy rain, only the cities along the Luo River are affected. The other areas are fine. My family came back and said that from Longyu we passed through Shuofang, Yenzhou, and Danzhou. They are all prosperous, and the people live and work in peace. Chapter 9:10. Which emperor didn't wish for peace and contentment in the 4 seas under his rule? Wu Zetian was delighted to hear Yang Fan's words, but after Yang Fan finished, she pointed at Yang Fan with a smile and said, You only know how to pick nice words to coax me. It's fine if it's anywhere else, but Yenzhou is a place with poor mountains and poor rivers. Every year, there's a drought. If the common people can have enough to eat and wear, I'll be content. Prosperity can't be associated with there. Yang Fan's face turned red when he heard this, and he hurriedly explained, In front of a saint, I speak my mind and dare not deceive you. The prosperity of Yenzhou is something my family has seen with their own eyes. That place has abundant rain and crisscrossing paths. My family's hometown is in Yenzhou, and they left when they were young. Today, they still have a few relatives in their hometown. Every year, there's a good harvest. This is what my relatives said. Looking at their family's circumstances, they're really doing well. How can this be false? Wu Zetian let out a soft, "Oh," and said, "Then maybe I remembered wrongly." Her expression was uncertain, and it was clear that she didn't mean what she said. The relief rations in Yenzhou were all distributed under her instructions, so how could she have remembered wrongly? Yenzhou was actually Yen, and don't think that it had always been desolate. In fact, the Sui dynasty and the early Tang dynasty were in the third warm period in China's history. There was plenty of rain, and the climate was warm. The vegetation in the north and northwest was also far less damaged than in later generations, so it was very suitable for farming. After the Tang dynasty was founded, great efforts were made to build irrigation works, and the people invented all kinds of new farming tools and crop varieties. With the increase of exchanges between China and the West, the government's policies were also heavily tilted toward agriculture. As a result, the North and Northwest regions became important grain-producing areas. It wasn't until the Middle Tang dynasty that the weather gradually became colder, and the living conditions of the northern nomads became increasingly harsh. The Central Plains Empire also experienced a period of vigorous development, and the national strength began to weaken. Under these circumstances, the nomads in the north and northwest began to change their previous policy of looting and running. They continued to steadily expand their living space in the Central Plains. As a result, many areas that had become important grain-producing areas during the Sui and Tang dynasties degenerated because of war and the nomads' occupation. They once again became nomadic areas, and this situation continued for many years. Now, however, it wasn't the same. In the eyes of many future generations, the desolate and barren areas were now Little Guangzhou. However, Wu Zetian was not aware of this situation. The late Sui dynasty was in chaos, and the Turks invaded the east. The Yanzhou region became sparsely populated and impoverished. After the establishment of the Tang dynasty, many more years of hardships followed until the Turkic civil strife broke out and the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates split. Only then did the imperial court seize the opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Turkic Khaganate and regain control of this region. After that, after many years of population expansion and land reclamation, the Yanzhou region gradually recovered its vitality. A long time ago, Wu Zetian had entered the palace. At the time, she was only 14 years old and had lived in the palace for many years. By the time she had gained political power, Yanzhou had once again become an agricultural area. But if the local officials deliberately concealed these things, how could Wu Zetian, who lived deep in the palace, know? Originally, it was very relaxing to listen to Yang Fan talk about trivial matters, but the last sentence was like a thorn deeply piercing into Wu Zetian's heart. Wu Zetian was no longer in the mood to take a stroll. She immediately returned to the palace and summoned Wan Er. She told her to organize the files and read all the memorials to Yanzhou. Wan Er had already picked out the memorials related to Yanzhou, but she couldn't immediately send them to the emperor. Wan Er went back and waited for more than 2 hours before returning to the emperor's palace with a stack of memorials. Wu Zetian flipped through the memorials one by one, and her expression became more and more gloomy. She would rather believe that what was said in the memorials was true and that Yang Fan's family was just talking nonsense, purposely trying to give credit to their hometown. But if this matter was true, just thinking about it made people tremble with fear. The Son of Heaven was the ruler of the 4 seas, but it was impossible for the Son of Heaven to travel all over the mountains and rivers and look after every piece of her territory. The vast rivers and mountains had to be entrusted to her officials to look after. In this era, transportation was inconvenient and information was not smooth. If the officials deliberately hid things from her, then wouldn't she become deaf, blind, and a puppet at the mercy of others? She didn't dare to think about the consequences. She had always been suspicious, and the consequences of this matter were so serious. How could she be vague about it? After thinking for a long time, Wu Zetian slowly said, "Go, summon the Ministry of Revenue and the Imperial Censorate." Wu Zetian hadn't finished speaking when she suddenly thought of something. She turned to Wan Er and said, "Tell me about this Yanzhou provincial governor's situation." Regarding the civil and military officials of the Manchurian court and the important officials of the prefectures, their biographies, and their political relationships, Shanghai Wan Er knew them all by heart. It was as if she was a moving archive. Because she was able to memorize the complicated political relationships between these officials, her pulse was accurate, and she was able to handle memorials without waiting for the Son of Heaven to speak. She was able to propose the most appropriate solution. Shanghai Wan Er's position as the female minister of the Interior had not been shaken by anyone for so many years. How could she be easy to deal with? Wu Zetian slightly closed her eyes. Zhang Changzong gently massaged her head from behind as she listened to Shanghai Wan Er's narration. Shanghai Wan Er had only spoken halfway when Wu Zetian suddenly opened her eyes. She said in surprise, "This person was recommended by Cheng Si." Shanghai Wan Er gently lowered her beautiful eyelids and said in a low voice, "Yes." Wu Zetian's eyes flashed. This person has already been in Yenzhou for 9 years. Why has Cheng Si never thought of making a move against him? Wu Zetian knew that the two nephews of Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi, in order to fight for power, had wantonly installed their trusted aides as officials. However, both of them liked to place their trusted aides in the imperial court or the army. They placed them in a remote prefecture and never paid attention to them. This kind of thing was unavoidably strange. Shanghai Wan Er wanted to say something, but hesitated. Wu Zetian saw it and said indifferently, "There are no outsiders here. There is no harm in saying what you want." Shanghai Wan Er said softly, "Yes, this Xie Yubin was originally the county magistrate of Ningyuan County in Zhenzhou. He once looked after the Prince of Wei very much." Wu Zetian suddenly understood. After she came to power, she had exiled several of her cousins to the desolate border. Among them, her cousin Wu Yuanshuang's family was exiled to Ningyuan County in Zhenzhou, now Sanya and Hainan. Wu Qingxi was Wu Yuanshuang's son. At that time, he was also in Ningyuan County. Presumably, this Xie Yubin, who was the county magistrate of Ningyuan County at that time, had looked after the Wu father and son, so Wu Qingxi returned the favor. Wu Zetian slowly leaned back in her chair. Zhang Changzong's snow-white and soft hands gently rested on her head, continuing to massage. Wu Zetian closed her eyes and said without batting an eyelid, "Continue." "Yes." Shanghai Wan Er continued to introduce Provincial Governor Xie's situation. From his resume, it was indeed the same time as Wu Qingxi's rise to power. It was also about 10 years ago, when she was preparing to kick away her puppet son and ascend the throne herself. She began to put the Wu clansmen in important positions. At that time, Wu Qingxi had just grasped great power and became a new noble in the imperial court. County Magistrate Xie was immediately transferred from the distant Ningyuan County in Zhenzhou to the capital. After serving as the Luoyang County Magistrate for less than a year, he was transferred to the Supreme Court. After only a year in the Supreme Court, he was promoted to the rank of minister. Soon after, Wu Zetian ascended to the throne and was bestowed the title of a meritorious minister. Meanwhile, this Xie Yubin was listed as a meritorious minister by Wu Qingxi and appointed as the provincial governor of Yenzhou. This person never moved from this place after arriving in Yenzhou. Wu Zetian could roughly guess the reason for this. Zhenzhou was a barren land with unruly mountains and unruly rivers. It was located in a rather desolate area. In an area with developed culture and education, scholars who were well-read might not necessarily be able to pass the imperial examinations. However, in a place like Zhenzhou, as long as one's handwriting didn't make any mistakes and his writing was somewhat organized, one could become an imperial scholar. How high could the quality of a county magistrate in this kind of place be? It was very likely that Wu Qingxi only promoted him to an official to repay a debt of gratitude. He didn't have any hopes of nurturing him into a capable confidant. Or perhaps when he first allowed him to enter the Luoyang prefecture and the Supreme Court, it was a process of inspection and nurturing. However, during this period of time, this person's performance was mediocre. Only then did he get rid of him and return this debt of gratitude. After Shanghai, Wanner finished her report, the main hall immediately quieted down. After a long while, Zhang Yiji coughed softly. Wu Zetian didn't open her eyes. She calmly asked, "Does Wulong have something to say?" Zhang Yiji slowly said in a soft voice, "Sage, if this case is true, then it means that the entire Yenzhou is working together to deceive your majesty. Their arrogance is truly shocking, and this Yenzhou provincial governor is an old friend of the king of Wei. Are the two of them no longer in contact? I'm afraid not. Furthermore, this person was recommended by the king of Wei. If something happened to this person, the king of Wei's expression would inevitably turn ugly. If the king of Wei were to make a mistake and leak information to him, I believe that this case must be investigated. However, the fewer people who know about it, the better. If the Ministry of Justice or the Imperial Censorate were to send someone, I'm afraid that before the person even left the capital, the news would be leaked." Wu Zetian made a sound of agreement and said, "Does Wulong have a suitable candidate in mind?" Zhang Changzong rushed to say, "Sage, Changzong is willing to share your majesty's worries." "You." Wu Zetian opened her eyes and looked at Zhang Changzong in astonishment. In her eyes, Zhang Changzong was her little lover, and also vaguely had the feeling of an elder doting on a younger generation. The only thing she didn't see him as a minister who could take charge of his own affairs, even though he was now an official under the title of Minister Fengqian. Zhang Changzong saw that Wu Zetian was a little funny and couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. His face and neck were red as he said, "Sage, Changzong will definitely complete this task well." Wu Zetian patted the back of his palm and said with a smile, "Of course I believe in your abilities, but it's better if you stay in the palace to accompany me. It's not a good task to eat and sleep in the open. How can I bear to let you work so hard?" Zhang Changzong angrily said, "Sage obviously doesn't believe in Changzong's abilities." Wu Zetian's face slightly darkened. Zhang Yiji hurriedly said, "Wulong is young and insensible. Sage, please don't blame him. Speaking of which, Changzong has never been more than 100 miles away from Luoyang. No wonder he wants to go out for a walk. In my opinion, it's better to choose an honest and prudent person to take charge of this case. As for Wulong, let him follow along and treat it as a way to relax. If he really learns some skills, won't he be able to share your majesty's worries in the future?" Wu Zetian's face slightly relaxed. She slightly nodded and said, "Wulong's words are reasonable. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind?" Zhang Yiji smiled and said, "I think Sage has already thought of it. Since you want to test me, then I will say that this case was caused by a casual remark of Yang Fan. Yang Fan is your trusted minister, and he doesn't get along well with the Prince of Wei. Therefore, there's no reason for him to be afraid of power and shelter a corrupt official. Sage has praised him for his bravery and strategy. If you ask this person to go, isn't he the best candidate?" Wu Zetian happily nodded and said to Zhang Changzong, who was still fuming, "All right, Wulong, don't be angry. I will appoint you as the main imperial envoy and Yang Fan as your deputy. You will go to Yenzhou to handle the case. Along the way, you must listen more and talk less. You can study hard. You can go sightseeing, but when investigating the case, you must not point fingers at Yang Fan." When Zhang Changzong heard that he was being appointed as the imperial envoy, he was wild with joy at first, but after listening to the latter part, he couldn't help but be angry and said, "In the end, aren't you still treating him like a child?" Chapter 9:11. The corn, which was originally green, dried up after the east wind blew. When the wind blew, the cornfield rustled, and the heavy ears of corn nodded continuously. At this time, the corn was not completely ripe, but due to the limitations of harvesting, the farmers would not wait for the corn to turn golden before harvesting. At that time, How many grains of rice would be lost when harvesting the ripe corn? Wasting food would be like being struck by lightning. The farmers, men and women, old and young, all went to work together. They bent their backs and unhurriedly cut along the way. The corn stubble behind them was the same height as if it had been measured with a ruler. The children followed behind, neatly bundling the harvested corn, then carrying it to the cart at the end of the field. They had to handle it with care, so as not to drop the corn. Parents would occasionally look back. If they saw the children casually throwing the corn into the cart, they would feel sorry for them and scold them. Rich people had ox carts with big wooden wheels, pulling a cart full of corn stacks. The ox cart creaked as it moved along the deeply rutted yellow road. The ox cart driver held a big whip as he followed the ox cart. He puffed out his chest and belly, and as he walked, he sang a sour song in a high-pitched voice. Hear my brothers singing, warm body on the cold windowsill. The poorer families had to rely on manpower to pull the cart. A sturdy man pulled the cart in front, his hair tied into a sheep's belly and a handkerchief, as if a pair of white horns had grown out of his forehead. His strength was also as great as that of an ox. The children followed behind. When they went downhill, they bounced and played, and when they went uphill, they stuck out their buttocks to help their father and brother push the cart. There were many empty fields in the village. Over the years, they had been flattened by large stone rollers. They had long been flat and smooth like mirrors. The harvested crops were placed on the fields. Some people were threshing the corn and bean pods with flail, which had been scorched by the sun. 7 or 8 people, each holding a flail, stood in a row. The flail rose and fell in unison, crackling like they were singing. There were also people who drove a few cows to trample back and forth on the fields covered with crops. The millet grains and beans would fall one after another in the constant trampling. When these crushed millet stalks and bean seedlings were picked up, the bare ground would be covered with grains. They would sweep them together and use dustpans to remove the dust. This was a village in Yenzhou's Linjin County, under the shade of a tree by the side of the yard. A dozen or so people dressed in different clothes were resting. They were chatting and laughing as they watched the farmers work. Judging from their attire, these people were not from the town. It was said that they came from the city of Luoyang, where the emperor lived, and wanted to go to the west to buy furs from foreigners. Many of the people in town had never left the radius of 5 kilometers from the village in their entire lives. They didn't even know the name of Luoyang. It was only when the knowledgeable old Master Li Jing explained it to them that they understood what it was. Master Li Jing had to go to the county town every year, so he was someone who had seen the big city. Although the villagers had little experience, they were simple, kind, and hospitable. Hearing that these people lived in the same city as the great emperor, the farmers were in awe of these well-dressed, noble guests. In front of these guests, even the most boorish men became reserved, for fear that they would be laughed at if they did something inappropriate. However, as long as they were a little further away from these distant noble guests, they immediately regained their composure. As a matter of fact, the man who was gently lashing the oxen's back with a small whip was happily singing, "Moo moo come, good 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 come." Who could imagine that when he was stopped by a guest who was more beautiful than a girl and whose skin was smoother than the buttocks of a newborn baby, he would be so embarrassed that his face turned red? Li Zheng's surname was Chun, and his name was Chun Dashan. He flashed a mouthful of yellow teeth at Zhang Changzong with a simple and honest smile. "Nobles, don't mind them. They are all country bumpkins who have no experience." Merchants did not have much status in Luoyang, but in his eyes, they were nobles. Furthermore, these nobles were very generous. They had only rested in the village, but they had casually given them many things. Although they were only needles and thread in the eyes of these nobles, they were only needles and thread. Beside the young man who was more beautiful than a girl was an extremely handsome man. He sat on a wooden stump and said to Chen Dashin with a smile, "Chen Lijing, your village has had a good harvest this year." Chen Dashin beamed and said, "That's right. It wasn't like this when I was young. These years, thanks to Grandpa the land's blessings, the weather has been good, and the harvest has been better every year. Our days have become more and more enjoyable." Zhang Changzong lightly said, "The taxes will only be handed over after this batch of grain is harvested, right?" Chen Dashin blinked his eyes in confusion. "Ah, what did the nobles say?" This nobleman did not look as easy to talk to as the other nobleman. Chen Lijing felt somewhat uneasy when speaking to him. He felt that although this nobleman was sitting on a small stool, he was even more impressive than the county's old master. He had seen the county's old master before. Once, when he entered the city to hand over the grain, the county's old master had opened a hearing. He had squeezed through the crowd and taken a glance from afar. Yang Fan said with a smile, "It's rent." Chen Lijing was enlightened as he said, "Oh, nobleman said rent. That's right. We have to hand it over after this batch of grain is harvested. Our village has already harvested a crop of wheat, but the government does not harvest wheat. They only collect millet and millet. We eat the wheat ourselves, and the millet and millet are harvested to pay rent. If there's any surplus, we can exchange it for oil and salt." At this time of year, the main crops in the north were millet and millet. Some areas with sufficient water also planted rice. Although wheat was an exotic crop, it was also a dryland crop, but it required more irrigation than millet and millet. In addition, back then, the flour processing industry was backward. Normally, people cooked wheat like rice and millet before consuming it. It didn't taste good, so the poor people ate wheat rice. At that time, officials eating wheat rice was seen as incorruptible. Children eating wheat rice during the mourning period was seen as sincere mourning. If someone left wheat rice for themselves to eat for their elders, they would be scolded for being unfilial. Wheat's status in China's food system was only established during the Middle and Late Ming dynasty. Thus, the government collected taxes mainly on millet, and the wheat could only be eaten by the farmers themselves. Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong looked at each other and asked with a smile, "Oh, how many mu of land does your village have? How much do you have to pay rent every year?" After understanding the local villagers' harvests and rent payment over the years, Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong led their men and left. This was already the fourth village that they had visited. After Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong received the emperor's secret order, they made meticulous arrangements. Although the people in the Three-Yang Palace were the nobles of the highest level and might not have spies from the hidden sect, they still laid down layers of smokescreens, just in case. Yang Fan's disappearance was because he had returned to Luoyang to investigate the water situation and prepare to report to the emperor when the water level receded. This information was only known to the upper echelons, and anyone who wanted to find out would be able to find out. Right now, Luoyang City was like a city of water. There were officials everywhere dealing with the aftermath, and it was a mess without any order. Even if someone received the information and wanted to go back to spy on Yang Fan, they would have to have the ability to find Yang Fan first. As for Zhang Changzong's disappearance, it was much simpler. He was originally in the inner court, and not many officials could see him. Apart from the eunuchs and maids by the emperor's side, who else knew that he wasn't in the palace? After Yang Fan and Zhang Changzong secretly left the Three-Yang Palace, they immediately split into many groups. Apart from their group, the rest of the groups were all misdirection. They headed towards Sui Prefecture, Yan Prefecture, Dan Prefecture, and Tong Prefecture respectively. However, their final rendezvous point was in Yen Prefecture. According to the time, they should be gathering here by now. Before Yang Fan set off, he sent someone to send a letter to Gu Zhuting, asking her and her siblings to rush over from Feng Prefecture. They were his capable assistants, and he naturally had to keep them by his side at this crucial moment. As for Feng Prefecture, there was nothing more to investigate, and he would let those corrupt officials be complacent for now. Originally, when Yang Fan was investigating Dan Prefecture and Feng Prefecture, he used methods that were half in the open and half in the dark, and he was half official and half pugilistic. However, when he noticed that there was an even more shocking conspiracy in the Yenzhou Prefecture, he didn't need to be so cautious anymore. In the face of absolute power, there was no room for schemes. Right now, he could use the simplest and crudest method to achieve his objective. As long as he could confirm the existence of the case in Yenzhou and arrest those local corrupt officials, he would be able to follow the clues and investigate further. The corrupt officials in Feng Prefecture would have nowhere to hide. The north and northwest regions were originally the focus of the hidden sex operations, and they would definitely have countless connections with the local officials. Once this world-shaking case was settled, it would definitely deal a heavy blow to them. In this way, he would be able to strike at the corrupt officials and the hidden sex influence. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. In the carriage, Zhang Changzong spoke excitedly. General Yang, these places have been having good harvests every year, and the commoners have been paying taxes every year. However, the imperial court hasn't even received a single grain of tax. Yet, they receive Governor Xie's petitions for disaster relief every year, and they even have to allocate funds for disaster relief. This is obviously feigning disaster relief. Can we make a move and arrest them now? Yang Fan smiled and nodded. Minister Feng Chen is right. It is time for us to make a move. Zhang Changzong had traveled a long and arduous journey. Although there were people taking care of him, it was truly tiring for him to eat, wear, and travel. He originally thought that it would be fun to leave the capital city, but now that he thought about it, it was truly meaningless. The only thought that allowed him to hold on until now was to pretend to be an upright official and arrest people wantonly. This game was very interesting. Now that Yang Fan finally agreed to make a move, Zhang Changzong couldn't help but be wild with joy. He immediately pulled on the wall of the carriage, and with a ka-la sound, a hidden compartment popped out. Zhang Changzong took out a heavy iron box from the compartment and placed it on the table. When the box was opened, there was a yellow silk cushion at the bottom. There were 12 independent compartments. The first 6 compartments were square, and the last 6 were rectangular. In the square compartments, there were a total of 6 golden tortoises lying quietly. In the corresponding rectangular compartments, there was a roll of snow-white paper that was tied with a yellow ribbon. The tortoise was the tortoise talisman, and the paper was the imperial edict. With these 2 items, he could mobilize the troops and start a bloody storm. Chapter 9:12. On the surface, the Yenzhou Prefecture truly did not give off the flourishing atmosphere of a major city like Dafu. This was a vast and boundless lush plateau. The layers of terraced fields were like dancing musical notes, and the villages were scattered between the mountain ranges and ravines. Most of the people lived in caves that were warm in winter and cool in summer according to the terrain. As a result, the buildings within Yenzhou City were largely affected by this. The buildings within the city were mostly tall and thick mud brick walls, flexible and ever-changing wooden square lattice windows, and large red paper-cut window decorations. They were very similar to cave dwellings, giving off a unique rustic atmosphere. However, the unending stream of people on the streets, the merchants driving their cows, goats and camels, and the rising and falling sounds of hawking their wares still gave off a flourishing vitality. The architectural style of the Yenzhou provincial governor's residence was completely different from the other buildings within the city. Xie Yubin had already been the governor here for 9 years, and the provincial governor's residence had continuously expanded, becoming like a castle. The front castle had basically retained the original appearance of the provincial governor's residence, but the rear residence had been continuously expanded. The deep residence had large courtyards, connected rooms, carved pillars, elegant windows, and beautiful women. Folk songs and dances were played day and night. It was practically a paradise on earth. However, the people in the front courtyard simply could not imagine that behind a crescent door within the dense thicket of trees was a completely different world. At this moment, in the western courtyard of the rear residence, a tree was a fiery red, and a tree was a golden yellow. The fiery red and the golden yellow were like flying sparks drifting along with the breeze, drifting above the pavilion, sprinkling on the railings, and floating on the water. The roof of the pavilion had greenish-black, overhanging eaves, hidden in the shadows of the fiery red and golden trees. In front of the pavilion, there was a stone railing made of carved white marble. Below the railing was a clear blue water, red leaves rippling, and a clear pool. There were weeping willows by the shore, and there was an isolated island and a thatched cottage in the water. It was extremely quiet and elegant. Inside the pavilion, a floor-length red sandalwood screen, inlaid with jade, sat behind the master's seat. It was warm and simple, and its color was natural. It was clearly an extremely expensive item. The middle-aged man with a beautiful beard, sitting behind the screen in a wide-sleeved robe, was the master of this residence, Yenzhou's governor, Xie Yubin. There were a few seats on both sides of the main seat, all of which were occupied by beautiful women. Governor Xie was also served by beautiful women in luxurious clothes. On the left was a woman with a slender waist and half-exposed breasts. She was as beautiful as the moon and as charming as a flower. She was the most favored concubine of Governor Xie, and her maiden name was Xiaoyu. The beauty on the right was dressed very modestly. Her skin was as white as snow, and there was a red dot between her eyebrows. A green hairpin was inserted into her shiny black, peach-shaped bun. Apart from that, she had no other adornments. Her face was not made up, but her face was smooth, tender, and beautiful. Below her chin was a protruding Adam's apple. She was Xie Qingshou's favorite catamite, called Bodhi Zi. Governor Xie was wearing a moon-white shirt with black plum blossom embroidery. He had lived like a prince for many years, plus he had grown a long beard. He really looked like a learned scholar. He also had a big belly, which made him look even more like a prime minister. Speaking of which, the people of Yenzhou did not have any ill feelings towards Governor Xie. Ever since Governor Xie had arrived in Yenzhou, he had always governed from the sidelines, not caring about anything else. Fortunately, there had been no natural or man-made disasters in Yenzhou, so it had been peaceful. Fortunately, Governor Xie did not care much about politics. Otherwise, with Governor Xie's ability, if he really wanted to do something, even if he had good intentions and sincerely wanted to do something for the common people, it would probably become a man-made disaster. In the end, Governor Xie was greedy. He was very greedy, but other than collecting taxes, he had never used any kind of extravagant taxes to harm the people. It was not that he pitted the people's resources, but because he did not need to do so. How much money could he squeeze from those poor people? His courage was greater than that of other corrupt officials, and he directly coveted the country's wealth. High official Xie had always been a county lieutenant in Ningyuan County of Xinzhou. He had only become a governor because he had treated Wu Qingxi and his family well. In his first year in office, Yenzhou experienced a drought. That year, The drought in Yenzhou was not serious, but Yenzhou's foundation was already thin, so this drought inevitably caused a portion of the people to starve. Thus, as a governor, Xie Yubin naturally had to submit a petition for relief. Xie Yubin's petition described the drought in Yenzhou as very serious. It was as miserable as 1,000 li of barren land. In fact, this was a bad habit he had developed in Zhenzhou. That place was too far from the heart of the empire, and the local officials were the local tyrants. But in that kind of place, even the local tyrants were very poor. When there was an opportunity to ask the court for money and grain, they would always report when there was no disaster and report when there was a big disaster. Furthermore, they did not have to worry about the court sending people from thousands of li away to investigate. Now that he had arrived in Yenzhou, Governor Xie still did this out of habit. As a result, when the petition was submitted to the court, a large sum of money and grain was indeed allocated. At that time, Wu Zetian was busy purging her political enemies. Zhou Xing and Lai Junqian spent all day trying to figure out the emperor's intentions and framing the ministers. The prime ministers did not even warm up their positions before they were sent to prison. The situation in the capital was very serious. Who had the time to care about Yenzhou, which was located in the northwest? In the end, Governor Xie only symbolically distributed some relief rice. Most of the relief supplies were swallowed up by him. Xie Yubin tasted the sweetness. There was no disaster the next year, and he reported it without delay. Just like that, he intercepted the taxes paid by the people to the court, and he also intercepted the relief money and grain allocated by the court. His superiors were greedy for the court's money, and his subordinates were greedy for the local areas. In a short period of time, he was very fat. The governance of the outlying areas was already very poor, and the governance of the Northwest was not much better than that of the southern borders. The local officials in Yenzhou rarely had noble characters. They were originally intimidated by the law, and they were only petty thieves. When they saw that the governor was even more daring than the heavenly dog, what did they have to fear? Governor Xie also knew that in order to maintain this kind of situation, he needed his subordinates to fall into the mire, and he never thought of monopolizing it. In a short period of time, all the local officials in Yenzhou became part of this corruption net. Even if there were some officials with a conscience who wanted to stay clean, in the end, they had no choice but to succumb to the corrupt officials. If others were greedy and you weren't, who would feel at ease working with you? How could the emperor recognize a low-level official like you? Promotions and promotions were all based on the evaluation and recommendation of your superiors. If you wanted to stay clean, you would be ostracized and criticized by everyone from top to bottom. In the end, there were no officials in Yenzhou who were not corrupt. Everyone protected each other. Without a strong external force, it was impossible to expose this dark curtain. The imperial censors of Guanyi also followed the rules and inspected Yenzhou every year. However, the local officials in Yenzhou colluded to deceive them. In addition, Governor Xie occasionally used the Prince of Wei, Wu Qingxi, as a shield. The Wu clan had overwhelming power in the imperial court. How could a lowly imperial censor dare to be like an ant trying to shake a tree? As a result, this shocking corruption case went undiscovered for 9 years. Today, Governor Xie's wealth was comparable to that of a country. Ha ha ha! Governor Xie enjoyed the singing and dancing and laughed heartily. A few days ago, he had sold 100,000 stones of grain. 50,000 of the grain funds went into his own pocket, and the remaining 50% was divided among his subordinates. This year was another bumper harvest year in Yenzhou. The local taxes were constantly being sent in, and it was all money. He had just submitted a memorial to the imperial court to continue reporting disasters and requesting for relief. Before long, another sum of money would be coming in. How could he not be wild with joy? Governor Xie was in high spirits. He excitedly pushed his cup and stood up. Xiao Yu and Bodhi hurriedly supported him. Governor Xie wrapped his arms around the slender waists of the two beauties and said with a smile, "This old man is drunk." Two beauties accompanied this old man to rest. Xiao Yu and Bodhi looked at each other and blushed. This Xie Taisho liked beautiful women and also liked catamites. Sometimes when it was dark, he would ask his catamites to fool around with his beloved concubines in order to boost his elegant mood. That muddled account in the Taisho's mansion would never be cleared. The beauties sitting on both sides stood up and were about to respectfully send off the governor when the mansion's steward suddenly walked in and whispered something in Governor Xie's ear. Governor Xie was startled. The steward said, "Ah Lang, the visitor is in the hall. Do you think?" Governor Xie released the two beauties and said, Let's go take a look." In the provincial governor's hall, Yang Fan was dressed in black and was sitting upright. Looking at his attire, he looked like a low-ranking official in some yamen. Governor Xie hurriedly rinsed his mouth, changed his official attire, and came out from the back of the hall. As soon as Yang Fan saw him, he immediately stood up and cupped his fists in salute, saying, "Function Supervisor, Beta Persei, pays his respects to Governor." Governor Xie had heard people say that the current empress had recruited a group of beautiful young men to fill the back palace, and even set up an inner court yamen for them called the Function Supervisor. Now that he saw Yang Fan in high spirits, with an imposing appearance, bright eyes, white teeth, and extraordinary handsomeness, he thought, sure enough, he came from the Function Supervisor. But this Function Supervisor is a yamen of the palace. Why did he come to my place? Governor Xie was still in a state of bewilderment when Yang Fan solemnly said, "The emperor has issued an edict." Xie Yubin was startled. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and cupped his fists. In a deep voice, he said, "Subject Xie Yubin awaits the edict." Yang Fan took out a roll of yellow silk from his sleeve and recited it in cadence. Xie Yubin pricked up his ears to listen. Turned out the emperor had ordered the Function Supervisor to patrol the world on behalf of the saints, and to invite the local elders to a banquet to express the emperor's kindness. By now, Deputy Minister Function Zhang Changzong had already arrived in Danzhou. His next stop was Yanzhou, so Governor Xie had to make early preparations. As soon as Xie Yubin heard it was about this matter, he could not help but inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Receiving the imperial edict, he unfolded it and read it carefully. Because he had been reporting about natural disasters every year he received the imperial edict. This time he did not need to examine the seal. He could tell whether this imperial edict was real or fake. After confirming that there was no mistake, Governor Xie placed the imperial edict on the official table and invited Yang Fan to take a seat. He politely asked, "The angel has worked hard to travel from afar. I wonder why His Majesty is sending an imperial envoy to visit the elders from all over the world." Yang Fan said, "The Son of Heaven is doing this, first to enlighten the world, to advocate the virtue of respecting the elderly, second, to carry forward the benevolent legacy of our ancestors. Third, the elders from all over the world are the revered elders of their respective regions. The saints hope that through the elders from all over the world, the Emperor will convey the Son of Heaven's concern for the common people from all over the world. Originally, His Majesty held a banquet of the 1,000 old men in the capital, but that time the elders who participated were all from the capital and the suburbs. This time, originally, His Majesty wanted to order the local government officials to escort the elders to the capital and hold a banquet of the 1,000 old men, but he was worried that it would be a long and arduous journey. The elders are getting on in years. If something bad happened to them, it would be unavoidably disappointing His Majesty's benevolent heart. Therefore, he sent the imperial envoy to appease them." Xie Yubin clapped his hands and sighed. repeatedly praising the kindness. Yang Fan smiled and said, Zhang Fengchen will arrive in Yenzhou in about 5 days. I wonder if Governor Xie has enough time to summon the elders from all over the world. Chapter 9:13. Xie Yubin smiled and said, There's still time. There's still time. I will immediately send people to inform the various prefectures, counties, and villages. The local authorities will provide carriages and horses to escort the elders to Yenzhou to receive the emperor's great kindness in 5 days' time. As long as the people from the furthest places in this prefecture pick up their pace, they should be able to arrive. Yang Fan smiled and nodded. The two exchanged a few more words before Yang Fan revealed a tired expression and bade farewell to the governor. Xie Yubin immediately summoned a family member and told him to escort Beta Persei to the prefectures and to settle him down. As soon as Yang Fan left, Xie Yubin summoned 2 external stewards and instructed them one by one, You go and immediately disperse all the merchants in the western part of the city and order them to leave the city immediately. They are not allowed to return to Yenzhou for the next half a month. Also inform the shops in this city. All the eyesores have to disappear, just like the last time Imperial Censor Chung did his inspection. The steward promptly withdrew. Xie Yubin then said to the second steward, Immediately send someone to invite Liu Biche, Chief Censor Yi, Major Lin, the 6 prefectures' military adjunct, the Minister of Revenue, and the other officials to the residence to see me. Tell them I have important matters to discuss. After saying that, Governor Xie turned to Steward Li Yan, who had just arrived at the inner residence to report, and said, Prepare a gift. This Beta Persei from Fengchen Jian has already checked into the inn. Prepare a generous gift and send a woman to serve him. This will save him from wandering around the city for the next 5 days and spoil my plans. Steward Li hesitated and said, Lang, I heard that all the men in Fengchen Jian are the Empress' male concubines. Gifts are fine, but sending a woman, won't that be? Governor Xie smiled sinisterly and said, If that's the case, then he will secretly eat our things. His mouth will be sealed. Steward Li suddenly understood and gave a thumbs up, saying, Lang is wise. This lowly one will do it right away. In a short while, caretaker Li had chosen a beauty from the inner chamber. This beauty was also surnamed Li. 500 years ago, she came from the same family as him. Her maiden name was Pinglan. She hurriedly dressed herself up and changed into a gorgeous dress before leaving with him. By this time, the mistress of the house had already prepared a gift. Steward Li took it and ordered someone to hitch a large carriage. He opened the corner door and drove out, heading straight to the inn. The first madam of the Grand Scribe residence was naturally Xie Yubin's first wife. Now that Xie Yubin had made a fortune, he was no longer interested in that yellow-faced woman. Moreover, the woman was not beautiful and her family background was ordinary. Her manner of speaking and the way she treated people were not elegant at all. Associating with the ladies of the gentry did not boost Governor Xie's morale. However, divorcing one's wife was a big taboo in the officialdom. Although Xie Taisho's mountain was high and the emperor was far away, he was not willing to violate this taboo. Therefore, he simply raised that yellow-faced old woman. She was well-dressed and well-fed. She did not lack anything, but he never went to the courtyard where she lived. Currently, the person in charge of the governor's manor was the second mother. She was the wife that Governor Xie had taken in when he was the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court in Luoyang. Now, she was the mistress of the inner residence. As for the Miss Pinglan, whom Steward Li brought out from the rear residence, she was not Governor Xie's concubine. Yang Fan was playing the role of a small pawn in the Fengchen prison, this kind of sesame and mung bean official. If he did not have such a dazzling palace insignia, Governor Xie would not even look him in the eye. Even so, there was no reason for a governor to use his concubine to serve him. In the governor's mansion, there was a group of dancers and musicians. Sometimes, when Governor Xie was in the mood, he would choose from among them to serve him. But these kinds of women had no status, and Governor Xie would not consider them his women. Sometimes, when he was drunk with the chief emissary and the others, they would sleep in the guest room of the governor's mansion, and Governor Xie would choose from among these dancers and musicians to serve him. Since the spring and autumn and warring states periods, this had always been the custom of many rich and influential families. Less than half an hour after Stewardly led Miss Pinglan away from the corner gate, Liu Biche, Yi Zhongshi, Major Lin, the record adjunct officer, Si Tsang Si Hui Si Tian, and the other meritorious officials arrived at the prefectural guard mansion. This prefecture's chief emissary was called Liu Zhenrong, and he was the second most influential person in the Yanzhou prefecture. His official position was only inferior to Governor Xie, and he was mainly in charge of this prefecture's judicial affairs. This prefecture's chief emissary was Yi Luyu, who had the Longxizli clan background and was now under the command of the hidden sect. He was mainly in charge of this prefecture's civil affairs. There was also Chief Emissary Lin Bing, who was in charge of this prefecture's military affairs and military tributes. He was in charge of the daily affairs of the group training on behalf of the governor and was ranked below Chief Emissary Yi and Chief Emissary Yi. There was also the military secretary, Li Qinshan, who was in charge of all the merit officials. Finally, there were the 3 merit officials that Governor Xie had specially summoned: the Treasury Secretary, the Treasury Secretary, and the Treasury Secretary. When everyone heard this, Governor Xie explained the situation to them and exhorted the imperial envoy is here to console the elders. However, they are from the capital city after all, and we must not be careless. If they see anything, it will inevitably be a source of trouble. Everyone must treat this with caution. Everyone hurriedly acknowledged. Governor Xie then said to Treasury Secretary and Treasury Secretary, Zhang Changzong is here to console the elders on behalf of the emperor. This isn't his responsibility, but just in case, all of you have to handle things properly. You must distinguish between public and private matters. The 2 of them understood and knew that this was the governor's reminder. They had to find another place to store the embezzled rations and must never place them in the official storehouse. If Zhang Changzong really had another mission and went over to take a look, it would be bad if he found out that the official storehouse was full of rations. Governor Xie said to Chief Emissary Yi, Chief Emissary Yi, here, quickly send out 2 official documents. One is to order the various prefectures, counties, and villages to send the elders to Yanzhou. Chief Emissary Qiao, your Assistant Chief Emissary Yi, if there are any troublemakers who can't control their mouths, report that they can't come due to illness. Don't let them come. If they come, give them a warning. Tell them to say what they should say and not to speak carelessly about what they shouldn't. Chief Emissary Qiao hurriedly nodded. Governor Xie then said, Chief Emissary, send out another official document. Tell the various prefectures to stop sending the taxes and rations to the capital. Say that the capital is receiving the imperial envoy and has no time to deal with it. Wait until the imperial envoy has been sent off before we talk about it. Chief Emissary Ye's brows were slightly furrowed, and he felt slightly uneasy. Hearing Governor Xie's words, he hurriedly nodded in agreement. As a member of the hidden sect, he was aware of the things that had happened in Taiyuan Prefecture, Dan Prefecture, and Feng Prefecture. Thus, when he heard that an imperial envoy had come to Yanzhou, Chief Emissary Yi was immediately on guard. However, Taiyuan, Dan Prefecture, and Feng Prefecture had regular storehouses, but Yanzhou didn't. Logically, it was impossible for Xianzong to notice this place. Moreover, The empress had hosted a banquet of the 1,000 elders a few years ago. She was getting older, and it wasn't strange for her to suddenly have an idea to comfort the elders of the world and promote the concept of respecting the elderly. When he thought of this, Chief Emissary Ye's heart gradually calmed down. Actually, there was another reason why he was able to get rid of the doubts in his heart so quickly. That was, even if his suspicions were true, it wouldn't help the situation. The large hole that was Yenzhou was either not poked through, or once it was poked through, no one would be able to fill it up. Chief Emissary Yi had come to the Yenzhou prefecture 6 years ago. He had sat on the cold bench in the capital for a few years. The Longshili family had secretly worked to get him an official position that had real power outside the capital. In the end, the moment he arrived in Yenzhou, he received the cold reception of the governor and other officials. He also had the major, the meritorious officials, and the other lower officials who paid lip service but secretly opposed him. Chief Emissary Yi had become an official that was suspended in midair. He had done nothing for more than half a year before he gradually realized that there was a reason why everyone in the officialdom of Yenzhou had banded together to ostracize him. If Chief Emissary Yi wanted to obtain everyone's approval and truly grasp power, he could only do his best to blend in. At the beginning, Xie Yubin, Lu Xinrong, and the others didn't dare let him grasp all of the inside information at once. They only probed him on a few small matters. When he gradually sunk in and became one with everyone, no longer able to be separated, there was no need for them to reveal anything to him. He already knew, but now he had already become one of them. The cooperation from top to bottom had always given him a sense of security, but now he suddenly felt uneasy. The power that he had originally been diligently seeking was now a bit of a hot potato, but he had sunk too deep. Was there any room to retreat? Chief Emissary Yi could only secretly pray that the Emperor's gigolo was really only here to comfort his old age. The Yenzhou relay station was a courtyard with a structure of 7 rows and 5 bays. It was made of earth and wood, and there were very few bricks and stones. From a distance, the high walls gave off a rustic air. Inside, there was a pond, water, a garden, and shade. The interior was especially spacious, and living was comfortable. During the Tang Dynasty, the relay station was one with the relay station. Not only was it a place to receive passing officials, but it was also a place for the courier to deliver letters and official documents. During wartime, it also served as a command structure for military supplies. These days, transportation was extremely underdeveloped. The mountains and rivers were dangerous, and the roads were long. It was daunting at first glance. Yenzhou, which was located on the Lus Plateau, had even less contact with the outside world. Most of the people in the city were merchants traveling to the western regions. Naturally, the Yenzhou relay station wasn't a place these people could come to, so the interior of the relay station was extremely quiet. The bearers, the couriers, the migrant workers, and the relay station attendants were all sitting idly in the doorway. The relay station's deputy wasn't there either. No one knew what he was up to. The governor's family led Yang Fan to the relay station. When he asked if the deputy was there, he couldn't be bothered to wait for someone to find him. He called over a steward and warned him, "This is a superior envoy from the capital. The governor has personally instructed us to treat him well." When the steward heard that Yang Fan was someone from the capital and had personally received instructions from the prefecture's governor, his attitude immediately changed. He immediately arranged for Yang Fan to stay in a small courtyard with its own entrance and courtyard. There were 3 rooms in a row, a bedroom on the left, a study on the right, and a central room in the middle. In the courtyard, there were simple wooden tables and chairs and 2 large trees. One was a sweet-scented osmanthus tree. filling the entire garden with its fragrance, while the other was a pomegranate tree, full of fruit. After arranging for Yang Fan to stay, the governor's family left. The steward eagerly asked, "What would the superior envoy like to eat tonight?" Yang Fan replied, "I'll have to trouble the steward to make any arrangements. Pick a few of the prefecture's specialties and a jug of wine to relieve my boredom. Oh, right, please prepare some hot water. I want to take a bath." All right. Please rest first. I'll get off the horse and get it done." The steward eagerly left. After a short while, the sound of him shouting could be heard from afar. The hot water was delivered quickly. After filling the bathtub to the brim, Yang Fan closed the door, took off his clothes, and soaked in the hot water. His expression was refreshed. After exiting the bathtub and changing into a clean set of clothes, Yang Fan was about to call someone to pour the bath water away. As soon as the door opened, he saw the governor's steward, Li Yan, leading a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with large phoenix eyes into the courtyard. Chapter 9:14. As soon as Li Yan saw Yang Fan, he smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. "Dianshi Yang, you've just washed yourself, and I've come to disturb you. What a coincidence. Ha!" Yang Fan saw that this person was followed by a beautiful woman and two green-clothed manservants holding gift boxes. He hesitantly said, I seem to have seen you at the governor's mansion just now." Li Yan was all smiles. "Dianshi Yang has good eyesight. I am the steward of the governor's manor. I've come on the governor's orders." Yang Fan let out an "oh" and hurriedly invited him into the guest hall. Although Yang Fan had just taken a bath, the bathtub was in the bedroom. There were walls and screens outside, so it didn't affect the reception. Yang Fan invited steward Li to the guest hall. After exchanging names, they sat down according to the host and guest. He smiled and asked, "What instructions does Governor Xie have?" Li Yan bowed. "Dianshi Yang is too polite. How could I dare to give instructions in front of the imperial envoy? Haha, it's like this. It's been a long time since an envoy from the capital has come to Yenzhou, and Dianshi Yang is someone close to the Son of Heaven. How could Yenzhou not be respectful? The governor is afraid that Dianshi Yang will receive him poorly. Yenzhou has poor mountains and rivers and barren land. The envoy came from a rich and prosperous place. It's really unfair to Dianshi Yang. Although Yenzhou is poor, it still has some rare items from the mountains. The governor has ordered me to deliver a small gift to the envoy." As Li Yan spoke, he waved his hand, and two green-clothed manservants came forward. The two trays were covered with red silk. Li Yan lifted the red silk and introduced the items one by one. Impressively, there was a piece of deer, a flying dragon, a tiger penis, and a pair of bear paws. Deer was the capital's highest grade of meat. Yang Fan recognized it. He had only drunk flying dragon soup before. This was his first time seeing a live one. As for the tiger penis and bear paws, this was his first time seeing them, and he couldn't help but take a second look. Li Yan said with a smile, "Yenzhou is barren. Only these mountain items can be considered presentable. This is just a small gift. Please accept it. Dianshi Yang." Xie Taisho's Nyang was in charge of internal affairs at the back of the mansion. She was very scheming. As soon as manager Li explained the situation to her, she immediately considered these gifts: gold, silver, and jewels, ivory and jade, whereas of course she could take them out. But those things were too valuable. It was all right to give them to Zhang Changzong, but to give them to a lowly Fengchen, Dianshi, it would be making a mountain out of a molehill. Moreover, they kept on saying that Yenzhou was barren and needed the imperial court's relief every year. Although it was not strange for them to be overly polite, if they really sent some gold, silver, and jewels, it would give other people something to use against them. No matter how rare it was still a wild animal. It had nothing to do with whether Yanzhou was rich or poor. How could it be liked by a high-ranking official in the capital? Yang Fan promptly got up and declined, saying, this gift is really too valuable. I am only a lowly Fengchen, Dianshi. How could I deserve such a generous gift from the prefecture chief? I appreciate the prefecture chief's great kindness and righteousness, but I will have to ask Manager Li to take these things back. Li Yan laughed heartily and said, Dianshi Yang, you are too polite. The prefecture chief is only doing his duty as a host. These are all mountain items. What's so valuable about them? If Dianshi Yang does not accept them, then I will be put in a difficult position. If the Li brings these things back untouched, won't the prefecture chief reprimand me? As Li Yan said this, he pointed to the beautiful, white-skinned woman and said, This woman is a dancer from the prefecture chief's residence. She is from Yinzhou, Miji, where Jiao Chan came from. This Yanzhou is desolate, and there are no good places to go. The prefecture chief sent this beautiful woman to accompany Dianshi Yang in bed and travel to relieve his loneliness. Yang Fan was startled. This time, his refusal was even more resolute. Yang Fan repeatedly waved his hands and said, That won't do. That won't do. This is even more unacceptable. Manager Li, please don't. Before Yang Fan could finish speaking, Li Yan had already stood up and cupped his hands toward him with a smile. He said, Dianshi Yang has had a hard journey. Now that you have just arrived in Yanzhou, your body must be tired. I won't disturb you any longer. Pinglan, for the next few days, Dianshi Yang will be in Yanzhou. You must take good care of his daily meals. Ha ha, Dianshi Yang, I will take my leave. Manager Li, you mustn't. Li Yan broke into a run and left. Yang Fan quickly chased after him. He rushed to the door and pulled Li Yan back. Just as he was about to decline again, a middle-aged man wearing a courier's uniform suddenly appeared at the door. He nodded and bowed and said, Dianshi Yang, today there is someone who claims to be your companion. He has specially come to look for you. Before he finished speaking, he saw a handsome young master wearing a green robe, a leather belt around his waist, and a scarf hat on his head. He had red lips and white teeth, and he walked in with quick steps. As soon as he saw Yang Fan, he smiled like a flower. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly saw that there was a guest in the hall. He couldn't help but be startled, and the smile on his face slightly disappeared. As soon as Yang Fan saw the person who had come, it was Gu Shuting, dressed in men's clothing. Because her current appearance had only slightly trimmed away the gentleness of a woman's aura and revealed a bit of valiance. Other than that, there weren't any major changes. As a result, Yang Fan recognized her at a glance. Speaking of which, it was strange. In the past, regardless of whether there was a mission or not, Gu Shuting would most of the time appear in front of others with a mask. The number of people who had seen her true appearance were few and far between. However, in the past year, she often appeared in front of others with her true appearance. Even if she had to carry out a secret mission, if it wasn't necessary, she wasn't willing to change her appearance beyond recognition. The subtlety of her thoughts was really difficult for others to see through. As soon as Yang Fan saw Gu Zhuting, his heart was slightly moved. It was necessary to accept Governor Xie's generous gift and temporarily put on a perfunctory act to lower his guard. However, Yang Fan didn't want to play a game with a woman he had never met before because of this. However, if he were to reject her tightly, it would be hard to avoid causing her to become suspicious. Now, he had a sufficient reason. Without waiting for Gu Zhuting to speak, Yang Fan immediately went forward and grabbed her arm. He excitedly introduced her to Li Yan. This little brother's surname is Gu. He works in the same Fengchen Guards as Yang. He is also a Dianshi, and has always been on good terms with Yang. Now he is following Zhang Fengchen around. Li Yan hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting towards Gu Zhuting. He took a look at this Gu Jianshi. Her eyebrows and eyes were handsome, and her mouth was small like a cherry. She was even more charming than Yang Fan. He couldn't help but mumble to himself. Feng Chengard's network is indeed full of handsome youths. Now, there's another Gu Jianshi. Don't tell me I have to give another gift. Fortunately, Second Mother has calculated clearly. If the first person's gift was too valuable, I don't know how many good things would be plundered from my family. Gu Zhuting was very alert. As soon as Yang Fan mentioned it, she knew there must be something fishy. Therefore, she only nodded her head toward Li Yan in a very reserved manner and did not say anything more. The courier was standing at the door. As soon as he saw that the visitor was indeed a member of an official's family, he asked politely, "Yang Jianshi, do you need me to arrange a residence for this colleague of yours?" "No need," Yang Fan replied. "Gu Xiongdi and I have always been on good terms. Usually we are busy with official business. Although we are both in the palace, it is rare for us to meet alone. Tonight, the two of us will be talking by candlelight. We will have a long and heart-to-heart talk. Just send an extra set of bedding to my room." The courier complied and withdrew. Yang Fan turned to Steward Li and said, "Gu Shidi must have some instructions from Minister Chen's side for you to come here. I won't keep Steward Li any longer." As he said that, he wrapped his arm around Gu Zhuting's slender waist. Gu Zhuting's youngest aunt has always been alone. She has never been this intimate with a man before. Although when they followed the Turkic army to attack the Khitans' camp, the two of them ate at the same table, slept in the same tent, and even hugged each other tightly in order to keep out the cold. But at that time they were wearing thick clothes, 2 layers of leather robes wrapped around their bodies. The real intense feeling came from the heart, not the physical stimulation. At this moment, as soon as Yang Fan touched her, Gu Zhuting's waist muscles involuntarily tightened, and her body shuddered. Her pair of beautiful eyes widened as she glanced at Yang Fan in astonishment, but her body did not move an inch. While saying that, Yang Fan signaled Steward Li with his eyes, and also cast a glance at Miss Pinglan, whom Steward Li had brought in. Steward Li saw Yang Fan's big hand, which was wrapped around the handsome young man's waist, slid down and moved slightly on the ground. Immediately he was enlightened and hastily said, all right, the two of you chat. Steward Li hurriedly waved his hand toward Miss Pinglan and said, let's go. Let's not disturb the two Shangye's discussion of official business. Steward Li led Miss Pinglan out. Only after they were out of the courtyard did he stop and cast a glance behind him. Pinching his chin in puzzlement, he said, turns out this Yang Jianshi is the same as our Alang. He likes this kind of thing. It's really strange. What's so good about the dry road? Could it be that there's a saying that 3 flat is not as good as 1 round? Miss Gu stood there, with her back straight. Yang Fan's hand only moved up and down slightly, but her whole body turned weak and her legs trembled. By the time Steward Li had led Miss Pinglan and the 2 servants out, Yang Fan withdrew his hand as fast as lightning. Only then did Gu Zhuting's face turn red. Gu Zhuting's face was completely red. Biting her thin lip, she stared fixedly at Yang Fan without saying a word, waiting for him to explain. Yang Fan embarrassedly said, that man just now is the steward of the provincial governor's mansion. He gave me several gifts and even sent a woman to serve me. I was not sure how to refuse. Luckily you arrived, so if I have been rude, please don't blame me. Miss Gu cast a glance at him, and suddenly, puff, she burst out laughing. Yang Fan was taken aback. What are you laughing at? He asked in surprise. Blushing, Miss Gu said, Lang is indeed quick-witted, but this reason of yours is too. Yang Fan was suddenly enlightened. He laughed aloud and said, What's wrong with this reason? Our imperial court is flourishing with men. The capital is full of incense brothers. This reason is completely reasonable. Besides, Yang Fan looked at Gu Zhuting, who was dressed as a man, and said with a smile, Poor Zhou Xiaotong, smiling while picking orchid bushes. Her skin is fairer than pink, her chin like a peach. He was reciting a famous poem from the Wei and Jin period called Catamite Poem. Hearing it, Miss Gu's face turned even redder. Although she did not say anything, she could not help giving him a dirty look. Her eyes were charming, and Miss Gu's occasional flirtatious pout was unexpectedly charming. Seeing this, Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. He did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. Immediately, he put on a serious expression and said, How come you are the only one here? Where are your 3 elder brothers? Miss Gu said, This time in Paozhou, we were repeatedly teased by the corrupt officials and failed Lang's trust. My brothers are not satisfied. When I received Lang's letter, my 2 elder brothers were visiting the countryside. Only your servant and Sangu were in the city. Your servant was worried that Lang was in urgent need of help, so I asked Sangu to stay and wait for my 2 elder brothers. Your servant left first. Presumably they will not be too late. Yang Fan noticed that her hair and robe were stained with dust. He knew that she must have eaten and slept in the open, rushing through the night. Actually, in Yang Fan's letter, he had made it very clear that because it was still early to make their move, they did not need to travel in such a hurry. But he only wrote a letter, yet she spared no effort to travel. Miss Gu's tender heart was filled with deep affection. He was neither blind nor deaf. Naturally, he was aware of it, but he could not tell what kind of feeling he was feeling. After a moment of silence, he said in a soft voice, I have ordered the kitchen to prepare food and wine. You must be tired from the journey. Why don't you take a bath first? After you have rested, we can have dinner together. Is that all right? Chapter 9:15. Gu Zhuting's heart throbbed as she listened to Yang Fan's gentle voice. She bit her thin lips and nodded lightly, like the jade phoenix blooming in the garden in the courtyard, graceful and graceful in the wind. Yang Fan said, Then sit down and rest for a while. I'll get someone to fetch some water. Miss Gu said in embarrassment, Here? I'd better get the post house official to prepare another room. Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said, That's not appropriate. I don't know if they have spies in this post house, so we can't do anything suspicious. I've already said this in front of Steward Li. For safety's sake, you can stay here for the night. Seeing Miss Gu's uncomfortable expression, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. What's there to be embarrassed about? We've slept on the same bed before, let alone in the same room. As soon as these words left his mouth, Yang Fan immediately realized that he had made a slip of the tongue and hurriedly explained, Cough, cough. I mean, there's a bed in the study. I'll sleep over there tonight. Having said that, Yang Fan couldn't be bothered to look at Gu Zhuting's ripened, pomegranate-like complexion and hurriedly slipped out. Yang Fan found a post house and told him to find someone to clean the bathtub and change the hot water. Returning to the living room, he saw Gu Zhuting standing by the table with a bear paw in her hand. She asked, Is this a bear paw? Yang Fan said, That's right. Haven't you seen it before? Gu Zhuting pursed her lips into a smile and said, I've only seen cooked ones, never raw ones. I heard that this thing is a delicacy. Why is it so ugly? Yang Fan said with a smile, Delicious things don't necessarily look good. When we return to Luoyang, I'll hire a famous chef to cook it properly and let you have a taste. Gu Zhuting smiled sweetly and said, Lang and Madam should taste it. This servant doesn't dare to break the rules. What's this? Gu Zhuting picked up the purplish-red long tiger penis that looked like a skinned snake and asked curiously, Is this a snake? Yang Fan made a sound and said, It's a snake. It's used to make wine to promote blood circulation and dispel coldness. Why is there no snake head? This snake is extremely venomous. Touching it will kill you, so the snake's head was removed. Gu Zhuting said, "Is there such a strange snake? Why are there so many barbs on it?" Yang Fan laughed dryly and said, "The world is big, nothing is impossible. It is said that this snake can transform into a dragon after 1,000 years of cultivation, and the barbs will become dragon scales. Hee hee, there is nothing strange about it. All right, quickly put it away." Gu Zhuting made an "oh" sound and held the tiger's penis as if it was a sword. She bent her white and slender fingers and flicked the penis twice. She muttered to herself, "It's so long, it takes up a lot of space. I can't even put the wine jug in it." She then exerted force with both hands, and with a ka-ba sound, the tiger's penis was snapped into two. Yang Fan felt his balls ache. The Tang dynasty's military headquarters were spread throughout the country. At its peak, there were more than 800, and at its lowest, there were more than 600. Among them, Guanyi Prefecture occupied 261 prefectures, accounting for more than a third of the total number of prefectures. Next were Hedong, Hunan, Hebei, and Longyu. The other prefectures had fewer prefectures. For example, Jiangnan and Lingnan, there were only 2 or 3 prefectures. Such a layout was a reflection of the Tang dynasty's political and military intention of holding the heavy and controlling the light, raising the people in Guangzhou to face the 4 directions. Hunan was the eastern capital of the Tang dynasty, so the number of prefectural soldiers here was second only to Guangzhou. After Wu Zetian moved the capital to Luoyang and ascended to the throne, the number of prefectures here also increased. The Tang dynasty's heavy and light military strategy was still implemented. However, by the time of Wu Zetian's reign, the prefectural government had gradually weakened, and the number of recruits gradually increased. To the north of Yenzhou, Suizhou Prefecture, adjacent to Yenzhou, still had 4 prefectural armies. The prefectural army stationed in the prefectural capital of Suizhou was named after the prefectural army, Suizhou Prefectural Army. This subjugation prefecture was called the Superior Prefecture and had 1,200 guards under its command. The commandant of subjugation was called Shilai. Shilai was already in his early 60s. The old general had once fought in the north and south during the Gaozong dynasty and made great contributions to the expansion of the Tang dynasty's territory. Now that the prefectural army was declining, the old general would often drown his sorrows in alcohol. Although he still persisted in training the soldiers and teaching them offensive techniques, he was keenly aware that the combat strength of the current prefectural army was far from what it had been in the past. However, he had no other choice. The prefectural army system was a combination of soldiers and farmers, incorporating soldiers into farmers. Now, with the collapse of the equal field system, the foundation of the prefectural army was gradually disappearing. Moreover, the country had been at peace for a long time, and the combat strength of non-professional soldiers could not possibly maintain the military strength of soldiers when the world was in chaos and the 4 seas were in turmoil. What a pity! Shilai stroked his thigh, which was gradually loosening and no longer as strong and powerful as it had been in the past. Looking at the reflection in the cup and the white hair at his temples, he sighed and poured a mouthful of strong alcohol into his stomach. Reporting. Commandant, the provincial governor is here. A soldier hurriedly ran into Shilai's commander's tent to report. Shilai stood up in surprise and exclaimed, "Provincial governor? What is the provincial governor doing here?" Shilai had worked in Suizhou for 20 years, rising step by step from general of the army to commandant of Zheqiang. However, he had only seen the provincial governor a few times, and it was always at the provincial yamen. He had never seen the provincial governor come to the barracks. Although the provincial governor had the authority to control the troops of the prefecture, this authority was almost never used. Moreover, in the last 20 years, Shirlai had only fought a few battles. There were a few times when the Turks invaded the east, and the situation was tense. Shirlai's troops had also been mobilized, but they had only been stationed at the border as a reserve army. There were naturally elites fighting the enemy at the front, and they hadn't even come face to face with the Turks. In his surprise, Shirlai was just about to leave the commander's tent to welcome the provincial governor when the provincial governor of Suizhou, Yun Jinfan, dressed in official robes, walked in with a solemn expression. Behind him were several people dressed in either black or black. Shirlai was greatly alarmed and hurriedly rose from his seat. Placing his hands on his hips, he saluted. Shirlai pays his respects to the envoy. Yun Jinfan smelled the scent of alcohol and glanced at the table. His brows creased slightly, but he did not flare up. He only coldly stated, "General Shi, an envoy from the imperial court has arrived. He wishes to mobilize your troops." Oh, although the old general was old and had not fought a battle in the last 20 years, his lofty aspirations had been worn away, and he appeared rather dispirited the moment he heard these words. His drunkenness was immediately swept away. He swept his gaze across the crowd, and his gaze landed on a black-clothed youth beside Provincial Governor Yun. He asked in a deep voice, "Do you have a fish book?" Fish books were fish talismans and imperial edicts. These were necessary items to mobilize troops. In the last few years, the imperial court had changed the fish talisman to the tortoise talisman. However, when the two were referred to together, the various regions still habitually referred to them as fish book. Provincial Governor Yun shook his hand and unfurled an imperial edict. He solemnly stated, "The imperial edict issued to me by the imperial court is here. I have already verified it. There are no mistakes." After Provincial Governor Yun spoke, he turned his head to look at the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth understood and took a step forward. He held a golden tortoise talisman in his hand and said, "The commander's talisman is here." According to the system of the imperial court, mobilizing troops required an imperial edict and a commander's talisman. The imperial edict would be verified by the provincial governor of the prefecture, while the commander's talisman would be verified by the general in charge of the troops. Only when both were verified could the troops be mobilized. When General Shi saw the tortoise talisman, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Every day, he had been guarding the barracks and had never fought a battle. To an old general who had spent his entire life on the battlefield, this was the most unbearable days. When he saw the commander's talisman, General Shi felt a wave of agitation in his heart. He could not suppress his excitement and shouted, "Someone take the commander's talisman!" The military officer on duty had already heard the news and followed the commander's tent. When he heard the news, he shouted, "Yes, sir." He turned around and left. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the military officer on duty, who was fully dressed in martial attire, hurriedly entered the commander's tent with a metal box in his hand under the escort of 4 fully armed guards. Shirlai took out a key from his waist and opened the seal box. He took out the commander's talisman and placed it together with the commander's talisman held by the black-robed youth. General Shi immediately cupped his hands towards the black-robed youth and said, "Commandant of the Sui Prefecture Shichom, Shirlai will follow your orders." The black-robed youth said, "Thank you for your trouble, General. This matter is of great importance. In order not to leak out, I would like to ask General to gather all the troops under your command and travel with me. When we reach our destination, I will naturally inform you of what to do." When Shirlai heard that this matter was so confidential, he was instead delighted. He hurriedly bowed and said, I will follow your orders. Please allow this general to gather the troops." The black-robed youth nodded in agreement. A moment later, a thick plume of smoke rose from the Sui Prefecture's Shichong barracks. The smoke was like a pillar, rolling upwards and not dispersing for a long time. This was the signal of the beacon. Different pillars of smoke had different uses. This lone pillar was to gather all the soldiers in the barracks. Li Yuanxiang was currently pulling a cart full of millet that was the size of a small mountain as he walked along a small country road. The muscles on his arms bulged out like several large lumps. His eldest son was 16 years old and was pushing the cart with all his might. His youngest son was also helping his older brother push the cart. However, he was only 7 years old and was at the age where he loved to play. From time to time, he would be attracted by something on the side of the road and run off for a while. "Son, after this year's harvest of the autumn grain, I will find a wife for you. What do you think of the second daughter of old Chen's family?" Li Yuanxiang clearly knew that his son was on good terms with the second daughter of the Chen family, and had long since discussed with his wife that he would marry the second daughter of the Chen family as his daughter-in-law. Because this year's harvest of grain was good, he was in a good mood and still wanted to tease his son. The eldest son of the Li family had a bashful temperament. When his father said this, his little face turned bright red. Separated by the small mountain of millet, the eldest son of the Li family stuttered. Son will listen to father's arrangements." Li Yuanxiang laughed. "You stinky brat, you don't take after your father at all. Look at your cowardly look. In the past, your father liked your mother, but your grandfather fell in love with the daughter of the Bai family, who opened an oil workshop in the East Village. Your father, Before Li Yuanxiang finished bragging to his son, he suddenly saw a billowing black smoke rising into the sky in the distance. He was stunned and immediately stopped the cart. The eldest son of the Li family walked around the back of the cart and wiped his sweat. "Father, are you tired?" Li Yuanxiang squinted at the thick smoke in the distance. His face became more and more serious. Suddenly he patted his thigh and said, "Son, you look after the cart. Father is going back to the village. Later, I will ask your mother and your second uncle to transport the grain." After saying this, he ran back to the village. In the village, Meng Zongjing was beating the bean pods with a flail rhythmically. The woman who brought him water with a clay jar suddenly felt that there was something strange in the sky. She put her hand on the awning and looked at it. She said strangely, "Where is the fire? There is such a big smoke. Is the house of the old rich man Lu in the southern manor on fire?" "Bada!" There was a sound beside her. The woman turned her head and saw Meng Zongjing running away. The woman shouted, "Husband, what are you doing?" Meng Zongjing shouted from afar, "The marshal is summoning the troops. If you are late, you will be beaten. You should harvest the crops. Be careful of the rain at night." Before he finished speaking, he had already disappeared from the edge of the field. Chapter 9:16. When Li Yuanxiang hurried out of his home, he was wearing a robe with a crotch missing, a leather belt around his waist, and a battle jacket over it. He wore a bridle on his head, a broadsword at his waist, and a bundle slung over his shoulder. Inside were rations, a waterskin, and a change of clothes. He was full of vigor, and from the embroidery on his robe, he was actually a platoon leader. Across from him, Meng Zong also happened to be coming out of his home. He was wearing the same military uniform as Li Yuanxiang. Though his robe was unadorned, it seemed that he was just an ordinary soldier. The moment the two met, they did not say much. They gestured to each other and then hurried side by side in the direction of the Prefecture of Subjugation's main camp. Countless farmers working in the fields changed into their military uniforms, and like birds returning to their nests, hurried back to the barracks from all directions. The doors to the armory were already wide open, and the lightly equipped soldiers of the prefectural army rushed straight to the armory. From the places they were familiar with, they took their leather armor, metal maces, bows, arrows, and spears, and then they all rushed back to the drill ground. On the platform for the selection of generals, old General Shirley, dressed in the radiant armor, sat boldly under the commander's flag. This set of radiant armor had been personally bestowed upon him by Blacktooth Great General Chong Shi when he had rendered a great service. Old General Shir deeply cherished this set of armor, and whenever he had nothing to do, he would rub it with oil. The armor had been maintained extremely well. Under the sunlight, it glowed with a dazzling golden light, making it seem like a golden man sitting there. The only thing that was still moving was his eyes. He squinted his old eyes, occasionally glancing at the incense burner next to him. In the incense burner, one stick of incense had just burned to the end. The military officer on duty lit another stick of incense and inserted it into the burner. General Shir gently closed his eyes and murmured in his heart, "Little bastards, today is the day the imperial court mobilizes their troops. The imperial envoy is here. If any of you dare to be late, that will be slapping my old face. Let's see who has the ability to do so." On the drill ground, square formations gradually took shape, brimming with killing intent. Similar scenes were playing out in other parts of Sui Prefecture, including Qing Prefecture, Dan Prefecture, and even Feng Prefecture. Yang Fan had been forced to deploy the police in a foreign land. Before leaving the capital, he had carefully calculated that the Yenzhou army would probably not be colluding with those corrupt officials. At the very least, the majority of the army was reliable. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. No one could be certain that there was no problem with the Yenzhou army faced with this kind of capital offense. If Yenzhou officials really did take the risk out of desperation and they happened to be in control of an army, then they would have to take unnecessary risks. No one could single-handedly contend against an entire army with their martial arts skills. Moreover, if the local soldiers were to arrest the local officials, even if they did not dare to openly resist, if someone had accepted bribes from the corrupt officials, secretly informed them, or purposely delayed the arrest time, it would cause the criminals to escape. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, they could only mobilize troops from other places. And this was impossible to achieve according to normal official procedures. Only by bringing the case directly to the front of the emperor, coupled with Wu Zetian's favorite Zhang Changzong, could Yang Fan obtain such a great advantage and the right to mobilize troops. All these preparations were finally about to bear fruit. Under the escort of carriages and horses provided by the local government, all the venerable elders were making their way to Yenzhou in succession. The inn couldn't accommodate so many people, so the Yenzhou government asked the city's gentry for help. They had their manors vacate a lot of rooms to accommodate these venerable elders who had rushed over from all over. What were venerable elders? At this time, venerable elders didn't only refer to venerated elders of virtue and prestige. They generally held positions in the local areas. Although they had no rank, they had great authority in the local areas. In the current dynasty's local government system, the highest official was an observer. The prefectures and counties under the prefectures, and prefectures under the prefectures, and prefectures were composed of provincial governors, prefectures, other officials, chief scribes, military officers, and 6 officials. The counties under the prefectures were composed of county magistrates, deputy magistrates, registrars, lieutenants, scribes, and assistant secretaries. Then, who were the local administrators under the prefectures? They were the venerable elders. 5 li made up a township, and there were venerable elders. The venerable elders governed 5 li, and 5 protectors made up 1 li. There were 5 protectors under the Li, and 5 neighbors made up one protector. There were 4 families that made up one neighbor, and there was a neighbor chief. Some places were more desolate, and they had a village as a unit, and the village official was the village chief. Looking at it this way, the so-called venerable elders were actually the village chiefs. They were the officials who directly controlled the area under the jurisdiction of a county. Although they weren't high-ranking officials, they were closely related to the people's lives. They had the most power and prestige in the area. The imperial court respected the elderly, and the venerable elders who were old and virtuous had a lot of authority in the area. Most of these venerable elders were the heads of large local clans, and their words were undisputed in their respective villages. With them acting as venerable elders, the imperial court naturally carried out all kinds of government decrees much more smoothly. Although the venerable elders were old and tired from the long journey, they were happy from the bottom of their hearts. This was an imperial envoy sent by the emperor to express his condolences. Which venerable elder wouldn't feel honored? When they returned home, they would tell their children and grandchildren. Wouldn't this also be a great honor for the elderly? The venue of the banquet was set at the provincial governor's mansion. Because there wasn't enough space, many sheds had been built on the open space on the left and right side of the room. Under the sheds, there were banquets, and on the banquets, there was wine. It was currently the season of clear autumn, and as long as it didn't rain, it would be enough to handle the banquet. Yenzhou's local officials had been very busy for a while. By the time Zhang Changzong's guard of honor arrived at Yenzhou, the provincial governor, other officials, and the chief scribes had been circling around Zhang Changzong the entire day. This was a kind of solicitude, but also to prevent him from having too much contact with the people below him. Yenzhou's local officials were even busier. The city magistrate brought people to stroll around the streets every day, and the peddlers had long since been chased away. Apart from a few shops selling daily necessities that were still open, the other merchants had been ordered to temporarily close their doors for various reasons. The streets were in a state of desolation. On the other hand, the tax official, and the other officials were busy moving grain from the prefectural yamen and intercepting grain shipments from various places. Some places received official documents slightly late, and the grain carts were already on the way, but they were all blocked off by the officials on the main roads and chased away. The judicial official and the county lieutenant led 3 groups of bailiffs to patrol the entire city. They really were in the Jingqin area. Petty thieves, swindlers, hoodlums, and brawlers were all thrown into jail and locked up. The entire Yenzhou prefecture was like a persimmon tree that had been blown away by frost and wind. The leaves were all gone, and only the glistening yellow tempting fruits were left hanging on the branches. The prefecture's major, Lin Bing, led the prefecture's old officials who only held official positions and salaries but no longer held any actual positions, as well as professors of literature and medical doctors, to pay their respects to the various venerable elders. During their conversations, they couldn't help but hint at what they should and shouldn't say when meeting with the imperial envoy. All kinds of preparations had begun 3 days before Zhang Changzong arrived in Yenzhou. When he arrived, they continued for another day. Governor Xie found the man who could look at the astronomical phenomena to check the weather and said that tomorrow would definitely be a fine day. Only then did he have an audience with the imperial envoy and ask for permission to host a banquet tomorrow to entertain the venerable elders from all over the city. In reality, Governor Xie couldn't wait to make a few more days of preparations to ensure that everything was in place. However, the longer the delay, the more trouble there would be. The imperial envoy's presence in the city was also a kind of threat. They accompanied Zhang Changzong the entire day, and it could be said that the imperial envoy had just arrived and was hosting a banquet to welcome him. However, there wouldn't be much of a reason for the group of prefecture officials to continue guarding Zhang Changzong's side. It was better to send him away as soon as possible. The next day, the provincial governor's manor was in a state of jubilation. Everyone was draped in red, as if they were celebrating the new year. There were bailiffs patrolling the perimeter to maintain law and order. There were also officials from the various prefectures who went forth to welcome the venerable elders scattered throughout the city to the provincial governor's manor. Governor Xie personally led the prefectural government officials to the post house to welcome the imperial envoy. Zhang Chongzong had been looking forward to this for so long. The show of pretending to be righteous had finally begun. He was elated. Early in the morning, he washed up and dressed himself neatly. When Xie Yubin and the others arrived, he mounted a horse and rushed to the provincial governor's yamen under their escort. At this moment, a few uninvited guests suddenly appeared in the Yenzhou Prefecture Guards camp. The commandant of Zhicheng of the Yenzhou Prefecture Guards was called Yiyu. He was in his 40s. He was sitting idly in the camp, thinking about where he should go for a stroll to relieve his boredom. Suddenly, a personal guard hurriedly rushed in to report, "Commandant, someone has arrived from the capital. He's holding a fire tablet and is requesting an audience at the Yuan Gate." Yi was astonished. He hurriedly stood up and said, "Ask him to wait a moment. This official will immediately come out to welcome him. Strike the general's gathering drum and summon all the generals in the army." Yi hurriedly put on his armor and went out to welcome them. He saw a few men dressed in black standing outside the Yuan Gate on horseback. The one in the middle had an imposing appearance and was handsome. He listed his name and called himself the Lieutenant General of 1,000 cavalry, Yang Fan. When Yi heard that it was an imperial envoy, he couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. After verifying Yang Fan's identity, he invited them into the commander's tent. At this moment, the generals of Yenzhou's Zhicheng office had already put on their armor and hurried to the commander's tent. Each and every one of them was clad in armor and carrying a saber. They stood solemnly on the spot, appearing to be brimming with killing intent. Yang Fan's gaze did not waver. He entered the commander's tent and went straight to the commander-in-chief's seat. Yi was startled. He could only stand below the tent, cupping his hands and asking, "What errands does General have for me?" Yang Fan sat upright on the commander-in-chief's seat and said in a deep voice, "Does General know that Zhang Fengchen has come to Yenzhou by imperial edict to pacify the old people of the 4 villages?" Yi nodded blankly. This lowly general is in the army and has limited knowledge of government affairs. However, this lowly general has heard of Zhang Fengchen's arrival in Yenzhou. Yang Fan said, "Very good. Zhang Fengchen has come to Yenzhou this time to handle another serious case. This general has come here on Zhang Fengchen's orders. From now on, the Yenzhou guards are to close their gates and bide their time. Without the imperial court's military edict, they are not to make any moves." Yiyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He slowly straightened his back and said in a deep voice, "Please present the turtle seal of error." Yang Fan waved his hand, and a young man in a black robe came forward to present the imperial edict and the turtle seal. Yiyu called for someone to bring the turtle seal from the camp and examine it. He stared at Yang Fan and said, "This general cannot examine the imperial edict. It must be verified by the provincial governor of this prefecture." Yang Fan smiled slightly. "But the one we are arresting is the provincial governor. How can it be verified?" Yiyu's expression suddenly changed. He said, "If that's the case, it can be verified by someone else." Yang Fan said, "Someone else is also among them." Yiyu was startled. He stammered, Then it can be done by the chief." Yang Fan glanced at him and sighed. "The Yenzhou prefecture has already been cooked in one scoop. General Yi, right now I am not asking you to mobilize your troops. I am only asking you to bide your time. Anyone who disobeys will be charged with treason. You understand? At first, Yang Fan spoke slowly, but towards the end, his tone became stern. Yi Yu's body trembled. He couldn't help but reply, "This lowly general understands." Yang Fan struck while the iron was hot. He slowly straightened his body and coldly said, "Hand over the military edict, an arrow." Chapter 9:17. Hearing Yang Fan's words, Yi Yu became somewhat hesitant. He stared at Yang Fan, the light in his triangular eyes flickering. When the generals in Yi Yu's tent saw the appearance of their commander-in-chief, they involuntarily pressed down on the swords at their waists. Seeing the move, the black-robed Jews disguised as attendants immediately unsheathed their swords. With a clanging sound, a cold light flashed. The generals were shocked and unconsciously unsheathed their weapons. For a moment, the commander's tent was filled with the glint of swords and shadows of swords, and a murderous air filled the air. Yang Fan's sharp eyes were fixed on Yi Yu from the beginning to the end. He stared at Yi Yu until Yi Yu didn't dare to look straight at him. Suddenly, Yang Fan burst into laughter and glared at those young men. "What are you guys doing? Do you think that General Yi will rebel? Quickly put away your swords and retreat to the side." The black-robed youths glared fiercely at the generals and slowly retreated to the side. Yi Yu's mind spun, and he finally let out a long breath. Turning around, he angrily yelled at his subordinates, "What are you doing? You dare to use swords and spears against an imperial envoy, squatting all day on your little plot of land. Do you think your father is the greatest in the world? A group of bastards that don't even respect the law." After Yi Yu's fierce scolding, the generals obediently put away their weapons and slowly retreated to the side. Yi Yu and Governor Xie did indeed have some relations, but he was not deeply involved. The prefectural army was declining day by day. Although master military officer, Yi still held the position of subjugation master military officer. The number of soldiers under his command was decreasing. The prefectural army's quota of soldiers and horses should have been 800, but in reality, there were not even 400. This was because the landless peasants had either left their villages or become tenants. Without land, they had no obligation to continue serving in the military. Those who had been granted land needed to serve in the prefectural army, but the equal field system had long since collapsed. Although the equal field system that had been implemented since the Northern Wei dynasty had once played a positive role, it was only a system that could play a positive role under specific historical circumstances. At that time, the population was withering and the land was barren, so the government could grant equal fields. Once the world stabilized and the population increased, the amount of land that could be given out would be severely insufficient. Furthermore, even though the land equalization order restricted the buying and selling of land, the farmers who were granted land had limited land and were economically weak. Other than selling their land, they would not be able to survive any natural disasters. Other than selling their land, there was no other way out. It was inevitable for the landlords to annex the land, and as such, the Northern Wei policy was destroyed not long after it was implemented. After that, Northern Qi, Northern Zhou, Sui, and Tang, because of the frequent changes of government, the loss of population, and the desolation of land, were all able to implement this policy in the early stages of founding. But without exception, once the world stabilized and the population increased, the drawbacks of this system were undoubtedly exposed. Nowadays, the equal field system in many areas was practically useless, and it was only a matter of time before it was abolished. Being in the official army, Yi Yu was well aware of the official army's current situation. He did not know when the official army would be disbanded and where he would go at that time. Therefore, he had long given up on leading the official army. He muddled along every day and made some money whenever he could. For example, a few days ago, people from Fengzhou had urgently purchased 100,000 dawn of grain and needed to be transported to Fengzhou. If they had hired laborers in 2s and 3s, the efficiency would not have been as fast. Official Yi had found him and the other 2 county commandants and asked them to help purchase and transport the grain. That was why they had been able to move so quickly. Using them to do things, the mobilization power and efficiency were far faster than normal people. Their soldiers were originally citizens and only became soldiers during times of war. As long as they didn't wear military uniforms, no one would know they were soldiers on a trip to Fengzhou. In the meantime, they had naturally made a lot of money. Although they had violated military discipline, by doing these things, they were not in cahoots with Governor Xie. The court also knew that the official army was having a hard time. Although they were guilty, the punishment would not be too severe. However, if they were to take the risk and go against the imperial envoy, the nature would be completely different. Thinking of this, Yi Yu made up his mind. He ordered his bodyguard in a low voice, "Bring the talismans and arrows." Although Yang Fan looked very calm on the surface, he was actually afraid that the county commandant would be too close to Governor Xie, and that he would do something desperate. Therefore, his tone and expression were stern, and he purposely put on a fearless appearance, hoping to intimidate him with his imposing manner and prevent him from having any disloyal thoughts. In this day and age, it was common for the Turks and nobles to defect from each other. Even the current British minister Su Jingye, who was determined to restore Li Tang's throne, would want to escape to a foreign country that was hostile to the Tang dynasty, not to mention these corrupt officials who were not loyal to the emperor and did not love the country. Now that Yi Yu had finally given in, Yang Fan's heart was finally at ease. Yanzhou had a total of 13 prefectures. Among them, there were 3 prefectures that surrounded Yanzhou and were stationed near it. According to the names of the prefectures, they were the Fusha Prefectural Army, Jinming Prefectural Army, and Fenglin Prefectural Army. Among them, the Fusha Prefectural Army was the closest to Yanzhou City, which was also where Yang Fan was rushing to. Therefore, it was also called the Yanzhou Prefectural Army. The other 2 prefectures also sent people. Among these 2 prefectures, Fenglin Prefecture, according to the information obtained in advance, had the closest relationship with the prefectural officials. The 2 families were related. Because Yang Fan had another important mission, he went to the nearest Fusha Prefecture. Fenglin Prefecture was handed over to Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting was dressed as a man. She led a few attendants and went straight to Fenglin Prefecture. While Yang Fan's people and Yi Yu's people were in a state of mutual hostility in the commander's tent, Gu Zhuting had just arrived at the Fenglin Prefectural Army's gate. When Lin Lu, the commandant of the prefectural army, heard the news, he hurriedly invited Gu Zhuting and her people into the commander's tent. He asked for their purpose, but Gu Zhuting talked about all sorts of things to stall for time. This Lin Lu was actually Governor Xie's brother-in-law, because Governor Xie fawned on Wei Wang Wuqingxi. All of a sudden, he leaped over the Dragon Gate and became a high-ranking official. His whole family followed him and moved out of the sparsely populated, desolate, and poor Jinzhou Prefecture. Governor Xie's brother-in-law was originally a minor official in Jinzhou's Ningyuan County. He also followed his brother-in-law and became an official. Although the Tang dynasty had a system of avoiding relatives, it was not perfected by later generations. It was not until the middle of the Tang dynasty that the imperial court stipulated that grandfather and grandson, father and son, cousins and uncles and nephews were not allowed to be officials in the same ministry or department. This was only emphasized in the capital and was not followed locally. Nowadays, the imperial court was not so strict. Weren't the 2 officials in the same yamen? Governor Xie and Commandant Lin were not in the same yamen, and there was no direct subordinate relationship between the civil and military forces. Moreover, They were both local officials, so they were not restricted by the family avoidance system. Gu Zhuting knew that this Commandant Lin was Governor Xie's closest relative and had a lot of input into Governor Xie's affairs. It was very likely that he was Governor Xie's best friend. How could she not be extra careful? She kept putting on airs and putting on the airs of a high-ranking official in the capital, rambling on and on, asking all sorts of questions. She did not get into the main topic until a black-robed guard walked behind her and whispered a few words into her ear. Gu Zhuting nodded her head lightly. She then suddenly stood up. Her originally smiling face became solemn. Commandant Lin, Zhang Fengqin is inspecting Yenzhou and has investigated Yenzhou Provincial Governor Xie Yubin for many illegal acts. He has decided to bring him to justice. I am here on the orders of the Imperial Envoy to take over the military camp. Commandant Lin, please immediately hand over the military seal and command arrow. When Lin Lu heard these words, he couldn't help but be shocked. Just now, he saw Gu Zhuting was vague with her words, talking about all sorts of things. He secretly raised his guard and quietly ordered the soldiers to lie in ambush around the commander's tent. Now that the envoy really stated his intention, he didn't expect that it was for his brother-in-law. Lin Lu was deeply involved in Governor Xie's affairs and naturally knew what crime his family had committed. This was a crime punishable by execution. Lin Lu's face darkened as he stood up. In a deep voice, he said, "This is against the rules. Provincial Governor Xie is a local governor. If he has committed a crime, the imperial censor will naturally impeach him, and the Ministry of Justice will interrogate him. Why would the imperial army come to arrest him? Zhang Fengqin is inspecting the elders in all 4 directions under the imperial edict. When did he also have the right to interrogate the local officials?" Gu Zhuting's gaze froze. In a cold voice, she said, "You want to defy the imperial edict?" Lin Lu was originally just a small official in Ningyuan Academy in Jinzhou. He originally lacked respect for the law and imperial power. Now that he had risen to the sky in one step and became a general, he was free and unfettered in this Yenzhou prefecture. He was even more daring. How would he be afraid of Gu Zhuting's threat? Hearing this, he coldly smiled and said, "I do not dare to violate the law, but you all—" Lin Lu suddenly retreated a few steps and flashed to the center of a few fully armed generals. Pointing at Gu Zhuting, he sternly said, "They are scoundrels pretending to be imperial envoys with ill intentions. Take them all down for me." Those who dare to disobey, Lin Lu pointed with his halberd and roared. Before the word "kill" had left his mouth, Gu Zhuting coldly laughed. Her figure flashed, and she had already scuttled forward like a ghost. Standing in front, County Military Officer Gua Yi Chen Chongyun jumped in fright. The saber in his hand unconsciously slashed towards her. Gu Zhuting's slender waist swayed. With a tap of her foot, she floated past his side. Chen Chongyun's saber slashed empty air. Military Officer Chu Ziki hesitantly raised his saber. Before he could stab forward, Gu Zhuting had already spun around. Chu Ziki only saw a blur in front of his eyes. A figure flashed. His nostrils could only smell a faint fragrance. Gu Zhuting was already behind him. Lin Lu did not expect this imperial envoy's movement to be so fast. He hurriedly grabbed a general beside him and used him to block in front of him. Gu Zhuting's figure only paused for a moment before she quickly bounced back. She flipped in the air and accurately landed back on her seat. She leisurely picked up the cup of water and lightly said, "Show the banner." Looking back at Lin Lu, he was still holding the general's collar to block in front of him. Only half of his throat was exposed. At this moment, blood was spurting from his throat. The warm and salty blood splashed all over the general's head and face. This general seemed to be scared stiff. He maintained the posture of being pulled over diagonally without moving. So fast. What a fast movement technique. What a fast move. What a fast move. But it was unknown if she was using a saber or a sword. At this moment, she was only holding a porcelain cup that was as white as jade. There was no weapon in her hand. There was not even a drop of blood on her body. It was hard to believe that it had just killed someone with its orchid-like palm. Lin Lu's eyes were wide open. He looked at her in fear. His finger was still pointing in her direction. His throat made a gurgling sound. Suddenly, his body went limp and he collapsed onto the ground. In front, Chun Chongyun was in a horse stance with his saber in hand. He had not yet retracted his sharp steel saber. Military officer Chu Ziki was still maintaining the posture of thrusting his saber. He and Chun Chongyun were on the left and right. They were like two arhats subduing dragons and tigers. But the dragon and tiger were nowhere to be seen. There were only them standing there, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws.